Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. I already know what it is. We back with another one of them things. Listen, tonight we got ourselves a hell of a topic, and it's involving the Charlotte Hornets, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, if you've been living under a rock and you don't know what's going on, the Charlotte Hornets is going through a little bit of a celebration here this season, and we're going to see it firsthand. And we already have seen it already when you look at the likes of Baron Davis coming to the team to do different things with Lamelo Ball. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe this is just the beginning of these kind of encounters that we're going to see all season long by numerous Hornets greats, that grace the floor. Guys like Alonzo Mourning. All of these guys, in my humble opinion, I think is necessary to definitely be around, because the Charlotte Hornets is not like every other organization. When you look at the New York Knicks, when you look at some of these other teams like the Lakers, you see different kind of greats. Obviously, most of the guys from Charlotte never finished with Charlotte. They've moved on to greener pastures. But how good would it be to see, guys like Kemba Walker courtside, guys like Alonzo Mourning courtside, and the list goes on. We're going to get into numerous Hornets, former Hornets that was around, that we don't really get a chance to talk about so much. Sometimes we look at the Hornets as just this hapless franchise, but they've had a couple of people grace the Hornets roster, and we must get into it. It's definitely a lot going on with LaMelo Ball and the Hornets, because you got guys returning. The Hornets obviously was in a nasty situation last year. It led them to basically an all-out debacle. It took them a while to even recover, as an organization. But for whatever reason, for whatever it was, they was able to regroup and get themselves situated. Give major props to the Charlotte Hornets, because I think now they're going to have a team that can get them right. And with this whole entire celebration, with them celebrating 35 years, I think that is going to be another push for this young basketball team. You got a lot of dynamics for this team this upcoming season. Obviously, you have the in-season tournament, which is going to take major, attention. I think that the Charlotte Hornets is going to be ready for that. That's going to get them very much up to play in that in-season tournament. That's going to be major for young teams, and I think that's going to get them prepared for bigger games as we head towards the end of the season. That's why I think the in-season tournament is going to be good. It's basically in the beginning, and then it should have them ready and prepared to play competitive all the way throughout. And then you got Miles Bridges dropping right in the mix in the middle of all of this is going to be even more great. So I want to see all of these guys basically be visible and around. Is going to basically give all of the Charlotte Hornets a push, including LaMelo Ball. We know that. But like I said, the young players too. We need to have the former Hornets come back. It's very much important. Charlotte and Lamelo is trying to do something that they have never really done ever before, because the Hornets is basically trying to modernize their franchise. They've basically been in the Stone Ages under Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was not really operating correctly, was not really getting them to the promised land. There's a lot of things that have to be done in order to get to the promised land. And for whatever reason, Michael Jordan, I think he just didn't want to pay the money, but it is what it is at the end of the day. Now it is new ownership here who I believe they are prepared to spend the money. So I would love to see guys. Obviously, you see Del Curry all the way, always around. Guys like Glenn Rice. What about Gerald Wallace? Players like that. Obviously, Raymond Felton. This if you want to discuss the Bobcat era. I think they're all, in the mix of it because all of them was under Charlotte. So obviously the Bobcats is going to be represented as well. It's 35 years. Marvin Williams, he's around basically all the time. Tony Parker was there for one season. A lot of these guys, like I said, they have a lot of players who played for Charlotte, for the Bobcats, for the Hornets, but it just didn't end well. All of these guys look like they ended it just ended horribly. So it's kind of crazy to celebrate 35 years when all of the players that played under that banner, they didn't finish with this team. It's not like other organizations where they're legends. They basically have homegrown legends who finished, and they really have a deep found love for the franchise. This basically was Michael Jordan's team and nothing else. If you think Kemba Walker was close, but he didn't finish, even though he spent just a little bit of time in Boston and his career basically was over after he received some injuries. I guess Michael Jordan was smart enough not to do that. But believe it or not, Michael Jordan, I think, was, getting things together. He wasn't going to spend any money. But look at the team that he has now. The new ownership has taken over. They haven't done anything yet. The new ownership has not really put their imprint on this organization at all. They haven't traded for anybody. They haven't acquired anybody worth noted. Guys like Frank Ntilikina, that's not moving the needle. There's a lot of things that have to be done. And this season, you got to get obviously the right personnel. You have Steve Clifford. He's moving into his second season with obviously much more talent. And then, you have to get obviously to the postseason. This is postseason or bust for Charlotte. Everything is in place this season for the playoffs. They received a lot of luck with the Bridges situation for him being able to come back within 10 games. Could you imagine if they would have stretched out his basically stretched him out all the way to maybe half the season? Because that very much could have happened, but for whatever reason, they was able to, resolve that matter and put the wheels back on track. And you see it firsthand. So let's see what happens, with Bridges is when he gets back, because Bridges is going to basically be very much important. They need Bridges. Without him this season is going to be very hard. Last year they tried to roll out without him. They was missing something. And in this league, when you have these dynamic duos and these crazy trios running around, you got to make sure that you have offensive firepower at your disposal. And guys like Bridges, it was smart. People are like, I believe if Bridges was on another organization, they would have cut Miles Bridges. But the fact that he was with the Charlotte Hornets, who basically you would be cutting a major talent that I don't think that you're going to be able to get so easily, and that's something that the Charlotte Hornets had to really monitor. Shout out Godfrey. He says, Flight, Young Morning, Larry Johnson, J.R. Reed. Yes, there's many of them. I was actually talking about even the Bobcats as well. All these guys need to come around, which I do believe we're going to see them this season with them celebrating 35 years. We just seen the first domino in my man Baron Davis, but there's going to be much more dominoes to fall. Ben Gordon, he played for the Bobcats. Augustine, all these guys. A lot, like I said, they don't have the names that these other organizations have. They don't have a Shaq or anything like that. But most of these players, when we look at them, they don't remind you of the Hornets. Alonzo Mourning, you think of Miami. Baron Davis, despite there was a hell of a program that they put on together with Lamelo Ball. But when you think of Baron Davis, you think of We Believe. You think of the Golden State Warriors and that epic run of taking down the Dallas Mavericks. You don't think of Charlotte. Also, you got Vlade, we got obviously Anthony Mason. He played there. Rest in peace. You got Del Curry. Obviously, he's basically the most notable name. He's always around. He basically is a Charlotte Hornet. Give major props to him. But everybody else is tough. That's why you have to go to the Bobcat era. Marvin Williams. I just, like I said, these aren't the names that you might want to hear. Muggsy Bogues. I think these guys are very much important. When you think of Muggsy, you think of a lot of different situations, but Muggsy Bogues is Charlotte. He's around. He's done a lot of stuff to promote the Charlotte Hornets and move them forward. So he's definitely done stuff. So give major props to Muggsy. So I want to see everybody come around just like we see these other organizations. The Charlotte Hornets need that. They definitely do. This is a young basketball team that need a push from veterans. They don't have much veterans, so it could be good for them to come in the locker room and lead them. Could you imagine Alonzo Mourning coming in the locker room, the Charlotte Hornets celebrating 35 years? Alonzo Mourning bringing that Miami Heat pedigree that he's learned. That would be a crazy, crazy carryover, ladies and gentlemen. And the Charlotte Hornets need it. A lot of these other players, if they could just come in the locker room and discuss things with them. What if Tyson Chandler could come in there? What if a guy like Boris Diaw could walk in the locker room and discuss things with him? Steven Jackson. A lot of these players could definitely help them and give them game as they move into a competitive era. The Charlotte Hornets have just been basically a clown show ever since, prior to when Lamelo got there. Now, ever since Lamelo has got there, they're basically trying to elevate their game, and you're seeing it firsthand. The Charlotte Hornets, it seems like it won't be much long before they are a competitive basketball team and dominating in the Eastern Conference. I think we're about 2 years away from an all-out domination for the Charlotte Hornets. I'm being realistic. I'm not saying next season they're gonna shoot all the way to the top, but I think you got to crawl before you walk. So if the Charlotte Hornets could somehow sneak in to the play-in, I think that would be great for them. And then after that, next season, after they make the playoffs this year through the play-in, God willing, then you basically next season you want to basically solidify yourself in the postseason without the play-in, and then from there is go time. So I'm giving the Charlotte Hornets about 2 to 3 years before they are at the upper echelon of the Eastern Conference. I don't think we need to hold off just yet. Godfrey says those city guys not coming down south for basketball. Now, you never know. I mean, the Hornets got to make themselves. This is what they said in the press conference. Shout out to Mitch Kupchak, LaMelo Ball. They stated that basically they have to put together some winning on the table so other teams, could think about trading with the Hornets. Other players want to get traded. Other players want to sign with them in free agency. So the Charlotte got to do what they got to do first in terms of winning. You're not going to get any of this if Charlotte can't win. If they can't win, it's over. But if they can somehow get in here and get some W's on the board, they're going to be in great shape. And I truly believe in Charlotte this season. I think a lot of things are going to be in their cards. I think I'm really high on the LaMelo Ball Bridges dynamic. I think that they've been waiting to play together. It's been a very crazy, tumultuous, emotional, whatever you want to call it, for Miles. And then you have this new rookie there with Brandon Miller. You got Mark Williams. You're not going to tell me it's not some kind of nucleus here. It's something here that they can build on. And let's see what it is, what's the outcome. You got PJ Washington coming back. You potentially could have firepower coming off the bench because I don't think everybody's going to start. I'm not sure. We're going to have to figure this out. I don't believe that. I don't know if Miles and PJ are going to start, but maybe they are. They're paying him some money in terms of PJ Washington. He just signed this season. He signed for this season. Pardon me. Today he re-signed with the Charlotte Hornets. It was an unbelievable, announcement from PJ. He definitely made people wait all the way to the final second, but nonetheless, he is a Charlotte Hornet. And the Charlotte Hornets team is ready to move forward with their nucleus, with everybody intact. Most teams can't even say that they've been together this long. A lot of these teams just getting put together. Look at what's going on with Phoenix. Despite, obviously, everybody just looks at the talent and says, oh my goodness. It's like there's no way they could lose. But then when you look at what's going on with Denver, they've been together forever. So they're going to know everything. I think that's something that the Phoenix Suns is going to struggle with. They got to get chemistry. I know that they believe that they're just so talented, it's all going to work itself out. But we've seen many big threes, come together and it don't work out. So let's hope that this doesn't happen with them. They have DeAndre Ayton there. He's very important. So we're going to find out. But the Charlotte Hornets, nonetheless, they got their work cut out for them this season. But I do believe that they're going to be able to get the job done. I do believe that Lamelo is smart enough to make things happen. I think we're going to see a complete arsenal of Lamelo's talent firsthand. I believe we're going to see his playmaking come to life. I believe we're going to see his shot making come to life. Even his three, like I said, he can shoot the three, but I think we're going to see that at an even more elite level. I believe that Lamelo is just going to establish himself even defensively. I'm not saying that he's going to be some lockdown defender, but I do believe that he's going to improve defensively. He's not no pushover. I wouldn't say he's not a liability. You don't see teams hunting Lamelo down and picking rolls to create some kind of advantage. You don't see that. So give credit to him. So Melo is definitely trying to get in the passing lane. He stays in front of his defender, but I think it's time for Melo to up his defensive pressure just a little bit more. Obviously, he's got a lot to do on the offensive end, but I do believe that he has offensive help this time around. When you, like I said, the people that they brought in, the people that they've retained, they got a team, and they all have chemistry together. So it shouldn't be too much excuses offensively. They need to make sure they buckle down defensively. That's going to be one of the most important parts. You heard Miles Bridges state that he's happy that what he was seeing defensively with the Charlotte Hornets, all the years he'd been there, the Hornets struggled defensively. And he's very excited for that. And I believe that when he sees that, when he's saying defensively, I think he's talking about, obviously, Mark Williams. Mark Williams definitely brings a defensive firepower that the Hornets haven't had in much time. And like I said, the Charlotte Hornets got to make sure they continue to build on what they have. One season at a time. It's not all going to happen for you in 1 second, but if they could do it one season at a time. And I do believe that basically the Charlotte Hornets are getting slept on because they play teams very tough. Give them credit. They're always in games. They never really lay down, and they can beat teams. And I think this year, with everybody being back, I think they're going to surprise some teams. It might not happen early because they got to go 10 games without Miles. But hopefully they can salvage the situation. Hopefully when Miles get back, they're not on some epic losing streak. That could very much happen too. I know it sounds crazy, but they got to make sure that's not the case. And they need to do everything in their power to basically protect home court. They got a good start, to the season at home. I understand there could be some fierce competition, but you have a homestand, an early homestand. You protect home, especially if you want to get to the playoffs. And I'm expecting game one of the Charlotte Hornets the Charlotte Hornets season to basically be featured heavily with former Charlotte Hornets players all over the place. I believe backstage too. They're doing more things around the organization. I truly believe we're going to see that. So, nonetheless, I'll be here to document it all for the Charlotte Hornets because this is major, major news. The Hornets are celebrating 35 years, like I repeat. A lot of teams, have been around for a very long time. The Charlotte Hornets is a team that's trying to establish some sort of, relevancy in terms of the upper echelon of organizations. And they are trying to do it. And whenever you uproot Michael, because Michael didn't have to do what he had to do, but they was able to, I'm pretty sure, work something out, I think, for the betterment of the organization. If you Michael Jordan, if you have no intentions on spending any money, you gotta let everybody go. You gotta let him go. Pardon me. You can't allow him to sit here and basically not spend a dollar, and not really just do what other organizations do. Like the Hornets haven't made a big major deal. They wasn't really in the talks so much, and it wasn't nothing most notable. They was not really in the talks for the Donovan Mitchell trade. Even if they didn't acquire Mitchell, it would have been nice to see if they threw his name out there a little, if the Hornets was out there. Like, hey, the Hornets is in the mix. Something. Just the Hornets is never in the mix with big-time situations. And I hope now with the new regime that's going to be a change. I hope that we're going to see big-time players say, hey, I want to come to Charlotte. And that'll change everything because Melo's going to need help. He's going to need star power. And to be honest with you, the Hornets, they could be in a tough spot. They could be a team with 1 foot in and 1 foot out. And that's a very vulnerable place to be. No team wants to be in a situation like that. They want to make sure that they are firmly solidified. The last thing they want to do is just have to, just like I said, it is what it is. Melo and them are going to be able to do it. Shout out to everybody rocking with Flight Sports. The Charlotte Hornets celebrating 35 years. There's a lot of Charlotte Hornets players, former. Obviously, when you look at some of these guys, you look at them basically and you view them on different organizations. But I repeat, that's a very good thing because hopefully they can come into the locker room. They can take maybe some of these young guys under their wing. Could you imagine if Alonzo Mourning could work with Mark Williams? Obviously, that's not going to happen because he's basically so plugged in with Miami. That would basically be foul play, but it would be nice. Even just a little talk in the locker room. I'm pretty sure the commissioner wouldn't mind that. They're celebrating 35 years. It'd be nice for him to address the Hornets in the locker room and tell them what's going on and how they can be like Miami in terms of an organization. They need that. A lot of players. Melo need to get acquainted with, these players need to get acquainted with Melo. Like the Feltons of the world. I'm counting the Bobcat era because, like I said, the Hornets has just been a crazy situation. But they've had a lot of players come across this organization, and hopefully that we could see them this year and they can help move this team forward. This is a young team, y'all. They need everything that they can get, every kind of push, because if they don't get the push, they're going to just fall completely apart. And the last thing you want is another situation where the Hornets do not get to the place where they want to get to, where they completely fall short. The Hornets cannot fall short, ladies and gentlemen. That would just basically be completely disgusting. This has to be the year. So we can't have any kind of mess ups. The main thing is get through these 10 games early. If they could get through these 10 games early, they are going to be in a great situation. The Charlotte Hornets, if I'm telling you, These 10 games is just a must in terms of getting out. If they fall apart in these first 10 games, the Charlotte Hornets are going to be toast because the last thing you want to do is be playing from behind early. No, they need to get in the situation and get right. You don't want to fall apart like that. So it is what it is at the end of the day.
Hello.
I got my man Jay in the building and DJ Gemini. Jay, was good?
What's up, yo?
What up? Gemini, what up?
What's happening,
What's
Flights?
good? What's your thoughts on this situation?
Man, I hear what you're saying, and that part sounds good.
Shout out Hoop Jargon.
But you also have to look at these are the same individuals. Not now I'm talking about um athletes across all generations. Okay,
Okay.
these are the same people who are mad that LeBron want to link the players, like how you're saying, in order to each one teach one and make a stronger league. Those are the same Mike went against all that. So Mike would have to be the one to put the olive branch out there to welcome these former players back in. Because we all know how Mike get down. If you're honestly a fan of basketball, you know how this man handles himself, and that does rub a few players the wrong way. That's why they never extended that olive branch to him. So I'm with what you're saying, 50%, but Mike have to swallow his pride in order for that to transpire the way that you articulate. I mean, but it sounds good. It does, and it should go that way. But you have to look at Mike Pride, bro.
But Michael Jordan is taking a step back with the organization. Obviously, he'll still be around, but why? Michael Jordan is not going to have the presence that I think you think. He's going to be
I
around, but he ain't going to be that dominant presence, that figure.
I
They got a new group. It's a group. It's not just one. It's not one owner. There's two of them. You're gonna have J. Cole running around. It's about to be a breath of fresh air in Charlotte. We got Purple Baby. What's good?
Hello.
Hey, how you
what's
doing?
up, Perp?
What's your thoughts on this situation? The Hornets
Um.
celebrating 35 years.
What's new? Uh, Hey, the sooner they win the championship, which ain't in the near future, the happier the fans will be. Or, well, they got to take baby steps. They got to make the playoffs first. But
Yeah, yeah, man. Listen, the Charlotte Hornets, they're gonna make the playoffs. This is gonna be the year. They just got to get to the play-in. I think
okay,
that's gonna
but
be their ticket.
I want to ask you about that.
Okay.
Okay, it's obvious. The season happened last year, so we can't say we got to discount it, but we understand it was injuries. What I'm trying to understand is we seen this team 2 years in a row get to the play-in prior to last season, and they got blown out. That's fine. I would think that you would achieve at more by saying, okay, it's not just about getting in the play-in, getting to a 6 seed. To me, like 2 years is enough. Like if you haven't grown enough in 2 years to where you end up with the same result, which is for them going into the play-ins, you are stagnant to me. That's like average 500 ball basically. It's equivalent to going 8-8 in the NFL every year, hoping that you get a
Well,
playoff spot.
they've been not healthy. They haven't been healthy.
Mm,
They haven't been healthy.
I'd say aside from last year, I know outside of last year, I just like the growing that people think that this team is gonna do, to me it's just it's stagnated. And that could be due, honestly, it ain't even about Gordon's contract or Terry Rozier. It's just I don't know if it's the players, the ordinance that's stagnant to me. Like I don't know how weird people like it's just weird. Imagine in it, which we've seen it before. 8-8, 8-8 every year. Like, don't you hope to do more every year besides go 8-8? Wouldn't that ain't that boring?
Yes.
Like,
I mean, personally, I understand where you're going, purple, but I okay. The Miles situation happened. That was the one thing that broke a pillar, right?
mhm,
Then you had the Lamelo situation that broke another pillar. Then you had where people was really trying to figure out who who's on first, who's on second. Yeah, that old joke. But who's going to be on first? Who's going to be on second? Who can be the next man up? Who wants to be the next man up? I
mhm,
mean, yeah, they did have a lot that they was trying to figure out. Like that, like no offense, we do talk, talk about how when Zoe went down, Chicago looked different. We all
mhm.
can attest to that, right?
Right.
Well, Charlotte looked the same. Like they was in the same boat. They literally was in the same boat when with, without having Miles there, without having Lamelo there, they like they found their foundations was rock. So I'm me personally, I'm kind of giving them a pass as far as last year. Um, it as far as what Flight brought up earlier about the 2 years. Yeah, I'm actually giving them 3 years to build something. I know
I
Flight said
said 2 to 3 years, but I did say two, but I did say it could be three.
right. I'm looking at more like three, and honestly, here's why. They just signed PJ, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, we we we, we already know about the other two headaches, but now, especially with bringing PJ back, on on the outside looking in, you definitely have a rotation problem now
Yeah.
because that was where you was going to put Miles. Okay, we're bringing PJ back, so now Miles coming off the bench. I don't have a problem with Miles coming off of the bench because I think Miles and Miller would match each other
Oh, wait a
energy.
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Miles is not coming off the goddamn bench.
Yeah, okay. So you mean to tell
PJ come
me?
off the bench before him.
I don't think so, my G. I really don't think so.
Nah,
And here's why I don't think so. What is PJ natural position?
the four.
Yeah.
Okay. Bridges' natural position is what?
The three.
Okay. And when I brought this up earlier, everybody called me a dumb son of a gun that don't know basketball and everything else. I said, put Miles at the two guard. That way, when you bring Bridges back, and this was before we even knew Bridges was coming back. I said that would better balance off everything. And everybody told me I didn't know what I was talking about. But that solved your rotation problem.
Put them at that. Damn.
But now it really looks smart, doesn't it? Because now you have PJ back, you got Miles coming back, and you have Miller. Terry's gonna start the game, even though I disagree with that. Terry's gonna start the game. And you have Miller coming off of the bench right behind him. Then when Haywood hit the bench, you got Miles coming off of the bench behind him.
They got. They got to get rid of Gordon, man.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, my G, but nobody at this point is trying to save Charlotte when it comes to that contract.
Yeah.
The one slimmer of hope y'all did have was him coming to the Lakers, and yes, we was going to take him to get rid of him because he wouldn't have played that final year. But when Mike didn't want to do pony up the cash, Jenny said hell no. So I mean, it was gonna solve a problem for both of us. It was gonna solve our Westbrook problem, and it was gonna solve y'all Haywood problem. So I understand what Flight is saying about not Bridges not coming off of the bench, but that's where I disagree because first of all, the man just got paid. Bridges is more on a prove me contract at this point and a suspension that he has to take care of.
So I'm gonna ask you this,
Bridges on the
Okay,
qualifying offer.
right?
right, which is a prove me type situation. It's a prove me. It's AKA prove me.
Here's the thing with PJ though.
Uh huh.
We don't know why James Borrego, to be specific, because we're not in the meetings. Because I'm gonna take this back to James Borrego. We don't know why when Miles and PJ were both healthy, why they started to bench PJ at that fourth spot and favor Bridges. We can, even if we go pull up statistics and point certain things out, we can't be for sure what the reason is. My question is, after this suspension, after Miles works himself back into basketball shape and everything like that, like I can say you on bench, what's his name, PJ, because of his lack of offense, like his lack of offensive ability, absurdity, not absurdity, his not efficient. I know the word I'm thinking of, I just can't get it out. But
Assertiveness.
yeah, absurdness, the lack of assertiveness on the offense, like I'm just really trying to slowly think because I really want to know why. Why did you go bench PJ back then and insert Miles in at that point? That's what I want to know.
I mean, the only thing I can really possibly see is that that's where I totally agree with you and Big L when it overall comes to a development problem in Charlotte overall. And trust me, I do understand the ups and downs when it comes to development of players and everything, but
Right.
I think Charlotte track record like speaks volumes when it literally comes to developing players.
Because another thing, because Al has said this several times, they keep saying, I'm not, and I want to make this clear. I have never sat up there and just pulled somebody's stats and been like, oh, they're so much better. No, I watch these guys. Some guys I watch closer than others. I keep being told that PJ does things that don't show up on the stat sheet. And
I
I'm
disagree. He does not.
I'm like, yo, I'm tripping, yo. Like I said, because to me, I don't think it's as simple as that. You know, Miles was just this extraordinary offensive player, and that's why he got.
But
It could be a lot of things.
then there were multiple screenshots.
There were, I'm just trying to really, because people keep saying, oh, PJ's not as bad as what you think I don't know what PJ is, and that's the problem. Like, I don't know if you say he's too small to play center, which I agree with. That's fine. Like, we agree with it.
Too
But when
small to
you,
play power forward while you playing.
again, I get told, and I've been told, and I've seen people tweet it, everything. Like on when I read the Charlotte Hornets, like on their website and stuff, the comments, I keep being told that PJ is this defender, and I'm like, yo, like, okay, maybe I say I can't wait till the season start because I want to see this defender they talking about. Because I'm not saying he's not defending and stuff like this, but the way they talking about him, because they gave him a comparison to Williams, Grant Williams.
Oh hell no!
And I'm like, yo, I don't miss I like PJ don't pop out to
He,
me
he
like I
he's
said.
not that physical.
I said, but I promise I can't because I want to see this about PJ because I damn sure don't see this man rebounding like. at all. I don't care about like him scoring and stuff like that because to each his own. Everybody ain't as talented, but the defense, that's something that I should see. Like his effect, like how Mark, even though it was 18 games, that he can we instantly see his effects statistically and on. I don't see that with Pete. I'm trying to be so patient, man.
He,
Because
he
never
he's
what.
undersized. I will personally say this about him, and it's really not that I'm trying to beat him up. He's undersized playing the four.
Okay.
I have no problems with him trying to be we have had over the past, I want to say 3 seasons,
Mm-hmm.
when it had several players trying to reminisce Barkley to a point. It the only one that kind of has um done that like legitimately where we can stand on it has been Draymond Green. Once you not, but that's defensive wise. Bless you. That's defensive wise, not offensive wise. But so when you look at that, it is not that many players that can honestly play the four that is undersized. They either normally need to be about 235 or better. They need to be 6'8", 6'9" at least. Um, like normally, right?
Mm-hmm.
But PJ with his quickness, not defensively, offensive wise, have put out, but he is quick enough to get those longer rebounds,
Mm-hmm.
and that may be what they're pointing out. But if you remember, like Michael Jackson, what I pointed out, I say if he go in his conditioning, and this was before the draft. Remember, I say if he go in his conditioning and he work on his conditioning and he double up on it, he needs to play small forward. Did I not say that?
Yeah. I'm gonna
But
I'm gonna watch PJ very closely this season because people keep saying he a good defender. I gotta see because I don't understand.
Purple,
I missed that. Like I
purple. I've been
promise you, I
quiet
don't.
this whole time. Stop the nonsense. Listen. PJ Washington is a solid defender. He's not the
who?
best. He's solid. He's not bad. And and
Yeah.
the big thing is with the Hornets, PJ Washington is a good chemistry mix because we have guys that rebound well. Lamelo being one of them. Mark
Mm,
Williams rebounds well. So we make up for his lack of, but he has length, so he rebounds okay. Actually has weight,
yeah,
230. So
yeah.
Right.
y'all need to fall back because y'all hating on the guy. Y'all don't really
I'm not hating.
y'all don't even watch him to be honest.
I just
So how
never
can you say
like.
how
I'll
can you
give you
make
an
a
example. I'll give you so many examples right now. People talked a lot of stuff about Aaron Gordon, and I used to say all the time, even back to his Orlando days. I'm not saying he was a great defender, but I said he was a okay defender. I could see that. I don't see that in PJ. Like I'm not saying he out there not doing nothing,
he a
but I don't see that. Like
he a
that's
better
something.
defender than Blake Griffin, and
Who?
Blake Griffin been multi time All Star. And Blake Griffin don't defend. He a better defender than Kevin
But
Love.
okay, give me a guy right now. He don't have to start that you could compare to like that a lot of people might miss in general. That's not that you can
A
compare to.
comparison. She's
Yeah,
asking for a comparison
I don't
with
understand
PJ
how
because
I'm
I
missing this.
went back and watched this tape, and I'm sorry, Al, I got to side with Purple on this. So please give us a comparison of PJ and your mindset, please.
A good comparison for PJ. The guy from that got assigned to Dallas from Boston.
Grant
Grant.
Williams?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you
Grant.
serious?
Let me fi- Let me finish. Okay, so that's one. Another one would be I'm trying to think because PJ is a or a salute to the old school power forwards that shot threes. He's not the best defender. He's not but he shoots threes, and that's a solid pickup. He's a solid defender. I mean, he knows the offense. He meshes well with Lamelo and everybody else. That's what I told you last time, Jim and I. Did I not? I said they need to sign PJ.
Okay, and what do you honestly remember what my answer was?
That when I said they needed to sign PJ?
Yes.
No, I don't remember what your answer was. Please re-inform me of
I
that.
said you have Van Carroll that was just waived from the Jazz, and I've said on at least three of these streams,
Who?
Van Carroll,
Are you
Van
saying that
Carroll.
name right?
I at least hope that I
Is
am.
that your
Van
New Orleans accent coming out wrong?
No, Van Carroll, the center slash power forward that was just waived from the Jazz, who's playing on the national team. He's good enough for the national team, but he's not good enough for Charlotte.
Who are you talking? Hold up, man. I'm
He
looking.
got waived. He got waived by the Jazz because they're going with the complexion type thing in Utah, and I'm not mad at him for that. But
He
that but
playing for the U.S.
but on that, yeah, he's playing on the national team right now. And
Man,
and
Oh, who
and,
the
and,
hell are you
and
talking about?
right? That's what.
Van
Who are you
Carroll.
talking about?
Ben
Van,
Carroll's for the Orlando Magic.
He can't be talking about Paulo. There's no way,
no, I'm talking about the forward slash center that was just waived by the Jazz.
bro. You need to really. We don't understand. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, man. Who the hell is following the goddamn Jazz? You guys let me know what the hell is going on. I don't know who the hell got with the Jazz,
you
babe.
you might flight come on.
I don't know.
No, no. That's one person I said that Charlotte needed. They needed an enforcer.
Bro, we
They
don't even
needed
know
a
who you're talking
rebound.
about.
But he
Ah,
can't just come out here and put out false information.
Right? Who you talking about?
no, I'm
Gemini.
talking about the guy who was just waived by the Jazz.
Oh my God, bro! You talking about fictitious characters?
No, not
Hornets
fictitious.
aside,
No. He's a former Duke center, 6'10", 6'11", enforcer. Like he's an
bro. What?
enforcer.
From Duke,
Yes, yes, from Duke.
flight. You need flight. Come on, man. Who is this,
I
Adoka
man?
don't know. I don't know
Adoka
what player
was
he's
one
talking
center.
about.
Wait. Adoka was one center. They
We-
have
I'm about
Potter
to go to free
and,
agency on ESPN to see what you're
and
talking
the
about.
other one, I
Who he
think his
talking
last
about,
name
Chad?
is Kerry Jr. Kerry
Chad, who is
Jr.
he talking about? What the hell
I
are you
I
talking about,
I
Gemini?
I, I think his name is Kerry Jr. I think it's Kerry Jr.
Vernon Carey?
Yeah, him.
Oh hell no! What the? He used to play for the Hornets. Really?
Bruh.
You think he better than PJ Washington?
Yes. At power forward,
Oh
yes.
my! You don't know
Yes.
what the
At
hell you
power
talking
forward, yes.
about. You do not know what
And
you're
he
talking about, bro.
man, you
You
high
don't,
school.
man. What the hell are you? You talking about Vernon Carey, bro? Vernon Carey.
Yes. He
Oh
would solve
no,
your power forward
Flight.
problems.
You know who you talking about, right?
I really
He's
don't know.
Flight still know. I know who you talking about. If Vernon Carey is garbage, Gemini.
No, I'm tripping. I know who the hell Vernon Carey is. I
Yeah,
don't know who the other guy he talking about. He don't know who he talking about.
he sure know. I don't think he do either. But
The Duke
he trying to
Center.
say it's Vernon Carey, and
The
Vernon
Duke
Carey
Center
played
will
for
help
Duke.
y'all. He will
But he
help
is
he
not,
will help y'all with
bro.
the
He
rebounds.
listen. He didn't even play meaningful minutes in the NBA yet. What are you talking about?
He just got done with development. He just got done with development. When he
You
was
want
with
me to
y'all
sign
didn't develop him.
Negro? You want me to sign him over PJ Washington?
I said he will help with the at your power forward position.
No, nigga, no.
I didn't say
He
sign
worse
him.
than JT
Wait,
Thorpe.
wait, wait. Hold on. I did not say don't sign PJ. I did not say that. I said he will
Oh
help
my
y'all at the
god,
power
bro.
forward position.
Bro, no. He can't even. He ain't even worth being on the football. He need to go overseas, man. He don't even need to be in the NBA anymore. That's how bad he is, bro.
You really think he's that bad? You
Yes,
really think he's that bad? You
yes,
haven't watched tape of him in the G League at all last year, then?
yeah. I've seen him play, bro, in the G League. Yes, he's not good. Vernon Carey cannot even play power forward. I don't know why you even mention him as a possible power forward. Bro, he
Power
is not.
forward, he can play.
Oh my God, no, he can't. He can hardly shoot, man. What are you talking about? He's no better than Mark Williams as far as offensively. So I mean, what are you talking
That's
about,
what you
man?
normally. Wait. That's how you normally want your power forward to be.
No, the hell it is not. Not today's NBA. We got, bro. We got
Every
some Durant playing
every
power
time,
forward.
every time
Oh my
Charlotte
God,
trying to
bro,
get
stop.
every time
Aaron Gordon playing
Charlotte
power
tried
forward.
every time Charlotte
Gemini,
try to
stop.
convert. Every time Charlotte try to convert to keep up with
Oh my
everybody
God,
else rather than go with their own formula, that's how they f up.
that ain't how you f up. That's how you
Okay,
win. If the
okay.
NBA is a copycat league, you ever heard that statement before?
I mean, I hear you. Go ahead.
Well, it's true. Oh my God, you done messed the stream up with that bullshit. Why
Nah,
would you say Vernon Carey? Oh my God, bro, look up Vernon. Everybody in the chat, look up Vernon Carey.
please.
PJ Washington and Vernon Carey ain't even in the same league right now. What the hell are you talking about, my dog?
PJ
Come
get
on,
beat.
man.
Wait. You're the same one that's saying PJ is an all right defender, average defender, when he was a traffic cone freaking
Listen,
last year.
listen, listen,
The man
listen.
was a traffic cone. Just,
Listen,
just,
listen.
just be
PJ
serious
Washington
right
can
now.
play small ball center. That's how
Oh
solid
man,
of a
cut it out.
defender he
Cut
is.
it out.
It ain't no cut it out. It's true.
Man, cut it out.
Clifford is a good defensive coach. He playing him small ball center. What
But my
about that? He know coach. He know
He's
defense
only
better than
six
you.
seven. He's only
So
like 6'7".
he got a 6'11" wingspan. This shit is long as
Oh my
his arms are
god.
long as hell.
Eh, L. And you
Gemini.
say I'm delusional? Really? Really?
Bro,
Really?
look at the chat. They just said you having an episode. Bro, you tripping. Vernon Carey is not first of all, he's not a power forward. He's a center. On top of that, he's a slow center. On top of that, he has yet to play meaningful basketball in the NBA. And you want him to
That's
take
only
PJ
because he went to
Washington's
the
place.
Jazz. No, I didn't. I said that
Man,
was
nigga,
one
oh
of
my
y'all
God,
problem.
bro.
Y'all need a rebounder.
Flight be
Okay,
having
keep
some
playing.
weird. Bro, man, listen.
Okay,
You don't know
okay,
no basketball if you saying that, dog.
okay.
You don't,
I
bro.
hear you. I'm
so
gonna watch them get pummeled this season, and I'm
Oh,
still gonna love
okay,
you
man.
like a play cousin. I'm
Okay,
so
still
man.
gonna
what
love you
you
like a play cousin.
All right, man. What do
Al,
you say?
I got a question for you when it comes to PJ, right?
You talking about Vernon? You talking about Vernon too?
No,
No.
no, she talking about PJ.
Okay. Do you feel what do you feel about PJ's ability to rebound? Do you feel like he can't? Is this something that he's not good at? Like, I'm just trying to see where your head is.
Well, so he has an all around solid game. I'm That's really what it boils down to. He's not the best rebounder. He's not the best defender. He's a he's a very good or better than average 3-point shooter. And what it is it's a good mix with this team because we technically got power forwards playing small forward. And
Like,
so I mean,
who would you say that is besides PJ?
what you mean?
You said you got besides PJ. You said you got small forwards playing power forwards. So besides PJ,
Miles Bridges, and to
uh,
be honest, Brandon Miller, he based on his height.
okay.
So I mean, and when we had Plumlee, he was a pretty good rebounder, but he wasn't a good
Right.
defender. And PJ played better fucking defense than freaking Plumlee
Plumlee
at
had the
power
bigger
forward.
guy, so come on, man. Plumlee had the
I'm,
bigger
I'm
guy.
telling you, man. How many times you watch Hornets games, Gemini?
I watched them a lot last year. I watched
No,
them a lot.
it's no way.
I watched them a lot because of flight. Because I started tuning into this stream, and this is why I started watching them. Because I said maybe I'm wrong about them. Maybe the dynamic isn't as shoddy as I'm thinking.
M-
And for at
AMJJ
least 6 months,
just
and
told you.
wait, nah, no, wait, don't talk over me now.
All
And
right, go
for at
ahead.
least 6 months, I've watched them boys. I literally watched them and tried to dissect their game. Even with my Lakers going through what they're going through, and I should have been concentrating on them. I said, nah, maybe I'm tripping. Maybe, just maybe, I'm wrong at how I feel about Charlotte. And nothing has changed. But you tell me I'm wrong, but I'm watching them on the court getting beat. I'm watching PJ getting out muscled by damn near everybody in the league at power forward. But you tell me he's a great defender. I mean, I love it,
I didn't
cuz.
say great. I said he's solid, man. Don't mix my words up with that. I didn't say great. Nobody on the okay. So Mark Williams is above average defender, maybe even close to great, because he's really
Yes.
a good defender. But
Yes.
everybody else at their Miles Bridges is a pretty good defender too. But
Okay.
of course, he didn't play
Yes, but
last
he
year.
wasn't there. Yes, but he wasn't there.
I think Brandon Miller might actually be okay too, based
That
on
should
some
be your
things I've
shooting
seen.
guard.
Brandon, well, yeah, I guess he can, but I'm thinking more small forward immediately.
No,
And
because
it's a bit,
then with you trying to put him at small forward, you're gonna have a three-headed problem.
listen, Gemini, listen.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm being realistic. I'm not saying he can't play two guard, but I feel like that's a maturation effort. He got to get to the point where he's comfortable at small forward in the league before I say he gonna be balling at two guard. I feel like small forward is where he needs to start.
I agree with that.
And then on top
Haywoods
of
and
that,
Bridges gonna
Gordon
take that.
Hayward, as much as y'all say he's not a good defender, he's actually solid too. But in those, I think I
And I'm
mentioned
high.
four guys, huh?
And I'm high. Okay.
You don't know
And
about
I'm
no damn
high.
Hornets then. You
And
don't know
I'm
about
high.
no Hornets. Gordon, a lot of times he defends when Miles was not there. He defend one of the better
I'm
players.
not
Or
gonna say
Cody
he's.
Martin, and
I'm.
Cody Martin was hurt.
I'm not gonna say he's YMCA. I'm not saying that about Haywood, but when you say good defender,
Oh my
pimp,
God, man!
when you
Listen. He
say
was
good
hurt, man.
defender, Haywood was hurt.
Yeah, yeah.
Haywood was
That
hurt.
was that was a pinpoint of his game, man. When he was normal and not injured, man. That's always been something that he was asked to do. It still is with the Hornets. He just hurt, man. Man, you don't know
Man,
those.
man,
Listen. This is not a debate. You just told me Vernon Carey was better than PJ Washington, nigga. You had nothing to
I
talk.
said power
You had no
forward.
argument.
At power forward, yes.
Just because you said PJ Washington, I don't respect your argument at all.
PJ Washington need to be a small forward. Why you up here?
He is a power forward, bro.
He needs to be a small forward.
He's
If you
yet to
actually
play
watch his
small
game, him and Wood play the same, and both of them
forward.
get
Listen,
manhandled
he
and
has
used and
not played
abused.
small forward. He's played power forward his whole career in small ball center. That's it.
Well, I actually looked at something, Gemini. Um,
Yes.
um, the year, the last year Miles played, PJ spent like damn near equal time between the 4 and the 3 that year. So
What?
the
Yes.
2021, 2020.
Yes.
Purple.
Yes.
Who was on the court when he was playing small forward? Purple. Please tell me.
Oh,
They
Oh,
don't put out the they don't
Listen,
put out
no,
the metric like that. No, L.
She has
You
said.
no, you ask a question that you cannot answer because that's not how they put out the
Well, how
metric.
can she
They
validate
put
he's a
out
small forward
no
then?
because they put out the metric how many minutes you play at a
That's
position.
bullshit.
That
She
is the
can't say
metric.
something like that and not validate
No,
it.
that is the metric, though. That
No,
is the
no,
metric.
no.
The NBA puts
I'm not
that
going for
metric
that.
out. How much
No,
time you play a power
purple, purple,
on point guard?
purple.
How much time you play a shooting guard? How
Gemini,
much
listen,
time you
forget
play a
that. I
small
want to hear what you're
forward?
talking
How
about.
many
I don't want to hear
how
what you're
long
talking
you
about.
play a center?
I don't want to hear what you're talking
That's
about.
the NBA metric,
I
L.
don't want to hear what you're talking about. Purple.
L, you don't want to hear, but
I
that's
don't
fact.
want to hear
That's the
it.
way the NBA
I
put
would
it
let
out.
Purple talk, my nigga.
Go
Purple.
ahead.
Who was
um,
on the when she was a
and
small
another
forward?
thing I wanted to point out that same season, Lamelo played the majority of his minutes that particular season at point guard. Only 6% of those minutes was at the two guard position. And I was just like, what lineup did I miss where PJ was, at the three? And then I thought about, well, Gordon was in and out a lot that year. And him and Miles was on the court with Kelly. Because I think that was Kelly's first year
Kelly
there.
Oubre.
Yeah, Kelly Oubre.
Listen,
So
listen,
the
listen,
lineup
listen,
would have
listen.
went.
That's wrong. That don't make no damn sense. Whoever made that is wrong. PJ played power forward. Miles played small forward. PJ
And I
ain't
agree
playing.
with you. I'm not disagreeing with that. But I'm saying I do remember them having lineups when Gordon wasn't healthy. Of course, Terry was probably injured too, which was LaMelo at the one, Kelly at the two, Bridges at the three or four, and then PJ with whoever the center was, Plumlee, or
Plumlee.
well, it was Plumlee. Matter of
Plumlee.
fact,
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Show me.
it
Can you
wasn't.
put that? Can you put that website in the chat?
It's
Private chat.
basketball reference. If you go down to what was I under on basketball reference? It was
Purple be Purple be lying, man. On
No,
I'm not
no, it's not
lying.
lying. That's the way they put out the metric, L.
Purple be
That
saying
is the way they
crazy
put
stuff
out the
all the
metric.
time. Please post that website, Purple. Please,
I'm
I
about
beg
to
you.
pull it up on. Now, what did I went to teams first, and then it was
I got to see this.
I
PJ,
went to.
because I will say this: PJ
NBA
ain't
metric.
never.
NBA
PJ
metric.
is
And
not a
if
guy
you
that's held in
Google
the
that,
rock like that
wait. Hold on, L.
to play small forward.
If you Google NBA metric, it comes up, bro. And then all you have to do is pick your team. You pick whatever team you're following, and it will show you exactly how much time they play at what position,
Oh yeah,
and
it's
it
called the play-by-play. But in the 20, what is this? The 21, because this was Lamelo's second year. Yeah, the 21-22 year, according to the play-by-play. Uh, shit, I just lost. Okay, I got it. According to the play-by-play, PJ played 47% of the time at power forward.
So I typed in. I
Go
typed
ahead.
in NBA metric Google.
yes,
I
Okay.
got player evaluation metrics analytics 101.
yep, yep.
Yes. Go ahead. Play metrics.
We don't be making this up though. It
Yeah, all right, man.
Cause my NBA one, I'm checking the NBA. Let me see if it'll load this time.
It make
Cause
no
it wouldn't
sense.
load on my computer. I'm gonna see
Yeah,
if it loads on my.
it's slow for me. I
It's
don't think I'm better get it.
Because
let me go.
I even was showing Lakers fans like, say, bro, LeBron played played power forward majority of last year. No, he didn't. He played 20 games at small forward. I'm like, dog, he played power.
I can believe that, but I don't know if I believe this PJ Washington thing
Is it
because
loading for you yet, Al? Cause
no, it
mine's
ain't
ain't.
loaded. Actually, no. I typed in NBA metric Charlotte Hornets, but because that website you gave me is pretty.
Okay, I got it. It loaded up. I'm looking at it right now. So
Just put the URL in the private chat if you don't mind, because so I can go directly to what you're looking at. If that's okay
Okay,
with you.
the NBA.com got it set up differently. So let me see if I can. Those five player lineups. What am I
Try to
looking?
save the link and then paste it for L.
Okay. Why do it keep
If you're
doing this?
doing it, if you're doing it on the phone, if you're doing it by mouse,
Oh, I'm
um,
trying. We're
okay.
going to it right now. Fuck.
But yeah,
Let me try to find this line. Dang, they ran with a whole bunch of different lineups.
Gemini, I'm gonna joke on you about what you told me from now on, man. Vernon Carey, my nigga. What?
Yeah, yeah. Y'all need him as a power forward. He plays better at power forward to me,
Oh
not
my
center.
God, bro! You
He
don't know what the
plays
hell you
better.
talking.
Oh,
No, he plays better at power forward to me.
So he need to guard Kevin Durant or who else? Aaron Gordon. He
but
can keep up with them.
Yeah, at
remember,
power
uh,
forward, not
Oh
center.
my God, bro! Oh
remember, Al,
Jesus!
KD recently. I don't what for probably 3 seasons now, maybe four. Started playing the four because he been a career three. Basically, he got up to
Who?
Yep.
eight.
Who would you just say?
Kevin.
KD had just switched within
Yeah.
these last 2 years to the power forward position. That is what she stated, and that is facts.
I believe what Rap God Reloaded just said.
What do you
PJ
say?
has only played power forward and center, according to
Okay,
Basketball Reference, because that's what I've always seen him do.
I
If
know he
Miles
played the.
Bridges, especially if Miles Bridges is on the court, if him and Miles Bridges on the court,
Okay,
Miles playing three because Miles is the guy who can handle the rock, take the ball
but okay.
off
What
the
about
dribble.
if Gordon?
PJ does
What
not
I'm
do that
speaking to is if Gordon's
that
on the
often.
court. If you got a lineup of PJ, Gordon, Miles, and Lamelo,
Gordon
what can
plays the two.
Cat?
Miles plays the three. PJ
You
plays the
ain't taking
four.
nobody that old and decrepit
Oh my
and
God,
putting him at the.
Purple baby, you don't know what you talk about. Miles does
Mouth.
not play the two, when Hayward is on the court. Actually, he don't never play the two. He played the
I know
three
that.
and the four. PJ plays the four and the five, and Hayward plays the two, three,
No,
and
he
the
don't.
four. Oh my God, bro! I
I'm
know what I'm
looking at it
talking
right
about.
now.
Oh my God. Okay. All right. Whatever. Hey, I don't watch these guys every game almost, unless I can't get it. That's how
That's
much
why
I
the
watch
defense
these
is
Negroes.
trash
So I know what
then.
I'm talking
Because
about.
why would you put old decrepit Hayward at the two? Oh my God. He
That's
don't.
your observation. He's not old and decrepit. He's just injury
Yes, he
prone.
is. Ain't a GM. You deserve to lose your job if you ran a lineup out there with Gordon Hayward at
You
your
ain't
two.
no Gordon
Do you know
Haywood.
the people that's
But
at the
I
two
mean,
that played the two
Stop hating on Gordon Haywood.
get
This
killed?
nigga get hurt. That ain't got nothing to do with him being old. I mean, what is old because he get hurt. But I'm just saying he can play the
old
two, three, and the
decrepit.
four.
Don't
No,
don't don't forget about the
He
decrepit
can
part.
keep up with he can keep up with cats. That's
no,
just
he
the point.
don't. Do
Oh
you
my
know who plays
God.
the? You got people like Devin Booker, James Harden, and people say he took a step back. You got
Okay, listen,
Steph that sometimes plays Jordan
listen. The
Poole.
point
Like,
is
come on, Gordon Hayward ain't gonna
Pur-
be playing no two.
Purple having an episode too. You
No,
No,
and
it's
Gemini
no,
that.
she's
tripping.
telling the truth. No, she's telling
No,
the truth about
listen.
Haywood, even though you don't
Okay,
want to acknowledge it.
Haywood, if he is playing, he is not playing against Devin Booker. They're gonna match him up with somebody else if they
So
can,
they
but
cross
he
match.
can't play
So you
two.
saying offensively, this man is playing the two.
He can do it, yes.
Okay, you got it, coach.
Oh, listen, he takes the ball up. You ain't never, bro. Y'all must ain't never watched the
No,
old version of Haywood.
he
He
brings the
still
ball
can do
up, but
that.
then he passes the ball off like
Oh my
quickly. As soon as he gets
God.
across half court, he passed that ball off.
Talk about the Lakers, man. You don't know goddamn about the Hornets, man. What the
Oh
hell,
man,
bro? Don't talk
I,
about the Hornets. You don't know about no damn Hornets.
I mean, I
Anytime
hear
you,
you,
anytime you talk about Hornets, you used to be my boy, man. You
man.
used to be my boy, man. And
Bruh,
now you talking about Vernon fucking Carey, nigga? What?
I say he would be
This nigga
a
ain't even
good
played
power
the
forward for
NBA.
y'all,
He
not a
didn't play
center.
meaningful basketball yet. And he need to play PJ Washington. He need to take PJ Washington's place. Win, man.
No, that's not what I said.
That is what
And
you said.
no, that is not what I said. Because I said PJ, no, because hold on. I literally stated, I
Woo!
said PJ needs to work on his conditioning
Oh my god, bro.
and work and actually
Okay,
be a small forward in the league. That is what I actually said about
he is
PJ.
not
I
a.
never
Oh
said
my
no. Hold on, no. I need you to shut the fuck up for a
god.
second. Because literally, I never said do not put PJ on the team. That is never what I articulated out my mouth, guy. So don't do that, L. I actually vindicated for PJ to come back. I just said y'all gonna run into a bottleneck of Miles, Haywood, and Miller if you don't switch Miller to a um two guard slash three, you're going to run into a bottleneck when it comes to minutes. And
No, you
and
won't.
and okay,
No, you won't. I'll tell you why.
okay.
Miles, when Miles gets rolling, he gonna start at the power forward.
You
So
put
where
Miles
PJ
at
gonna
power
be?
forward again? This
Yes,
dude
nigga,
put
that's what he
Miles
play.
at
He can
power.
play power forward.
Oh my god.
It's true, man. What are you talking? Man,
He
y'all don't know
play
about no
he
basketball,
he
bro.
plays better at small. He plays
Oh
better
my
at
god.
small.
It's not about him playing better at small. It's about having Brandon Miller, Miles Bridges, LaMelo Ball on the court at the fucking same time. That's the point, man.
So
And
who's
Mark
gonna?
Williams.
You still gonna have
And whoever
Terry?
else. What's
Terry,
that?
right? Terry.
I don't
And for
want Terry like
everybody
that, but
that's
yeah.
listening, this is why the Hornets have the problem that they having because this
Man,
is how the
whatever.
coach
You don't
is
know about
acting
no
right
damn
now.
basketball, bro. Why they got a
This is
problem,
how the
man?
coach is
Because they
acting.
have Miles Bridges at power forward. Is that the issue?
No. I
Don't
said you're
you
going to
have
run
you
into
watched
a
Miles Bridges
bottleneck.
block niggas shots and dunk over
Mm,
niggas' heads and he's a solid rebounder? What are you talking about, man? He's
No,
fine at power forward.
I don't have a
Man,
problem with starting Miles. I never said I had a problem with starting Miles.
oh my goodness.
I said now y'all have a
I need to
conundrum.
calm down, man.
Be,
My
be,
heart, man. That's
yeah.
stressing me out, man.
Because right now, okay, you're gonna start Miles, you're gonna bench PJ. Then Flight came up. No, you're not gonna bench PJ. Okay, then
When did he
what are
say
you
that?
gonna
Flight,
do?
did you say that?
Yeah, I did. I did say something like that.
Thank you.
What did you say?
No,
Please.
hold on, time out. I said that it's gonna. You aren't gonna know what happens until we get to the season. But I would be surprised if he said that Miles was going to the bench. That's what he initially said.
Who?
I said
That
Miles
wasn't
is on
PJ.
a prove me
He
contract.
said that
Who?
Miles
So
is gonna be headed to the
right
bench.
now PJ is the one that just got paid.
Yep.
And to honor that, PJ is going to more than likely be the starter, and Miles is going to go to the bench and come off of the bench because you're going to start Haywood. You're going to right now they're looking at starting Rozier over Miller. So I mean, where else is Bridges going to start? The center position over Williams? Are we serious right now? Where else
Dude,
is he going
listen,
to go?
listen. Bridges is better than PJ. That's a fact.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
what
So
you mean?
wait. Hold on, purple, because I don't have a problem with him stating that,
Listen, listen.
and just take that in for a sec. But hold on, Big L. Now you gotta justify starting somebody that's on a prove me contract over somebody that you just paid.
Okay,
You gotta
listen,
justify that.
listen.
Purple
Miles
doesn't.
Bridges
I
is.
don't.
Okay, well let me make my case. Can I talk? PJ is solid. Okay, he's a solid player. Power forward wise, he's solid. That's what I've been saying ever since I got on here. So and that's exactly how I feel about him. But now Miles Bridges is above solid. He actually can do a lot more than PJ. But so now if Miles Bridges is balling out, because we can't forget 2 years ago he was really an all-star. So because of that, I would start him over PJ. Yeah, he on a prove it deal, but we know what he got. If he still got it, why am I not starting him over PJ? If okay, the only reason I wouldn't start him over PJ is only because Brandon Miller can play the two guard and Miles can play the three. That's the only time I will start PJ. Now if Miles come through slanging and balling, I'm starting him, PJ, Brandon, and Lamelo and Mark Williams, and that's a crazy, crazy lineup. I'm sorry.
Okay, Kristen Williams. I agree with your lineup.
Who? Oh,
Kristen,
okay. Oh,
Chris
my bad.
Williams. I'm agreeing with your lineup, but there's a problem with your lineup. The front office of Charlotte is going to have to justify um Miller's, and they're going to have to justify benching Haywood that's getting 30 mil. They're gonna have to justify that to the fan base. Is not to us on the
Bro,
panel.
they ain't gotta
And
justify nothing. We know Haywood is
I
not
I
doing good, man. We know that.
I
He don't deserve that money
I
he getting
hear
right now.
I I hear what Big L saying, but
Everybody know the
but
Hornets and
regardless
watch
of
know
that,
what's going on with Haywood
he's
right now.
still getting paid that right now. So with him getting paid that right now, you would have to justify sitting him. Uh, um, and you will have to justify starting Miles. Yes, he was a All Star. Yes, I do remember I actually called them the Showtime Hornets at that point. So I do want the man to start, but you will have to justify that to the fan base over the pay scale, and that's normally what organizations
Bro,
runs
how
into.
why would okay? Why would you have to justify what you just stated? Showtime Hornets is Miles Bridges is coming through, and him and
Because
Okay, listen.
Haywood is
Can I say
there
this? Can I? Okay,
for the fan
Lamelo,
base
and
in the
Miles Bridges
building.
is a thing. Why would I not start Miles Bridges with Lamelo?
Haywood is there for the complexion. I'm telling you, you can look over that all the way if you want to.
You got a point right there.
Haywood is there more for the complexion than anything.
Hopefully the
And
fans, hopefully the fans got more sense than that. But who knows? I mean, but real basketball fans of the Hornets know what I'm talking about.
I understand what you're saying. I'm saying what they're going to have to justify within their front office, though, Big L. I
Well,
speak basketball. I don't speak feelings.
he's on a 1 year deal where
1 year, 30 mil. One
where they
year,
want
30 mil.
to trade him and they can't because he costs too much.
Yeah,
So
and
to
then
be
he has that
honest,
15% kicker.
to be honest, the only reason you might have a point is because the back front office want to play him so they can showcase him and see if they can get somebody to trade for him.
I mean,
That
they showcased them last year. That was the same thing. They showcased them last year.
well, if okay, so if they have gotten their showcase out of him, I guess that's the best way I can say it. They need to focus on Miles Bridges because Miles Bridges has proven he's a baller. He's
I, I,
just been
I,
out a year.
I personally agree with you, but the other problem to that is, do you what type of NBA draft that we just have, Big L?
What? Okay. I don't. Okay. I don't know how to answer that question. I mean, we just had a draft. What you mean?
You had a shooting guard, small forward, basic draft. You have a plethora of shooting guards and small forwards this last draft. That actually dried the well up when it comes to Hayward. This last draft, if you honestly look at it, you had a few big men, a few, and meaning you can only count them on one, maybe one hand, and add maybe one more finger, maybe two at the most. Everybody else was better suited at shooting guard or small forward, which dried the well up when it comes to Hayward. So me personally, I mean, I don't have a problem with Haywood as a athlete. Other than I know he's gonna play what around 42 games. I mean, I know I'm gonna get at least 40, about 40 games, 42 games out. Okay, I'm not disputing that. But when it comes past that, oh, I know I'm not gonna get that out of him. He gonna be laid up at the house. I
Right.
know I'm not gonna get that out of him. So when we talk about the 30 mil, then you could kind of justify starting Bridges over Haywood with your help with your chemistry, because right now y'all lack chemistry with the first unit and with the second unit. So y'all whole problem, basic problem of y'all whole dynamic, basically goes at trying to play people out of position to put them where they think they should be, what they think they should be, not where they play better at, and that's part of the problem.
Okay. So based on what you just said, yeah, you said
Hmm.
where they should be, where they played it better at. Who's playing out of position on the Hornets, in your opinion?
Uh,
I
currently,
say
That's
I
what
say
Gemini. That's what
I,
Gemini.
I say, and PJ is playing out of position. Both
Who?
of them.
Who? Say it again.
Miles, PJ, um, Terry Rozier, all playing out of position. Yes, those three players, off of the top of my head, are playing out of position. Miles is better at small forward. PJ will be way better at small. He is trying to out overpower and outmuscle that power forward. And I love that he got paid. But if he put in that same commitment on conditioning, he would be a outstanding small forward, dog. Outstanding. And you can disagree all you want. If you actually watch the highlights on him, you'll see he's playing out of position.
but
Even
I
on
want to.
his highlights.
I don't
Go
agree,
ahead,
but go ahead.
Purple.
Go ahead,
Um,
Purple.
no, I was just about to say this. I don't get, and this is the thing. I understand Miles is 10 games, whatever. I don't understand people's fascination with putting Brandon Miller at the two. I just never seen it, and it's weird to me. I understand that he ain't got the body or the strength right now to play the four, but I don't understand why you would put like maybe if you had the backups in for the other team, but starting him at the two, I don't think it's necessarily that important. And I understand the money PJ is now making uh with his new contract and whatever. But I'm sorry. I
No,
need
Purple.
Brandon
I
Miller at least to play the
no,
two. I mean the three.
no, we're talking about him coming off of the bench because as far as y'all reports are right now, y'all have Terror starting. So
Right.
Miles will be the a good two guard, which will solve the bottleneck problem y'all have at the small forward position
Who?
with
Miles will be
Miles.
what?
He'll be the backup to PJ until he get back. Because we got to
Oh no,
remember this.
That's not what Gemini said. What Miles will be what, Gemini?
I say Miles will be a small forward.
You said
I,
two
I, I,
guard, nigga.
no. I
Man,
say
you keep
Miller will
making all
be the
these
two
fucking
guard.
terrible references.
Miller.
Oh,
Miller
stop.
will be the two guard. Stop it. Cut it out.
You said
Miller
That's
will be
Miles.
the two guard. Miles will be your small forward.
All
That'll
right,
solve
bro.
your bottleneck at the small forward
Okay,
position.
okay, okay. You sound like you said Miles was be two guard,
but
bro.
who's coming?
No, I never said Miles at two guard.
All right,
Come on,
all right,
man.
all right, man. All right, bro.
But my question is, who's coming in for PJ? If you substitute, which I hardly ever see an NBA
They,
team do
they,
it,
they was talking about
a
the
whole
guy with the
five.
color
Who
hair,
comes in?
Jones. Jones. They
Oh
they
hell
talk
no.
that
Oh
they
no.
talking about Jones
Listen,
backing
listen,
him up.
listen. You fucking
I
this team
seen
up
that.
with that.
I know. I
No,
seen that
listen,
on the Charlotte
listen,
report.
listen. That's if these Negroes are hurt. No, Kai Jones don't need to be on the court, bro. Him and Book Knight need to be in overseas or the G League. They are not. Please,
And
please
that's
don't put
another
them on the
question.
court.
To
Please
me,
Bruh,
don't put them on the court.
I'm
like I
I'm
said,
I'm understanding what y'all reports are. Y'all reports even right
Man,
now.
y'all be Purple still ain't send that link yet, and you need to send that link too, because y'all be sending some
What
crazy
link?
stuff.
No, I made a mistake. I read it wrong. That's why I didn't send it. But
Oh, she,
I read it
I'm
she
wrong.
read it wrong. She read it wrong,
What
chat.
is funny
She
about that? I read
read
it,
it wrong.
but I got the percentages correct though. I remembered those percentages. I
Oh
just
my
don't find it
god.
worth it. Like I don't think Miles
Oh
is a
my
good
god.
four.
Y'all
I'd
make me
rather him be at
toxic,
no,
the
man.
three.
no. I,
Y'all make
I,
me toxic, bro, with y'all crazy ass statements. Listen,
I
listen.
didn't say. Don't put me on that statement.
You did, man.
No,
You
said
kept
the
validating your
metric.
statement. You
No,
kept
no,
saying
no. I said the
it's
NBA metric. No, 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 no. And
she's
and
reading
and
the
and I
stats. She's
no,
reading the stats.
no.
That's what you said every time,
No,
Gemini.
no. Hold on, Al. Hold on, because I'm gonna
Hold on,
quote you. I'm
nothing,
gonna
man.
quote
That's what
you
you
with
was
the.
saying.
I'm gonna quote you with the flick you said, and I'm gonna quote
Oh
you with the
my
flick I
god,
said.
bro.
L said, "I want to know who was in the lineup at that time." I said, "L, they do not show that on the metric sheet. They only show the minutes of
And
how
she
many
read it
minutes."
wrong.
Shut up, L. Shut up, L.
No, I
I
ain't saying
said,
no. She
"No,
read it
no. Hold
wrong,
on, hold
Gemini.
on,
She
hold
just
on,
told
hold
you.
on, hold on, hold on." Because I said it only shows the metric of how
Oh,
many minutes you clock at a position. That's all that metric shows. That was what I stated.
Gemini.
If you're gonna quote me
Does it
right.
matter
Don't
now?
lie on my name though,
Does
dog.
that matter?
Don't lie on my name though, L, because I wouldn't do that to you. Don't
That's
lie on
but
my name.
okay, but it
Because I'll
doesn't
tell you
matter
what
at
I
this.
said. I'll tell you what
But
you said, dog. I have a
Gemini, it
photographic
don't
memory,
matter.
man.
Listen, it does not matter because I was right. I was like, that's no fucking way.
L,
He
you
was
just
clocking
said
minutes at
that
small forward.
you just said that I said something and you lied on my name, dog. Don't do me that.
All
That's
right,
all I'm
Gemini.
asking for.
Okay, fine, fine. You didn't say it, but the point is, she said it wrong, and you was sitting there trying to justify the fact she
No, I
said it
said the
wrong. That's
metric
all I'm
doesn't.
saying.
No, I said the metric does not
Oh
show
man,
the
bro.
lineup. The metric only shows how many minutes you clocked in at a position. The metric doesn't show, oh, you was out there with this one, and that one. That's not what the metric shows. The metric only shows what point guard, shooting guard,
Yeah.
small forward, power forward, and center. It doesn't show, oh, you
Flight,
was
you
out there
there?
with such and such. The
Hello?
metric doesn't show that.
Hold up, hold up, hold up. Everybody went silent.
No, I'm here.
What?
Was that me?
Yeah, that was
What?
you.
Everybody went silent. I hear nothing you said.
I said the
The
metric
last few
doesn't
seconds.
show that. The metric doesn't show the lineup. It only shows what you clocked in as. That's all that metric shows, dog. I look
Okay.
at that metric a
Will
lot.
you do me a favor? Do me a favor.
Uh-huh.
Will you apologize for being wrong with purple?
I no.
Oh, she
I
did
just
that.
told you I read it wrong. What am I apologizing for?
Because you were wrong. You just
I
you
don't
just
need to.
said
I
something
just
wrong.
told you I was wrong. Why do I need to apologize?
She said she was wrong. She said she read that wrong. But I just said
We
the
argued
metric
for like
doesn't show
30
you that.
minutes
No,
or
you argued
15
for 30
minutes.
minutes. The
We
last one I
argued for
said was
15
like,
minutes because that
um,
bullshit. And you need to say you was wrong.
She did
I
say she
did.
was wrong. She said she read it wrong.
I mean, you said you need to apologize for being wrong because I was right. I knew what I was talking about.
I mean, okay, whatever, dude. I'm not saying sorry.
Apologize, Purple.
Yeah, I just already said I was wrong for it. Why do I
You
need
need
to
to
say I'm sorry
apologize.
that I'm wrong for it?
You need to apologize, Purple.
Then I'm wrong. Like, what else do you want?
You was more than wrong. You was trying to justify that shit.
I
Man,
read
you
it
know
wrong,
what?
but I
I don't
got his
care, bro.
percentages
I'm
correct.
moving on because y'all. I was right about
Okay, move
Vernon
on
Carey.
then.
I was
Explain to
right about
me.
PJ Washington. I mean, I've been right the whole time, and
Nah,
I've been proven
PJ,
right.
no, PJ. If you honestly look at PJ tape, even his highlights, you can tell
He
he
is not
he
a
he,
small forward, man.
he needs to be a small forward. You can
Okay,
tell.
okay. So tell me how he gonna take. When have you seen him take somebody from the 3-point line off the dribble to the basket? Have you
He
seen
do
that
that
in
in his
any of it?
highlights
No, he don't.
on the three
No, he
guard.
does not.
Yes, on his
No,
highlights,
he does
under
not.
his
I've
highlights.
watched this Negro. This is what PJ. This is PJ's game. I can describe it. play by play,
Verbatim.
Mm-hmm.
verbatim. Yes, I can describe it.
Go
What
ahead.
he does is he's a pick and roll or pick and pop. They don't say pick and roll because he don't roll the basket much. He pick and pop. Melo
Mm-hmm.
passes him to the three, open three. If he's in the side, he posts up. He shoots a
Mm-hmm.
half hook. He doesn't do a lot of hooks, but he has a half hook. Sometimes he might even do a turnaround. Other than that, he's at the free throw line or the shoulder, taking somebody off the dribble if he can, or he's just running to the basket,
And the one,
waiting
wait,
for the
wait, wait.
ball from Lamelo to get
Pause right there. Cause
that dunk.
the ones that they show him
And that's
taking
that
off of
small
the
forward
dribble
basketball.
are small forwards.
That's not small forward basketball, Gemini.
They show him taking small
God,
forwards
listen, man. I was right on these last
dribbles.
statements. Please take my advice. I know what I'm talking about, man.
I've
I'm not
watched the
perfect, but I
highlights.
know. You don't
I've
know.
watched the
You don't know what
highlights
you're talking
on
about,
him.
man. I'm just gonna let you know. You don't, man. You
They
don't,
they show him beating small
bro.
forwards.
I'm so serious.
So
You don't
the
know what you're
tape
talking
is
about.
wrong. So the tape is wrong.
Your analysis of the tape is wrong because I don't see him. I don't see him taking nobody off the dribble. Because okay. So I'll tell you this.
He was beating small
Let me
forwards.
say this. Let me say this. Miles Bridges, before he started,
Mm-hmm.
before he really was playing like he was playing 2 years ago, they talked about him playing small forward. But they
Mm-hmm.
said the only reason he was not playing heavy minutes as small forward is because his handle wasn't as good. So how you
Right.
gonna tell me PJ Washington handle is good enough to play small forward? Because it's not.
I
It's
didn't
not.
say his.
Even Miles Bridges'
I said
handle
he
was
beat them
questionable
off of the
before he really
dribble.
got good, man.
He beat them off of the dribble. This is on
No,
this
he is
man
not,
highlights,
bro.
dog.
He's not doing that to no damn
His
small
highlights are on
forward.
YouTube, G. His
God
highlights are on
damn,
YouTube.
Gemini,
I
you are
watched them beat.
trip. You
I
hard headed.
watched them.
No,
No, I
no,
watched them beat on
no,
his
bro. I
highlights.
refuse to accept what you're saying. His
Man,
highlights
look
are
at his highlights.
I have, man. His highlights are power four highlights. He's picking and
And he
popping. He's
and
taking
they
it to the
got him
shoulder,
beating. They
and
got him beating
he's
small forward
taking people off the dribble on the shoulder. Not from the
off
3-point
the.
line, nigga. He not
He's
taking the
beating
ball up the
small
court either.
forward. He's
Oh
beating
my
small
god, bro!
forwards.
If
What the
you
heck?
just don't stop, he is not doing that. Man.
Wow.
He's not doing that, man. No, no,
No.
he's not doing that.
The video's on YouTube.
I know. I've seen him play several times. He's not doing that, man. He's not.
The
Have
highlights
you?
they
Okay,
showed
okay.
in their
Listen,
compilation.
listen. I need you to tell me what a small forward does on the court. What do they
It
do on the
depends on
court,
the
man?
team. Because every small forward is used differently on each team.
I'm talking to Gemini purpose. Don't stop helping him out. What does a
Oh,
small
I don't
forward
need
do,
no help.
Gemini? I know you don't. You're a man. Tell me what a small forward does. What? Okay, what do you
Help
need
with
to
the
play
scrap.
small forward at least?
Say what? Wait, because
I'm talking about offensively. I'm not talking about defensively. Offensively, what do you need to do, or what do you
a
need to be able to
slasher
do? Small forward.
should,
Okay,
should be able to be a slasher.
from what part of the court though?
What you mean? You said on offense, right? On
Yeah,
offense, so we already in the half court.
I said what part. Okay, okay,
Sometime bring the ball up.
okay,
Also help rebound. I mean,
okay.
it at every position pretty much still have to help rebound. Can bring the
Right,
ball up.
right.
I said if he works on his cardio, then he will be a he needs to convert to a small forward. If he's willing to convert on his cardio. Just because you don't like him there doesn't mean he shouldn't try to work on his cardio to be there. Because if you look at his highlights, he is faster at small forward.
Well,
He would be better.
you talking
And I'm
about
talking
PJ
about
getting
PJ.
killed. You talking
I'm
about
talking about
PJ getting
PJ.
killed defensively at power forward. He get
Yes,
extra
he get
killed at
killed.
small forward.
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't. His lateral, Spike is the one that think his lateral is horrible than what I think his lateral movement is. His lateral movement, I think, will help him stay in front of the rest of the small forwards in the league. Spike Leaks was the one who said, "I don't think his lateral is on that,
I need
but
Spike
maybe
Leaks
if he work on
on the
it."
stream, man, to talk some sense into you. I wonder what his take is on this bullshit. I can't believe you said PJ Washington small forward and all his highlights. He is not, man. He's
I
playing power
said
forward, bro.
he need. That's not what I said. Don't stop putting words in my fucking mouth, my dude. I said he will play
Damn,
better.
Gemini.
No, because I hate when people lie on my name, dog. That I'm a street nigga first of all, dog. Don't lie on me. Don't lie on me.
Man,
I
it's a damn
said
stream. Calm
I
the hell down.
said he need to play. If he works on his cardio, he will be better at small forward. He wouldn't get beat as much. He will be a better help defender. If you
Oh
really
my
watch his
god, bro.
highlights, you can dissect his game.
I don't need to dissect this game because I've seen it, man. I've seen what he does. And I've never seen him play like a small forward. He's not setting people up. He's not taking the ball on the dribble like that. He's not bringing the ball up the court. He's not setting up plays. Small forwards do everything on the court, bro. They can do two guard stuff. They can do point guard stuff.
Not,
They can do
not on
power
every
forward
team.
stuff.
Not, wait.
I
Not on
know, I
every
know,
team. Wait,
I
not on
know.
every team because
But he's not okay.
there's some
Okay, listen. Let
teams
me
the
finish my
small
statement.
forward do not even bring the
Gemini, let me
ball
finish.
up,
You've
and
been
they
talking
tell
all
them
this
not to
time.
bring
Let me
the ball
finish
up.
my statement. But he is not playing. He's not defending small forwards like that. He cannot defend. Uh, what's the guy? The other Bridges on the Nets. I forgot his name.
Kel,
He's not defending Mikal Bridges, bro. He's not. Well, actually, he might be able. He might be switch on him, but he's not going to be his man normally. He's not defending. Definitely not defending Kevin Durant. Even in power forward, they might even put him on somebody else that just shoots threes.
Oh, oh,
He's
oh,
not.
oh, oh! Now all of a sudden you want him to guard the small forward on the court
Oh
because
man, come
it's Kevin
on,
Durant.
man. You heard what I said. The point is he's not really taking people off the dribble, man. We got enough. We got people that's playing small forward. We got Gordon Hayward, Brandon Miller, Miles Bridges, sometimes Cody Martin. These are
Wait.
small
Now,
forwards.
now you got me adjusting to the rest of the team when we're talking about this dude. And I said what could be able to do if you work on something that you completely shut down and completely close your mind to. But then now you want me to think of the rest of the team and other players that could do something. That argument doesn't even compute, L. It doesn't. Think about it. I said what somebody can do if he works on something. You say, nah, man, F that. I don't see it. So just take that out your mind. Huh? But now you want me to work. Now you want that. See, now you're really kicking a no panic because now you want me to think of, oh,
Hold up,
oh,
hold up,
oh,
hold up,
Lamelo
hold up,
bringing up the ball.
hold up,
Oh,
Gemini.
Rozier could bring up the ball. Oh,
Don't you
Hayward could
dare.
bring up the ball.
Don't
You
you
kicking a
dare
no
talk about
panic
no
right
damn
now,
no
dog.
panic
And we don't
bullshit.
do that.
When
Me and
you
you
trying
both
to
don't
tell
do
me
that.
Vernon
You
Carey's
kicking a
better
no.
than PJ Washington,
I say at power forward.
don't even try
Yes.
it.
Because PJ Washington gets fucked over, and you and I both knows this.
Bro, Vernon Carey cannot hold a candle to PJ Washington. Nigga, what are you
At
talking
power
about?
forward,
No! I mean, yeah, exactly. Not that power forward center or
at
nothing.
power forward, man, you tripping.
You tripping. Vernon Carey, nigga? What are you talking about?
Okay, well, okay. Since you are literally saying that,
Yes, I'm literally saying that, dog.
I
You know
think
what you're
on
talking about.
behalf of L, I think on behalf of L, with him saying that, I think the next player that the Hornets is going to get, and yes, I said this on behalf of L, that the next player that the Hornets are going to get is going to be Kaminga from the Golden State Warriors.
how they gonna do that? They don't have.
Yeah, well, how
I
they gonna
said on
and
behalf
why
of
and why
L,
you put my
I
on behalf of I? What that got to do with me? That's what
because
you
L really thinks that this man is actually a small ball center.
who
Who who did you
I
say is
think
a
is small
small
ball
ball
center?
center? Who did you say is a small
PJ
ball center?
Washington, yeah. I'm not
Get
just
the
saying that.
flick
The
out of
damn
here.
team
Come
and the
on,
announcers
man.
have said that. What are you
And
talking
and,
about?
and, and he's garbage at center. Even
Oh
at
my
small ball. Even at small ball.
Gemini, do me a favor. Don't watch no fucking Hornets games because you don't know what you're
I,
seeing.
I say he's trash. I'm telling you out my own mouth. I say he's trash as a small ball center. I said it out my own mouth because he's
My
already getting
my
beat
dude,
by power forward,
Gemini, don't
and
watch
and
no
now you
Hornets
want him
games
to
because you
get
don't know what you're
even
watching,
more
nigga.
beat.
What are you
Even
talking
you
about?
you want him to get even more beat
Nah, the other
by
brother.
small ball centers.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. I can't believe you talking about no panic. No panic. I don't know about no basketball, so you don't either. What the hell are you
No,
going
no,
on
you
talking about
you
that, man?
just said. No, I'm going off of what you said. I'm going off of what you said. You said that. So, in other words, you are
What
content with
Murgaard that?
you
Murgaard,
you
you
you, you are
you'll
content with
take his
this
word
man
over
playing
mine.
a small ball center.
You'll take
Eh,
Murgaard. Murgaard, jump on, man. What the hell is going on? You talking about Vernon Carey better than PJ
I
Washington?
said power forward.
PJ Wa-
Yes,
PJ
y'all need a
Washington,
bruiser right now.
PJ
Y'all need
Washington,
a
an all-star
bruiser.
small forward. I mean, damn, nigga, what are you talking about?
Okay, Al. Wait.
I'm
Because
joking.
I
I know you ain't
no,
say
no,
that,
no,
okay?
no, no, no. Because I think L is really getting it misconstrued. If on one instant, Big L and trust me, that's my duty. Even after this live here, I'm gonna be laughing and joking with him tomorrow. So don't take me serious with what I'm saying, Chad. Um, Big L is literally saying if we have enough to run the floor, we don't need a front court, and the front court is one of the problems for Charlotte. And I say put this man at power forward because he is a better help defender. What I've seen this man do in the G League, and he's
Who you talking about?
faster
Vernon
than when
Carey?
than when he was with the Hornets before.
Oh my
He's
God,
faster now.
bro. Stop talking about Vernon Carey, bro. Please. Somebody in the chat, tell this man about Vernon Carey. This nigga need to be overseas. He ain't supposed to be in the league right now, man. He ain't played in no team. You talking about Miles Bridges being off the court for a year. Vernon Carey been off the court for 5 years. He ain't been on the damn when has he been drafted? What was he
What,
drafted? He ain't
what,
been on
what,
the court since he
he,
been drafted, my nigga.
he was with the Jazz last year. He was
He
with the
did he
Jazz
didn't
last
play.
year.
I ain't seen him play one time.
I think he did play one time. I think he did play one time.
Okay,
I
he
ain't gonna
played
lie.
one time.
I think he
But he
did play
deserved
one
to
time.
play solid minutes for the Hornets over PJ Washington
No, they
because
was
he's a
force
better
feeding
health defender.
Kessler.
Help defender.
They was force feeding Kessler and the other
Oh
guy.
my
They wasn't
God,
even
bro.
feeding Edoka, and Edoka played better than both of them.
Oh my God. I mean, Gemini,
Huh? Yes.
Gemini.
Yes.
Stop watching basketball, dog, because you know the fuck you watch.
Man, you tripping.
I can't believe you said Vernon Carey better than PJ fucking Washington. On what planet, bro? What the hell are you talking about, man? He should not be playing on the Hornets. The Hornets got enough issues as it is. And you want to put Vernon Carey
Yep.
on the Hornets?
Y'all need a bruiser at power
He
forward.
worse than Kai Jones, nigga. He can't even move. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God, bro. PJ Washington is fine.
No.
Listen, can we go back to
Testing,
PJ Washington?
testing. I was bringing up as far as the bench having a bruiser. That's why I brought
Oh
this
my
man up.
God. No,
L
man.
is thinking I'm talking about starting that man, which is never what I even alluded to,
Why do we need a
and
bruiser?
that's where he got the line crossed, and that's what I'm really trying to put him on. Right now, they have a problem as far as their backup, as far as their bench, and as far as different schemes.
Okay, real talk, man. I'm gonna say this. So the Hornets have this is okay. Their best power forwards on this team, honestly, are Miles Bridges, PJ Washington, and a way back JT Thor. That's it. Everybody else in the front court are centers, and that's really it, bro. But now Vernon Carey, he's barely a center because he's too short to play center. And he's not fast enough to play power forward. He didn't have any kind of offensive skill set to play power forward. So
He's
to be
6'10".
honest, I know that. I know he's 6'10".
But you
He's
just
a
say
he's
he's
a
short to
chunky
play power
6'10".
forward.
I said he's too short to play center. I said he's not fast enough to play power forward. He doesn't have enough of an offensive skill set to play power forward. To be honest, Vernon Carey, he don't really have a place in the league right now. Because he can't defend centers. And he definitely can't defend power forwards. Vernon Carey, bro, I don't even know what we talk. I don't even know what we talking about this dude.
I didn't watch tape on him, and I
You don't
didn't
watch
watch his
tape on
G
him
League
too.
game. I didn't watch his G League games live.
You don't watch this? Oh, you don't watch tape on him?
Yeah,
Oh, he a baller, huh? You watched all that tape?
at power forward, not center.
Rap
I
God,
I
why you
I,
say that?
I had a problem with him playing center. I had a problem with him playing center. I had a problem when they drafted him at center.
Was he dominating center? Was he dominating at all in G League?
No, they had him playing center. I had a
Bro,
problem with him
listen,
playing
he
center.
don't need to be in the league, man. He's not. I mean, you know what? When Vernon Carey was drafted, I thought he was a solid player. But when I watched him, I
Not
realized,
at
bro,
center.
he's not a power forward either, though. He's definitely not a power forward.
Is it that
He's
he came in too late, like they said about the other guy? I think he played at Duke. That New Orleans drafted. I can't because he ain't in the league no more either. Oh my goodness, his name is on tip of my tongue. His name start with a J. Jaleel Okafor. That's who I'm thinking of.
good reference, Probo. Yep, that's exactly how he was.
No,
Yeah, they said.
Okafor
That's
even
exactly.
made the All Star.
But her point is very valid. But Okafor is a lot bigger than Vernon,
Yeah,
but
They both
they
and a lot
six.
said.
longer too. But
They both 6'10".
Vernon was compared to Okafor when he came into the league, but he's not. He's not as good as Okafor at all. Okafor was actually really good. I
Why
mean,
why Rico playing so much? Don't be talking about that man in this chat.
No. Wait. He brought up JT Thor because L
I'm
brought up
not talking
JT
about
Thor.
JT Thor. I'm talking about the other name he mentioned.
Gilly. Yeah, Gilly. In Toronto, yeah,
but hey,
Gilly.
Rico got a point. Grady Dick is actually good.
Wow.
Oh my bad. I
We
should say
don't
on
say
the
the
stream.
last name with him.
Oh my
We don't
bad.
say that. We don't say his last
Grady
name.
is good. My bad. My
Yeah,
bad.
yeah.
Grady is good. He did
That,
good in the G League.
that
I don't know what they're gonna
that's
do
why
in
you
G
heard
League
me
about
say
his
his
name.
nickname, Gilly.
Oh my bad. My bad. I didn't catch that.
I was trying to hint you to what the nickname is for him, Gilly.
Well, yeah. Gilly did good for the. What are they gonna do in the damn games when they call his name? That's what I want to know.
Yeah,
Bro,
but we don't say it to be respectful.
listen. The
That's it.
the jokes we about to hear are going to be endless.
I'm
Man.
telling you,
It's done with.
It,
Grady,
it, it,
Gilly,
it,
Gilly,
especially with the way they're going to use him.
and pause for real, Gemini. Damn,
Hey, I'm just saying.
they gonna be
Exactly.
using the D.
No, I didn't say the last part. I just said with the
Oh
way they're
my
going to use
God, bro!
him. So
Toronto
Like
Raptors.
I was watching somebody's draft stream, and immediately soon when he got drafted, they went there. I was like, yo, I was up there dying. I'm like, we can't be mature at all.
So what are they gonna put on his jersey? Are they gonna put his
His
last name?
his last name. His last name.
Oh my God,
name-
DICK for 3. DICK takes us to the league. to the to
No,
the to the
no,
lane.
the announcers gonna make a nickname for him quick. They
D
really
I
are.
C D I
They
C
they
K from deep.
they they gonna make a nickname for him quick. I can see that being one of the quickest nicknames the NBA ever make.
DICK
World record.
is on
Yeah.
fire.
Yeah, like I can see them coming with a nickname for
D-
him very quick.
DICK is wet.
Mm-mm. And you know he in 2K. That
What you say?
oh my God. 2K automatically got a nickname for him. I already know because it's kids that play that game. Come on now.
Yep,
Right,
yep. They
right.
I'll be like,
they
what?
they
Who are you talking to?
yep. They gonna
Like,
make a nickname for him. That's gonna be the world record of nicknames right there, boy. That's gonna be the world record of nicknames.
yeah,
I'm
I
trying to
agree,
tell you.
Jessica. They might use his first name. Yeah, they're gonna
No,
have.
I think
DICK takes it
I,
strong to the basket.
yeah, I think they're gonna have a nickname, boy.
Oh my god. Oh
That's
no. I ain't thought about that. I'm trying to remember when they said his name in the summer league. I think they did.
They did. They did.
Oh man, that's crazy. There was another guy that had a weird name too. A big center, black guy. His name was Cock, but it was the last part of the name was Cock, but the first part was something I forgot. It was his last name. He had I can't remember the
No,
name.
not Taco Falls. No, Rap God. Not Taco Falls.
Mm mm. Oh, he
CWE. Why you bring that up again?
convenient name the Combut. What
Yep. 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 The Golden State
is that? What
announcer
they
gave
is
him
that?
that.
What they name him?
The Golden State announcer
Oh man,
gave him that nickname.
these
Yep.
some foolish people out here, boy. They
For
tripping,
being
man.
Yep.
They tripping. Oh my god, I'm trying to think, but with the the Rico DICK with the nasty face.
Yep. 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 That no hell, you laughing? That happened at Summer League though. That happened at Summer League.
Oh my god.
That happened
Oh,
at Summer League. You
He
oh
like
laughing?
my
That happened at Summer
god,
League.
bro.
That literally happened at Summer
Oh
League.
my god, bro.
When
That's
they
too
was
much.
talking about his shot, when they was talking about his shot, that happened like about 2 to 3 times in Summer League, Doc.
Man, he gonna have everybody uncomfortable.
right.
Oh my
The
god, bro.
crowd,
This is
because
a
you
trip.
can't filter a sports crowd. They off the chain.
He gonna have everybody uncomfortable.
Imagine when you want him to come into the game, bro. I just can't do it.
He need to legally get his name changed. What the hell?
No, no, his mama named him that.
He got a messed up
You
last
gotta
name
call
and a
him that.
messed up first name, to be honest. Grady? His nigga name Grady. From Sanford and the Son.
She wanted him to get a job.
Yep.
I'm glad he played basketball because
Well,
I
I mean, no comment on the job situation. It might not matter about that. But but as far as this fool's name, bro, wow. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, that's the
I
truth.
mean,
Man, no,
Scoot is decent. I call
what?
somebody Scoot all day. Like,
Well,
dang.
no, the one dude who they banned from the NBA because of his last name, because it sounds like it 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 sound like a p word, but his last name was actually with the o with shoot. what was that dude name? I still remember David Stern banning that dude.
Okay, I just found it. Oh, so the guy I was talking about with the COCK name is they they pronounce it Co, but it's Coffee Coburn. He was a
Yeah, but
big center. He had a weird name too.
yeah, but David Stern banned a dude named that sound like you was talking about a woman. He banded the dude in
Oh
college
my
and,
god!
and let him know, hey man, you will not make it in the NBA.
Just because his name was he good?
He was decent. He really was decent.
Man, you can at least change these fools' names by
Man,
law. I
yeah,
mean, come on,
but
man. Don't
but
ban him from the NBA because he got a weird name.
no, that name sound like you was talking about a woman. That's all I'm saying.
Oh
But
man.
really, Rico, Rap God, why you say you don't think the 2024 draft class is gonna be as good as last year?
What next year draft?
Yeah, yeah, I think you did say that. Oh my god.
No, this year draft. uh, I think we'll have kind of more bust in it if people keep trying to play out of position than next year.
Who you think gonna be a bust, man? Because I mean, these guys pretty good. I mean, even though y'all crap on Brandon, he actually did okay. I mean,
I
he
don't
just
wait. I don't crap on Brandon.
okay.
That's
Listen,
you, Spike Lee, and Pope.
I get it,
That's
bro.
you, Spike Lee, and Pope.
You know
That,
what I mean. I know you ain't crap on Brandon. I'm just saying people did crap on him, especially Pope ass. But
no, I think Charlotte need to use him like Reggie Miller, like that type of offense with him. If they
yeah, I
use
can see
that
that.
type of offense with him, I think he will have a stellar NBA career.
But they probably gonna have to mix up his ability to handle the rock too, though, because you know he can pass and handle the rock.
But I'm not putting him at power forward like what y'all keep trying to do. I'm not
I'm
doing
not.
that.
I didn't say put him at power forward. I said he can play power forward, but you
I
shouldn't put him there though.
I, I don't think he can play power forward.
I don't know. That's debatable because he's a good shot blocker. He's a good rebounder. So I mean, but I'm just saying, like other for the draft that he was in, Scoot. You know, if he turns out good, you know that's good. Wimbenyama, uh, everybody in the top 10, to be honest, might turn out pretty good. So, but I'm
Actually,
trying to think who else is on the 2024 other than because I don't even think Cooper Flag is on being 2024.
no, Cooper Flag gonna be just getting to college.
Right. So who's in the 2024? I can't even think. Hold on. I'm gonna look up that real quick. NBA draft, mock draft 2024.
In fact, hold
2024.
on. Cooper Flag is a senior this year. I think he's a senior.
Yeah, he has to be out. He has to be out a year before he can get to the NBA. So yeah, you're right. He won't be in the next year's draft at all. He has to be out a year first.
Yeah. But even in the NBA, he's not gonna play shooting guard.
Who said that? Who said that?
Well, who said he won't play shooting guard in the NBA?
No, who
No,
said
who y'all talking?
he? We talking about Cooper Flag.
I,
Yeah.
I I got a weird feeling about that man. Like,
Uh
well,
oh,
What you
purple.
mean?
What you think wrong with him?
I, I like it's. I don't want to say he's not that good, but I want to.
Oh my
I
god.
think. I think it's hype. Like, think about the last time we seen Luca, but still, like, come on, bro. Like he. I'm gonna let it go.
This is the
No, I
this
said purple.
this is the first time in years that I'll say it for I'll go on the record. This the first time in years we didn't seen a white boy stateside that could actually play. Goddamn it! And literally, he's playing out of position because he's taller than the guys that were guarding.
Like
Well,
I'm just
what's
saying, I'm not wishing on nobody's downfall, but he better be the amount of promo. Shout out to Ballers Life and all of them that I didn't seen them push overtime. All of them, that man better be that good, dog. Like I'm trying to tell you.
He's not gonna be shooting, but he's not gonna be a shooting guard in the NBA. Purple. He is not.
but who said that? Jimmy, you keep saying that. Who said that?
Because that on Baller Life, that is what they're like talking about him continuously doing, like going through high school as shooting guard, then going to the college as shooting guard.
Oh,
That
that's all I
that's
want you to
what they're
say.
talking about.
Well, I mean, they saying that, but to be honest, he did. I'm sure he can do that in high school because everybody plays every position that's really good in high school. He can play center, probably to all the way to the point guard in high school because it's high school. But when you get to the college, that's where he'll. Well, no, when you get to the NBA, that's when you really pick a position. He's probably a small forward
Yeah,
because
Yeah, I was thinking.
that can play power forward. That's what I'm thinking because the way he
Now I don't
blocks
they're
know.
shots.
just using them for the fast breaks, right? As of right now, they're really just using them for fast breaks.
How old is he?
I don't know.
Se-
Like
I didn't see highlights one
16
time.
just made 17. Like 16 just made
Uh,
17. He should be a senior this upcoming school year.
Well, I mean, he looked
but I,
pretty good, and the only reason I think he looked good because he plays tough. To be
like I
honest,
like the way he played. It's just I'm like, okay, this man better be because I'm trying to tell you.
well, listen. The only reason I really liked him is, like I said, is because he played tough. And he's like rugged. He's actually rugged as a player. I mean, he's not just shooting and stuff. He's actually going in and ramming on people, dunking on folks, and
Right.
then and
Like
blocking shots left and right. I mean,
he's real
that's
good.
notable because that don't really happen like that. I mean, now Zion was doing that. Those
Right.
type of players, that's
But
you
if
know,
I'm correct, Flight probably not even here. I think Carmelo's son, him and Carmelo's son gonna come out around the same time then, because I think his son is like 16. I
Yes.
think.
oh I'm glad you remind me. So
Yep.
LeBron's son might be in this upcoming draft.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah, LeBron's
Okay,
son
so
might be in this draft.
Ronnie's coming up. What's the other one's name? Uh,
Yeah, I can't remember them.
Bryce. You talking about
Bryce.
Bryce?
What year?
Right.
Right?
Bryce.
Bryce.
Bryce got that. Bryce should be a junior this upcoming year.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. So
what's Bryce's
that.
last name?
Huh?
James.
Yeah,
Huh?
Bryce
James.
James.
Bryce. Okay, yeah. I heard him. Yeah.
He's 6'6", but he still have one
Time to grow.
more like 2 more years because he still have he in fact he just transferred schools.
Right. I forgot who he playing with, but I know Carlos Boozer. They said he got twins. I'm not sure how old they are because I've been seeing them a lot too.
Okay, so I got the list. I got the
Flash.
2024 mock draft.
Okay.
Aaron Bradshaw. I don't know who that is. I don't know nothing about these players.
That's the
Tyrese.
quarterback son.
Oh, okay. Tyrese Proctor. Aaron Bradshaw is 210 pounds at 7 foot, so you got to gain some weight. Uh, Stephon Castle. Never heard of him. I think I heard of Trayvon Brazil.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Okay, Trayvon Brazil. I heard of. That's really. Hold up. I think Khalil Ware. I think I heard of him
Yeah, he switched. What school is he going to? Does it
in
say?
Indiana.
Oh, he went to India. Okay.
Yeah, Indiana. Uh, Ron Holland. Never heard of him.
I've heard of
He's
him,
he's
but
actually he's actually in the G League right now. Ron Holland.
yeah, that's probably why I heard of him because of the G League thing.
Now they're not talking about LeBron's son. I don't see him nowhere in this list.
No, but he's not on that list mainly because of what just happened to him.
What just happened?
He had cardiac arrest during the national team practice.
Oh
Did you hear
wow.
about the young
But
man that
but but
passed?
but he should be able to have treatments and still have a healthy NBA career.
Right. Did y'all hear about the other young man that passed? That was committed to North Carolina, I think. I
No.
Williams, Caleb Williams, or something like that.
I
But
Yeah,
did
I
he
hear
never
passed.
heard of him.
some that I heard something about a player, but I didn't really take the time to see what happened to him. No,
I think I got the school wrong, but he was supposed to come out in 2024, I think. And I don't know how he passed, but they said, you know how the story started off with
right, right,
Bronny
right.
was working out and everything, and same thing happened. I'm worried because I'm like, what's going on with these? This is not good. Like, what's going on? These guys passing out at practice and stuff like that. That's scary.
I can't
No,
find what you're talking about.
well,
Look, I can
but
find it.
purple,
What's
just like football,
uh-huh.
you could easily have a off rhythm beat because you have to think about it. Your body, just with your body clashing onto something,
Mm-hmm.
it, uh, inanimate object or a person that knocks your heart off a rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
So that could have happened to him on a pick. That like some people get stingers. Some people it can honestly knock their heart out of rhythm. Like literally, I remember I hit somebody and I didn't mean to hurt them, but I literally knocked them out the game. Because the heart seismic rhythm was off.
Mm.
Mm-mm-mm. I'm trying to find it for you, Al. Dang, they tweet so much because I remember seeing it, and I'm like, damn, like what the hell? Sports Center tweet a lot of posts today. I see.
Oh, it's another guy that I've watched. I don't know why people don't like him, but he's 7 foot 230, power
Mm-hmm.
forward at Duke. Cal Filipowski. He's good. I thought he was
He,
pretty good.
oh, he
No, a
must.
lot of
He
us
went
don't
back.
trust Duke players. A lot of
Yeah,
us just don't trust Duke players as far as health wise.
He
A
yeah.
went
lot of
back to
them,
school, Big Al, or he in the NBA.
What'd you say,
no,
Purple?
no, he's coming out next year, bro.
Oh, okay, because I
Well,
heard he was.
he could have came out last year because he
Yes, he
got
could have
pretty.
came out last year, but it was him and the guy from Kentucky that the NCAA was really trying to keep. So
Who you
that's
talking
why
about? Grady Gilly?
no, the the dude from for Kentucky, the center slash power forward, he was able to come back. The NCAA allowed him to come back because he fell under the new rules of the NIL deals. So they allowed him to come back, even though his name wasn't called. He gets to go back to Kentucky and re-put his name back in the NBA draft next year.
You're not talking about Aaron Bradshaw, are you?
No. It's black guy, Nigerian,
Uh,
with Kentucky.
oh yeah, I don't know. I don't see him in this draft. He not in the draft. Um, but yeah, another guy that's coming out that might be interesting to see is a guy y'all might know about, DJ Wagner. His father was a baller. You know, he played in the league. His father, Dewan Wagner, played in the league for the Cavaliers. Y'all heard of Dewan Wagner?
I heard of him, but I don't know if it. I will have to look at the new draft class because I don't follow college at
No,
all.
no, 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 no. Dewan is the father. I'm talking about Dewan Wagner, the father. His son is DJ Wagner, but his father played in the league, played for the Cavaliers. But I mean, have you heard of him before? Dewan Wagner.
Wasn't that the dude who played with that was going out the league when LeBron was coming in?
Pretty much, yeah. But Dewan was talked about a whole lot. He was in what's the old magazine that was, yeah, y'all probably don't remember it. I forgot
Sports
the name.
Illustrated.
No, no, no. It
No,
was
no,
like,
he talking about a sports magazine,
yeah,
Yeah,
but no,
Sports.
yeah, I'm not talking about Sports Illustrated, Dex.
not Sports
You been
Illustrated.
online, Dex?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
been
I'm
there.
listening to y'all yapping.
Yeah, he
Oh,
been there.
okay. You remember Dewan Wagner?
Of course,
There
out of
you go.
Memphis.
Right.
Al, I got that player that I was telling you about. His
Who's
name
that?
was Caleb White. I did have the school out wrong, but his name was White. He recently passed.
Yeah, because
Wow.
Caleb Williams played with USC. He's a quarterback, Heisman Trophy winner.
Right. That's what
Yeah,
I was thinking when she said. I was like, no, that ain't no Caleb. What? It was Alabama. Yeah,
my fault.
Alabama.
The first name was right. I just forgot the last name.
Right. Right.
Yeah, but I hope all these players are well, whatever is going on because I don't like that. Like I'm just like that's and then it's been extremely hot this summer too. Like nah
Hey,
this
hey, Republicans say global warming is a lie, so you got to keep going with that lie.
And going back to Wagner, his son played with Bronny and Bryce,
Oh, did
and
he?
when they played overseas in that
Oh,
tournament, they didn't win though. But
okay.
Really?
yeah, but DJ played really well.
Oh, okay. DJ Wagner.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
that's I heard of him then.
yeah. DJ. Yeah, his father though was a baller. He just was the Cavs at the wrong time. He wasn't there when LeBron was there, but he
And
was
then
a
I'm
baller.
to see how good Derrick Rose son gonna be, but I think his son is like maybe between the age of like I think he might be older than 10, but maybe not older than like 13 or 14. I don't think he that old. But
Oh yeah, he gonna be. It's gonna
it
be a
looked
lot
like
for
he's
him
gonna
to play.
be the same height as his dad, around 6'3", maybe. I don't think he's gonna be that tall.
Oh, all right, well, but yeah, I see what you're talking about. Caleb White from Alabama. So he was getting recruited by UNC. You said though.
No, I said I had the school wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. All right. Well, yeah.
I was like,
Yeah, that's sad.
I think I don't know how many weeks after it happened. Like once we found out the news about Ronnie and stuff, and then I seen that, I was like, "What?" It made me sit up on the side of it. I'm like, "What's going on, dog?"
Of course, Alabama was going to cover that up. They cover up a lot with Alabama.
Yeah. Well. Uh Dex,
Out.
you gonna carry the show now? I'm about to
Did
go.
they?
I bet,
Yeah,
bet.
yeah, you get yeah. Because I'm finna talk bad about the Charlotte Hornets. Yeah, get up, yeah, carry
Oh,
your
hold
ass.
up, hold up, Dex. Hold
No,
up, hold
Al,
up.
no, Al.
I couldn't
Okay.
wait for you to get tired and get out.
Oh,
Dex,
I ain't leaving now, man. Go ahead and talk your talk.
no, Dex. You can't say nothing negative that we've already said. So no, he
I
ain't
don't
got
know if
nothing.
you're gonna say it the way I say
Did you hear? Did you hear our early discussions, Dex?
it. Nope.
Man,
When did you get on? What is the last thing you heard, Dex?
The
Us
last thing I
arguing.
heard was you guys talking about Bronny.
He-
Oh yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's not the crazy part. I need Jim and I.
Dex, Dex.
Don't you do it?
He
Let
is
me ask the
upset.
question,
No, no.
Gemini.
He
Let
is
me talk.
upset
Let me
because
say it.
I said
Oh my
put
God.
Carey at power forward, and I think he will play better. The old center for Duke, I think he would do better at power forward
Oh my
rather than at
God.
center. And that's the
Lord
part
Jesus.
where he
Dex,
disagreed.
did you just hear that?
You talking about Vernon Carey?
Yes.
Yes.
But he's no longer a member of the Charlotte Hornets.
Yeah, yeah.
So how did he come into the equation? Are you comparing it to Nick Richards or PJ Washington?
No, no, no. I said
Yeah,
they
he
need a
compared him to
bruiser
PJ
power
Washington.
forward. I said they need a bruiser power forward, and right now they do not have it. With which I also
Oh
said
my
that
God.
if PJ works on his cardio, I think
Don't
he would
shoot.
do
Don't
better
try.
at small
Don't
forward.
try to switch. He
So
trying to go to the PJ
those
argument.
are the two.
No,
Those are
no,
the two players.
Gemini.
Those are the two players.
Don't even try.
No, no, hold on. Those are the two players
He
I
don't
said would
understand what
help
you trying to say about Vernon
solve
Carey.
the position.
He don't
At,
understand it.
one would help in the front court, and one will actually be at his natural position. But L then didn't like when Purple brought up the metric of the
Oh,
NBA, and he literally said that, man, I want to know what lineup was that. And I said, Big L, they don't
oh
show the
my God.
metric, they only show the minutes. And he
Dex,
was like, but no, I want to know who was on the
Jim,
court with him. I said, dog, they don't show that with that. Then he called me a lie. Then Purple was a lie, but Purple read the percentage of how many minutes he played at one position, but then
she
um
read it wrong.
she
You
read the
tell her
position wrong,
she read
and
it
she
wrong.
admitted to she read the position the position wrong, and then Big L got mad at her again, and then we went back on the Runner Carroll situation, and then that's how we wind up where we at now. And I still love him like a play cousin.
Gemini did not explain that well. Dex.
The hell you preach. Run
Gemini,
back that tape.
I
Run
need you
back
to
that
give
tape.
your.
Run back that tape.
I hope,
Run back that goddamn tape.
Dex, I need you to give your evaluation of the fact that Gemini said Vernon Carey is a better power forward than PJ Washington.
I
Instead
did
of
not say
signing PJ
better.
Washington, they should sign Vernon Carey
I did not say that.
over
I did
PJ
not say that.
Washington. Yes, he did.
And
Yes,
that's where
he
you put
did.
no, and that's where you
Yes, you
lying on my
did.
name.
Yes, you
That's where
did,
you lying on my
Gemini.
name.
Purple,
No, because
purple.
Dex will be the first one to tell you that I've been the one. If y'all
Dex,
bring PJ back, where y'all gonna put him was my original
Dex
question.
scared to talk
Now
because you know I'm gonna
since
chew him out too
he is
if he
no,
says some
no, wait, wait,
bullshit.
wait, 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 because now since he's paid, now you got to justify starting
Dex,
Miles
where
over
you
him.
at, man?
He listening.
I'm
He
Yeah,
listening.
listening.
let's.
Something that you ain't doing.
I ain't gonna
Cause,
do no bullshit if
no,
Gemini
no,
said crap like that. You right. I'm
because
not gonna.
now you have to justify um benching PJ and starting Miles when Miles is on a prove me contract and
Nope.
PJ just got paid
We gonna settle this
48 mil.
we gonna settle this Vernon Carey argument first. Listen, Dex, what is your take on Vernon Carey being suggested by Gemini to start over PJ
I
Washington?
didn't say start. Don't lie on me. I never said start. I say y'all need a bruiser and power forward, and I think he would solve that. That is what I said, bro.
I swear to God,
Don't
you
lie
said
on me. I did
okay.
not
You
say
didn't say
start.
star. You didn't say star, but you did say he need to be signed instead of PJ Washington.
No, I did not say that. I've always
My
You
advocated
did.
my
for
question
PJ.
my question to the conversation is Vernon Carey available for his
Yes,
name
he
to pop
is.
up?
Who cares,
Yes.
Dex?
Okay.
Who cares?
Well, I mean,
He just don't like the name.
he had a stint with Charlotte, and Vernon Carey was dominating the G League, and a lot of the high was concerned that
Oh my
why in the hell
God.
is this man in the G League if he's dominating? Why he's not up
Yep.
on the roster where Charlotte Hornet needs that void to be filled at the center position because Cody Zeller just wasn't getting it done. And we saw signs of Cody Zeller as well as Bismack Biyombo deteriorating right before our eyes. And so here you have Vernon Carey, a young Duke player who has been schooled by Coach K, North Carolina family, and why this guy is not playing for the state team
Gemini, that's
and
not a
the
discussion.
Charlotte
Dex,
Hornet
Dex, that's
No,
not a
organization.
discussion though, man.
No, no,
That's
no. That the
we.
reason why I bought no, Dexter's right because the reason why I brought up his name because the young man had another good year in the G League because that's where he's been at, Big L.
But that's the G League, and also he plays center though. The
I
Gemini.
say he will be better at power forward.
Oh my!
Listen to the words that I said though, bruh. I said change him from center, put him at power forward. I think he would play better,
Dex, do you agree with
and
that?
he would solve the problem that y'all need at the
Dex,
power forward position of being
Dex,
a bruiser. He would solve
You're
that.
not giving
Gemini.
me a chance to agree or disagree because you have to allow him to continue to elaborate his point.
He just did. You heard what he
No,
said.
you was talking all over me, but
Oh
it
my
doesn't
God,
matter
bro!
because you're close minded to it anyway. So
I sure the hell am.
it really doesn't matter, Dex, because
No, it does matter. He
when you talk when when you literally talk about certain players being in the wrong position where they could possibly play better, just like a lot of other NBA fans they certain people get closed minded to that player could be better at another position. And if you want to be closed minded to it, that's fine. But a lot of players within the NBA, even this year, this past season, are playing out of position they need to be at another position, and they would have a longer stint and healthier NBA career. But because we just look at them and look at dimensions and say, oh, well, they need to be here and they need to be here, and oh no, he works here, he doesn't work there. Not all the time that's viable, bro. And that's what I'm really trying to educate you on.
And and another
okay, Dex.
and another thing is that the reason why Vernon Carey, according to my observation, is not with the organization because he had strong leadership in his agency in his agent, and they saw it best fit that he removes himself and separate himself from the organization because they was basically, in so many words, accusing the organization of stunting his growth.
Yes.
And when you look at those who came through the G League for the Charlotte Hornets, the only person that actually came through that did something significant in the G League was Devontae Graham. All other that has been in the G League since I've been watching Charlotte Hornets have just been going up and down, back and forth like Jacob's ladder. And
Yep.
not too much development has been secured with these players. It seemed like Michael Jordan was fighting inertia and getting these players developed and nurtured within the organization because he got them good, he got them cheap, but it seemed like for some reason, I don't know, maybe it's me, that when he seen that it's a possibility that he might have to pay this guy, then he ships him off
Yep.
before he gets to that point where you know they can negotiate something strong for the young man to move forward within that organization. If they could have got away with screwing over Lamelo, they probably would have, but they just couldn't. The fanfare was just too much
Up in
for them
arms.
to try to screw over him. So,
Yeah,
but
and I agree with that, Dex, and because the year that Clifford was picked as the coach, before that they was considering the guy at the Warriors. What was his name? I forgot his name. I keep forgetting it.
Talking about
But
Kerr.
no, his assistant coach.
Kenny Atkinson.
Yeah, Kenny Atkinson. They were considering not drafting, but hiring Kenny Atkinson. But
Actually, they
apparently,
did hire him. They didn't consider. They hired him.
oh,
He
they sure
he
did. My bad,
reneged.
my bad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he reneged.
yeah, because they went cheap and they didn't want to give him his own staff. They wanted to keep their cheaper staff basically, and Kenny wanted to hire his own staff. So
Yeah, it was
that
just
was
too
the
much
issue.
newness. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It was too much newness, and the old regime under Michael Jordan, they just wanted to run the mill and, and
Right.
and and keep it within their scope and their growth. Because when you bring on too much newness, this newness is going to push, and they're going to push to be great because they're trying to make their name
Right.
and plant their flag within an organization, and that's
Exactly.
something that I think Mike might have been against to some degree. And I
Yeah,
think
I mean,
LaMelo just spearheaded it, and he just couldn't get around LaMelo. And this is why he put out the statement um, officially that LaMelo had exceeded all expectations, and that the path to winning has been uh, expedited, basically. What Mike had put
well,
out,
well,
and
well,
it seemed like he kind of put it out with some sternness and some hesitation that he didn't want to move too fast too soon, knowing
well,
that he wasn't going to win a championship no time soon, and he didn't
well,
want to
yeah,
try to incur a lot of players who get a lot of numbers and get a lot of wins and have something to negotiate against his purse strings.
right. Well, I hope that's changing. Because at this point we got a new management. So basically, we don't know how they're gonna manage the team, but it looks
Well,
good because they paid PJ, they
hold
paid
on,
Lamelo.
you're moving too fast. You said you don't know how they're going to manage the team. Well, if it stands true, Big Al, they just signed under the new management. If this wasn't tethered to Michael Jordan's exit, Frankie Cigarettes, right? Old
Mm-hmm.
Frankie baby, and R.J. Hunter, and then they made their big explosion in Greensboro by announcing a few days ago Trey Scott agreed to Exhibit 10 contract.
Trey
So
Scott.
thank you, and you a Hornets fan. Thank you. So I mean, he played in the NBA a little bit with Cleveland during the COVID swarm that took over the NBA, and they had to go into the emergency mode, and so they're bringing up a lot of players to extend on the roster. And I mean, he's a 6'8" forward. He played pretty good for the swarm, but that's the swarm. You know what I'm saying? And he was undrafted out of Cincinnati back in the day, and he played overseas. So since they didn't win Binyama sweepstakes, I guess Mike said I got to have something from France on my team, or that played in France on my team.
Trey Scott from France.
Well, I don't think he's from France, but he played in France.
He played in
Oh,
that French league.
oh,
hmm
French. Oh, okay, okay.
So Mike wanted something, some type of remnants of France on his team, so he can say, at least I didn't lose out on the Frenchie market. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm looking for Jello, and I keep seeing these oddballs keep popping up on the screen because you don't pay your marksman, your band leader, your floor general, $260 million, and his brother have shown some spark of good play, and you give him 2 seasons,
I
but
might jump off the
you ain't
stream.
give him a third. So something's going on there. Either Jello don't want to be there, or Charlotte don't want him
He
there.
tried out for another team, Dex. He tried out for another.
Did he, Gemini?
Yeah,
Who he's trying out for? Who he tried out for?
Well, I don't know. I don't have that information, but I'm saying, why is he have to try out for another team if that's the case? You understand what I'm
I
saying?
said it was Chicago.
I don't know about that. Nah, I would have known. I would have heard about that.
Nah, he really did. He tried out for another G League team.
Well, I don't know how well his ankle is just as of yet to be out here trying out for teams. I don't think he's going to go that route again, trying to rush himself back if he's not ready to be at his peak performance. So I don't know about that. But what I'm saying is, if he's healthy enough to try out for another team, then he should be healthy enough to assist his brother, who just got 260 million. And I'm quite sure his brother will enjoy his company on his road to greatness. So that right there is kind of mind-boggling in itself, that I'm seeing these other cats pop up, ain't did much, and they're getting signed and getting announced like they the next thing coming.
I,
Well,
you know me. I don't touch that subject. So
I'm about to take the Gemini stand because I'm not. I don't feel like I didn't argue enough on this damn stream. I ain't trying to argue no more. I'm good. Hey, what was I gonna say?
Mm,
So, Frank Frankie cigarettes. I'm not saying he's anything special, but I'm trying to understand their conclusion on him. I think it's a matter of him being a defender or something like that, because that's what they talked about.
I mean, listen, there's no rush to sign Frankie. That's all I'm saying. There's no rush to sign RJ Hunter. And for them to be announcing it so boldly and proudly, like these items is going to push them over the hump to get them into a real playoff scenario, not no play-in, a real playoff scenario, then I don't see the need to have these individuals even a part of your roster. That's the only thing I'm saying. Now,
Yeah, I don't
if
see
you
RJ Hunter playing. I do see Frankie playing though. Nina Keeler.
Hmm?
I see
Hmm?
him playing.
Hmm?
Only reason is because they trying to get, which I don't know why they ain't re-signed Dennis Smith Jr. But
Hmm?
they trying to make him, they trying to, because he's supposed to be a good defender. That's what they probably doing with him. At least that's what they trying
well,
to do.
they had to pay Dennis, right? Dennis the Menace. They had to pay him more than what they was paying him last season. And that's where I have a problem with Michael Jordan and his executive decision making. Because this guy already showed that he can fit alongside Lamelo. This guy
Oh
already
yeah, oh
showed
yeah.
this guy already showed
I
that
agree.
he had the heart of a bullfighter. This guy was showing that he wants to act right this go around to be
But
able
Dex,
to be a part of a franchise and be an impactful part of a franchise and didn't mind coming off the bench. He relished in that role coming off the
yeah,
bench.
I agree. And I mean, but now I'm trying to think if I heard right, but apparently the net, I don't know. I don't know if they offered him anything, but I don't know. I don't know what happened, but yeah, I agree with you. He should have been re-signed by the Hornets. Most people I've heard that Hornets fans agree with that. So you're right.
Because if you come in, see, this is why I thought that they was going to get Scoot Henderson, not
Uh
to
oh.
initiate,
Uh
not
oh.
to initiate any Scoot Henderson trauma.
Uh
But if
oh.
you get rid of Dennis Smith, right,
Uh oh.
and you know the upcoming draft that this person is going to be available, and he is a neighbor to Charlotte, right? He's a Georgia kid. He's a native to Charlotte, and so if you know this is going to be available, okay, you can move on from Dennis because now I got a rookie coming in that I'm going to have for 5 years to
Hmm.
be with
But Dex,
Melo moving forward.
you
Okay, let me
not gonna
finish.
play no
Let me
damn
finish. Hold
Scoot
on. Let me
as no
finish.
Dennis Smith.
Let
Go
me
ahead.
finish, please.
Oh my God,
Please.
Dex.
You have a
Oh
you have a
my God.
bad habit of rudely
Whatever, Dex.
interrupting
Oh,
good information. Now, if I was talking bullshit, you would just let me carry on.
you are talking bullshit. Carry on.
So, so the thing of it is, it seemed like that scenario was grand to, integrate Scoot into that roster, that structure, that construct. So now that didn't happen. So they get Brandon Miller. Cool. I'm with that. I'm not anti Brandon
No,
Miller. That's
you're
the one
not.
thing
You're not with Brandon Miller. Don't try
I'm
it.
just you heard it from the horse's mouth. So why would you dispute it? I'm telling you, I'm not anti, but I'm
But
just
you
looking at
right.
the scenario and how the landscape have shifted based on, I'm talking Charlotte Hornets, based on them parting ways with Dennis Smith over maybe a few $100,000. Because Dennis Smith didn't get no hell of a contract now.
Right. I
Charlotte could
agree.
afford that. So so my thing is that you already had that. So you already had that connection there. You already had that you don't need to bring in no Frankie cigarettes. You don't need to do that if you already had Dennis because they both probably got
Hold up, Dex.
something similar.
CWE, I need you to come on the stream and say that with your chest. Brandon Miller will be a bust. Say it with your chest, CWE. Come on the stream, please. Oh,
So since that scenario was laid out, you thought the Scoot Henderson was a roadmap to run down the yellow brick road to the high. But nevertheless, it didn't happen. But now Mike has to double back, and now he has to sew up that void. And this is how you get the Frank be a part of that. So that's one thing that I was saying. Now, all these other guys, okay, you got JaVale McGee out there, right? You know Mark Williams your cornerstone. JaVale McGee is a three-time champion, or right? Is he three-time champion?
2 time.
Yeah, he's three-time
Oh,
champion. Two with the Golden State, one with the
yeah,
Lakers.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 2.
No, he's three. Two with Golden State, one with the Lakers.
Okay, yeah, 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 yeah.
So you have JaVale McGee out there, and I don't think he's that expensive. And I think he could be a good mentor for Mark Williams coming off of the bench, because JaVale's not making no waves. That's something he ain't going to do. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to make no waves. But he can help anchor off the bench defense. I mean, I think he played better defense than Nick Richards. So eventually they got a Nick Richards problem, right?
So JaVale is a free agent? I didn't know he was a free agent.
No, he's about to get released from Dallas. They hinting at it because they just got the Duke.
No, he's on the waiver wire. He's on the waiver wire.
They put him on that today then?
Not today. I think that's been at least a couple of weeks ago. No, 2 days ago. 2 days ago. It was about 2 days ago.
Okay, because
Yeah, it wasn't today. I know it's not today.
yeah, because last time we checked as Lakers fans, he wasn't released yet because Cuban was still trying to be goofy and trying to get us to do a sign and trade for him.
Now listen to this. Now the Charlotte Hornets right now they have all 15 roster spots filled headed into training camp, right? But they still have Kobe Simons and JT Thor are on non-guaranteed deals. So how can JT Thor be on a non-guaranteed deal and didn't play in the summer league? That's baffling. Allowing the front office some flexibility if they upgrade the roster ahead of the new season. And listen, Mitchie can identify a can't miss prospect. It's likely that Simmons and Thor would be part of the roster when the NBA season begins. However, Charlotte is genuinely serious about making a push for the playoffs. Really? Stop the bull. That's the bullshit. See, that's what they feed their fans. How can you be genuinely serious about making a push for the playoff with Frankie, RJ Hunter, and now you look like you're going to have Kobe and JT Thor on deals, and then you bringing up the Trey Scotts and names that you never really heard of. They never made an impact. I mean, come on, man. See, that's the stuff they feed you guys down there, grits and fish. And bullshit.
Okay, but Dex, Big L say he's willing to eat them grits, especially if you throw some perch on
Hey,
it.
don't put words in my mouth.
He said he
Gemini.
eat them grits.
Hey, don't put words in my mouth, Gemini. Just because
But what you think about JaVale though? But okay, this is what you think about JaVale, Big Al, as a Hornets fan. Are you familiar with him enough to speak on it, or are you not?
Yeah, I'm familiar with JaVale McGee.
Okay, what you think about him?
I mean, yeah, he's a better defender, I think, than but he's sort of goofy. But yeah, I think he's over that now. But he's a better defender than Nick Richards. But does he want to? I don't know, man.
He will play wherever they pay him. What you mean? Do he want? He don't have leverage like that.
Nope.
But listen, don't you think that if the Charlotte Hornets need to fill that void of lack of leadership in the restricted area, a lack of veteran appearance in that, don't you think JaVale McGee would be a nice veteran insurance piece for Nick Richards and Mark Williams? Because they can keep both.
He don't like that.
I didn't say I ain't like that, Jimmy. Don't try that. Don't be doing me like you say I do you now. Don't do that. Don't feed me that bullshit. Listen. So I feel like JaVale. Yeah, I mean that. I mean.
I hear you, Chris.
Until you mentioned, I ain't never thought about no JaVale McGee. To be honest, I'll be honest. But
Gemini brought him up. He brought him up like about a month ago, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that. Him and I brought him up about a month ago.
Well, if he, but my only thing is they probably don't want to get him because he's gonna cost money. They don't want to spend money because
He's not coming that expensive because his production don't warrant him to
Equate to
be
how do you
that.
paid
how do
high.
you how do you know that though
He
for
he
sure?
gonna get
No,
like he could get a
no,
veteran minimum.
yeah, it doesn't equate to that.
You
And
sure he's
and
gonna
right
want
now,
to get a
every
veteran minimum?
Big L, only every organization damn near around the NBA right now, and I do say damn near, only have the veteran minimum left, pimp. That's all everybody got left.
Well, I mean, okay, but
Houston, Houston, and OKC are the only other two, but OKC is running into a problem because they gotta release a whole bunch of young players.
y'all speaking for JaVale McGee like you know what he wants. Like he wants to come to
No,
Charlotte. First of
that's
all,
all that's
you know he
out
wants a
there.
veteran minimum, and you know
He would love to
this.
come and play under a Lamelo Ball led offense.
You know that for sure.
Of course, I don't know that for sure. I'm just
Rather
going
than
by
being at home,
history. Yeah, I'm going
ra-
by history. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Jim, I'd rather be at home, rather be on that court getting paid. But
yeah, I'd
JaVale
rather
McGee
get
always
paid.
excelled in an open style offense. It's only
Yeah,
when you have to go half court and you really have to think the game out instead of react to the game. That's where JaVale McGee has his hiccup.
suffers, suffers, suffers.
Well, I mean, I'm fine with him being picked up by the Hornets, but I mean, the Hornets are cheap. We already know that.
It
Well,
comes
actually,
cheap.
we don't know because we don't know how this regime is going.
Well, listen, like I
You
said before, if
okay?
Frankie
I get it.
and
I get it.
RJ Hunter is
Oh
not
my God!
attached, yeah, if they're not attached to this new administration, then okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt out. But if they are, that is a bad omen moving forward.
Well,
Dum,
we'll
dum, dum,
see.
dum.
We'll see. Hey, CWE, come on and tell me why Brandon Miller is a bust, please. That's what I want to hear.
CWE has never came on the panel, and he's been around Flight Sports TV since
For years.
Fred Flintstone.
Oh
Yeah.
wow, CWE, come on up, man. What you waiting on? Tell
So
us
you
why Brandon
might as
Miller a
well
bust.
save that breath until you need it if you ever in a drowning situation.
Okay. Yeah, that's another thing I was saying. McGee is going to a title to contender. That's probably what he want to do because he's such a veteran.
Believe it or
So
But
not,
shout out to everybody in the chat though, man. Big ups to you. You guys are night riders. You hanging in there. It's a Saturdays. It's a whole lot of stuff to be going on in stateside, if that's where you are, or even around the world. And you chose to be here with Flight Sports TV. Big ups to you, and continue on in your actual content down in that chat that keeps it inflated and blowing up. I'm telling you, you chatters are like helium to Flight Sports TV.
facts. Shout out to the chat.
but
But
I still think Brandon. If they, it just depends to me if they're finally going to learn their players in Charlotte and actually develop them when it comes to Miller like that. That's what I'm waiting to see when it comes to Charlotte. I cannot blame Miller within the situation he got drafted to. After I just got to see if this coaching staff is really going to develop an offense for him, or are they just going to have him as a catch and shoot guy?
yeah, that's what Pope think he gonna do. Dex. So Brandon Miller, why do you think he's gonna be a bust? Because you shit on him a lot too.
I don't know why Al refuse to listen. You got one mouth and two ears, but yet you talk twice as much as you listen. And it should be the
Oh
opposite.
man, tell me why you
But
don't
that's
like
how God designed us,
Brandon
right?
Miller.
God designed us anatomically with
Dex,
one mouth, two ears. So we should listen twice as much as we speak.
I
But
asked you
Big
to
Al
tell
want
me
to do the
something. I'm
opposite.
listening,
You
man.
want to defy how the mighty, universal, omniscient, omnipresent creator
Big L don't
designed
have two
our structure.
ears. He have two
Yes.
asses.
You want to defy that.
I asked you a question. You can
He have
answer it,
two
and I'm gonna listen.
asses. He don't have two ears. He got two asses up there. Two asses.
Now,
Come on,
now,
man.
listen, Big Al. Once again, this is my official stance on Brandon Miller. I like Brandon Miller. I do not think he's going to be a bust, but I definitely think it's going to be an uphill road for the young man. I think he will have his struggles. I don't think he's going to be a breakout rookie
Why?
because the Charlotte Hornets have so much congestion in trying to feel that competitive spirit in his position. And not only is it congested, those players have agendas and they have circumstances. Okay, the agenda. They trying to be great in their own lane. No
Dex, I
problem.
gotta ask you a question.
Circumstances. Here you go.
I'm gonna let you
Here
keep
you
talking.
go.
I'm gonna let you
When,
keep talking.
when you just feel that you just want to interject, you just gonna interject. You have
Yeah,
no
I'm gonna
discipline.
let you keep talking, man. I'm
You have
letting you
no
keep talking.
discipline. You love to exceed boundaries.
Man. Can I ask you a question while you're talking, and
Well,
then let
once
you
you hold
keep
that
talking?
question or write it down, like a lot of us do, just write it down. So when it's open,
I
here you
gotta
go. You
ask
won't
you,
forget it
Dex. I gotta ask you, man.
because you keep saying I'm saying that Brandon Miller's a bust, and you keep putting words in my mouth that I never have
I'm
said.
not.
I never said he
I'm
was a
not
bust.
gonna do that right now.
I'm not
Pause.
saying that. I'm not saying that he wasn't. I'm not saying that I felt he should have been selected where he was selected, but I never called him a bust. And furthermore, like I said, circumstances surrounding that congested wing area where they want him to excel at is that these players are auditioning for their next contract or their next job. So they're not going to sit back within their own volition. They're not going to sit back within their own volition to watch this young, unproven player dance on that 94 feet parquet floor in front of them if they have something to do about it. Now, if the organization and coach say, okay, nope, we sitting y'all down, we getting y'all out the way, we moving y'all, we're going to get this guy out here, we inserting him into the lineup, and we're going to let him excel according to us. That's forced. But if those players are not forced, they're not going to acquiesce in one bit for Brandon Miller to excel in front of them while they're still present on that team. Charlotte is not making any moves. See, this is what I'm saying. They're not making any moves to get rid of these people. They're bringing them. So they're making a traffic congestion in that lane of wing players. Instead of getting people out the way, making room, clearing the scene, and allow Mark Williams to run down the yellow brick road like any other competent organization would do for a player drafted that high. And like I said, when we look at the history, because history is best qualified to reward our research, when we look at that, and it's most attractive. When we look at that, we saw how they did Lamelo being drafted high, playing behind a miniature point guard. And not only that, that point guard didn't play no defense either. It's nothing that point guard was doing that justified holding LaMelo back, justified inserting LaMelo in the offense. They had to circumvent LaMelo's skill set by putting him at small forward just so they can appease a miniature point guard.
Hold up. Small forward. When did Melo play small forward?
You don't know your team?
Dex, he ain't never played no damn small forward. Here we
Okay.
go. You
Listen,
doing another
listen,
purple baby bullshit again.
listen.
Prove
Hold
it.
on.
Prove it.
Well, you can prove it yourself.
No, you
But
said
what
it.
I would do, hold on, bro. What I would do was point out to you a lineup. LaMelo Ball. This is on the court now. I'm talking on the court at one time. LaMelo Ball, Miles Bridges, Bismack Biyombo, Terry Rozier, and Devontae Graham. When that lineup is out there, what position is LaMelo playing?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Whoa.
Because they ran that lineup. When they want to run up and down the court, they run
Wait.
that
L
lineup.
got quiet.
But
L got quiet.
who who bring the ball?
Really?
See, that's what I want Purple to do. Prove it. But now, hey, I don't know if I can say you still proving it though, because
Go
who
go
bringing
look
up
at the research.
who
Go
bring
look
who
at
bringing up the court?
videos.
Who bringing up the court?
I'm gonna show you how you can do it. I'm gonna give you game to improve your research skills, and it's so simple. Go to Google. Go to YouTube and put up LaMelo Ball rookie highlights. And when you see those players on the court at the same time, then you tell me what number position LaMelo's played.
You know what though? I still got. I still got.
Big L up.
Yeah, he shut me up. Yeah, I still got like a defense for not an offense against that, because even though LaMelo was the taller guard, which is what you're essentially saying, LaMelo, I feel like Terry Rozier was more of the small forward in that case. But LaMelo guarded whoever in that case was a small forward on the other team. Or
Big guy, you just shredded your credibility as well as your integrity.
But I'm talking about offense. LaMelo, because LaMelo is usually the ball handler or
we're talking his rookie season now.
I know we're talking rookie season.
Okay, so just go. Just think about those scenarios and think about how they felt about Devontae Graham, because a lot of times we suffer from recency bias and we forget all of that atmosphere and all of that confuddlement during that time where James Borrego couldn't even figure out how he's going to play with LaMelo and Devontae Graham at the same time. Now, it wasn't LaMelo that he had an issue with. The issue was, how could he justify playing Devontae Graham starter minutes, significant minutes, as well as have LaMelo's presence available? Remember that?
Agreed. Agreed.
Okay.
Hey, let me say this. Gemini and Purple, baby, that's how you justify your argument. Like Dex just did. Dex has put me in the quadrant.
He did not state it from the metric.
I sort of agree with what he's saying.
But he did not state it from the metric. Purple
But the
went on
point
the
is,
metric.
if that lineup is true, that makes sense.
Wait. But hold on, Big L. Once again, because that metaphor doesn't compute.
Oh my God. It does.
He not going. No, it does not, because Dex is not stating from a metric. You wanted her to state a lineup from a metric,
bro.
but she stated it from a metric.
I knew she was wrong just from knowing the lineup.
Watch this.
I ain't have to even hear about
no. Stop.
I knew the lineup.
No metric. L. Stop.
She was wrong.
Watch this. No. Watch this. Big
she
L.
said herself, man.
Big L. Watch.
Watch what?
Watch. I'm gonna ask one question, and it's for one person only. Dex, when you look at the NBA metric, when they put that metric table up there per team, do they state what lineup is up there?
No.
Or do they state the minutes only?
Yeah, they state the minutes. They don't put the lineup. Every now and then you'll get somebody to do. Hold on 1 second. Every now and then they will get somebody. They will get someone who researches pretty diligently, and they will highlight it with ledgers or dots. You know what I'm saying? And then on the footnote it says those dots represent the starting lineup. But most other researchers assume that you know the starting lineup, because they take it as you're not a casual, so they don't go that far.
What Gemini is talking about is Purple Baby tried to say that PJ Washington was playing a lot of minutes at small forward, and I said, hell no, it's not possible. and I was right because she then said she was wrong. She said she read the metrics wrong because there's no
I'm looking up
lineup.
myself.
There's no lineup where PJ Washington for the Hornets is playing small forward, especially if Miles Bridges is on the court or Gordon Hayward. Name whoever. He's not playing small forward.
Now, even without the metrics, just watching the Charlotte Hornets, you know that PJ Washington played power forward center.
Right, exactly. That's what I said. But they argued me down and told me,
No. We
yes,
didn't
y'all
argue you down.
did.
I
Oh,
said she went off of the metric, and
God damn
you
it.
say who was the lineup? Who was the
Gemini,
lineup?
why
Please
you
tell me
sit here
who was the
lying, bro?
lineup. No,
You
you
argued
was
me
hopping
down.
on.
That's the fact, man.
No,
That's the point. You argued me down.
no.
You
I
ain't
I
purple.
said no. I said
And
she's
purple
stating it
came back
off
and
of the
said she said
metric.
it wrong.
That's all I said. I said she stated it off of the
But
metric.
the point
That's
is,
only no. Hold on, Big
Gemini,
L. No. Because that's the part you
oh,
don't want to hear. I
cause
said
you
they're
wrong, man.
only gonna state the minutes of in what slot that they play. They're not gonna say the lineups. They're not gonna
Right. You
state
have to
that.
go into a lot of time. You have to go into the advanced analytics. Like some excuse me, some websites have advanced analytics, and they might speak about the combinations of lineups on the
But
court. Like
Dex,
I said, those goes into depth. You know what I mean? The
but
average
Dex,
person's not
listen.
going into depth like that.
But
They don't.
Dex, but Dex, that argument doesn't apply because she did say she was wrong. She read the metrics wrong.
Right. No. I understand. I'm just showing you that there are metrics that
Oh,
qualify,
okay,
like
right.
Gemini
I would,
said.
right. I
Those
would
are
agree.
people that look
I
deep
would,
into it. You know.
I would
Okay. Go
agree
ahead.
if she said it right. But the point is, she said it wrong,
Right. Yeah.
and I
Because
knew,
PJ's
and
not a small forward, and
he's
I
never
don't recall
been.
him. Yeah, I don't recall him playing small forward. He always either plays center or power forward.
It's
That's just my observation. Now, if somebody
it's
saw it differently, then that's I don't know. But only thing
it
I know of since I've been watching Charlotte, he's been power forward and slash backup center when they
exactly
go when they go
yes.
small ball.
Gemini, tell him your argument about PJ Washington. Tell him about them damn highlights you seen where he
I
was the
said
next
on
kind
the
of small forward.
highlights. Okay, watch this. Watch this. You ready, Dex?
Yeah, go
I
ahead. I mean,
Yeah,
said
he ready.
I said if you watch his highlights,
Oh
you
my
see him
god.
taking small forwards off of the dribble. So if he works on his cardio, yeah, I think he will be better at the small forward position. L say I'm wrong. He need to just be a power forward. I say well he's getting his ass whipped in the trenches with regular power forward. So why not do better for him and have a long standing career and work on his cardio. And I think he would do better at small forward. Why? Because he can shoot and he do take small forwards off of the dribble. I've watched this on his highlights. L said, well, what highlights are you watching? Because I never seen that on his highlights. No, I
now
never seen that by watching the game.
I can ask you this right here, right now in the NBA landscape, power forwards that can stretch the floor are far and few in between. It's either the
Exactly.
center or the small forward that's doing
Exactly.
the stretching. So if he can niche that as a permanent skill set, he
Yes.
would definitely be valuable on
That's
any
what I
team in the
told
NBA.
him. That's what I told him. Did I not say that to Gemini? Did I not say something like that?
You're deflecting from the original topic, and that's what I
Oh
don't like.
my
Don't
God.
deflect. Don't
Gemini.
deflect. Don't deflect. Don't deflect now, you
Gemini.
son of a gun. Don't deflect now, you son of a gun. Don't deflect
Gemini.
now. Don't deflect now.
That's
Keep it
why I'm so
100.
glad Dex
No,
on. I
no,
usually
keep
don't
it
be repping
100.
Dex like this,
No,
but I'm
no,
gonna rep
no,
Dex
don't
tonight.
deflect. No,
Dex,
don't deflect, you son of
Dex
a gun.
has at least justified this my fucking one argument
No,
tonight.
no, 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 don't
I know
deflect,
I
you
went
son of a
wrong
gun.
about no damn PJ
No,
Watt. I didn't watch
no.
this damn team up and down.
Okay,
He is
okay,
not
so
a
watch
small
this.
forward, my
What?
nigga. My
Oh,
nigga
okay,
Rumps,
so
he's
watch
not
this.
one, man.
Oh,
He's a
okay, so
power
watch
forward
this.
all day.
Dex.
Or
Wait.
small ball center. That's
Oh,
it.
oh, okay, Dex. Hey, this was fully because he's gonna deflect.
Oh,
And I don't want him to
I
deflect.
ain't
I
deflecting.
say no, hold on, big girl. I said PJ Washington is going to get his ass beat at a
Oh,
small ball center. The other thing is, I say he's already getting beat at the power forward position, and if he concentrate on cardio, he would do better at small forward. That was the original topic and original argument. And L said, "No, I was wrong on that point," and I'm like, if you watch his highlights, he played just similar to Kristen Woods, damn near,
Yeah,
and both of them
I
get
like
beat,
that comparison.
and both of them get beat.
But
They
PJ
get
got a little more girth than Christian Woods. Pause.
sure
that
does.
So
He's
so he
that I
can
stronger,
do
absorb a
agree.
little more poundage down in the
he
power
sure
forward
can.
position than
I mean,
Christian
that too.
Woods.
But
He
I
do-
he
mean,
gets
he
beat,
doesn't run from that. That's one thing
right,
about PJ. He doesn't run from that.
yep, he does not
right.
run for
But
physicality.
he gets
Exactly.
beat is my overall statement. He gets beat at the power forward position. One, because he's undersized in stature and in weight. So I do expect for him to get beat,
Actually,
but
he's not.
he is a good help defender when he helps.
He's not undersized really in weight. Honestly, at power forward,
Okay.
he is in height, but he makes up for the height with his long wingspan. He has a very long wingspan for his height. That's why he can play power forward.
And
That
that's what Charlotte needs him for that. Now, other teams might not need him for that, but the Charlotte Hornets right now, they desperately need PJ Washington to
shoot
be
the
the
three.
PJ Washington they had last season. Now, I don't know
Exactly.
if his numbers will be comparable
Wait,
to last season
wait.
because you got a lot of stuff going on, just like not Mark Williams, Brandon Miller.
Bridges.
No, Brandon Miller. No, I think Bridges is going to
Okay.
come in and do his thing as soon as he come in. Bridges is a maniac. Just like Brandon Miller. I don't know how much mental assertion that he has that can compel him over the guys that's already there that have the benefit of the doubt because they're more veteran or more seasoned than a Brandon Miller coming in as a rookie. Because last season, even though it was PJ Washington best pro season, Charlotte Hornets was a god awful team. I mean,
Right.
the lineups changed so much, they probably led the league in variables for changing the lineup.
That's true.
Night in and night out. You don't know who's starting, who's available, who's healthy. You know what I'm saying? Cliffy, first year coach from the Charlotte Hornets, he's looking like, damn, this is what I got to work with. It's just a skeleton of a basketball team. But nevertheless, he did what he did with a bunch of G leaguers coming up and down like Jacob's ladder into the rotation. So you got to give Cliffy the benefit of the doubt there. He didn't lose his head. So he averaged what, like almost 16 points and 5 rebounds and 3 assists from the
Right.
power forward position.
Hmm.
Now, if he can come anywhere similar to duplicate those numbers, I think Charlotte will be a much better team going into this year than they exit last year.
Exactly. And I was telling Gemini that PJ Washington is a solid defender. He's worth having on his team because of that. He's a good 3-point shooter. He actually does mix
No,
it up in the paint. So I mean, because of those things, but now he's not taking people off the dribble. He might take people off the dribble at the elbow, which a lot of power forwards do that, but he's not doing it like a small forward. He's not doing it from the three. So he's not a small forward. He can post up. He got that half hook. That's it. That's all we need. He don't need to do anything else. If he doing that, that's good. That's
But
perfect.
not only this is offensive stance, you got to remember A1. I don't think you know A1, right? Athletic one. He always said he was a professional football player, outstanding college player, right? Set bowl records in the Holiday Bowl. A1, when he used to be on the stream daily, he always had this saying: the best ability is availability. And PJ Washington was available all last season.
That's
He
true.
started all 73 games he appeared in. You
Don't
follow what I'm
jinx it,
saying?
though.
And
Don't
mhm.
jinx it. Don't keep saying that.
But this is what he has to negotiate on. This is why he got 48 per three. Started all 73 games he appeared in and provided Charlotte with much needed consistency. Because we already talked about how the inconsistency was weighed on the injury report. And when you look at it, his defensive presence, I won't say powers, but I'll say present, because of the absence of Cody Martin, who only played 7 games last year because of a lingering knee injury, right? And then you had Gordon Hayward, aka Mr. Glass, missed 32 whopping games. The big money man they had last season. Missed 32 whopping games while dealing with not one, not two, but 3 separate injuries in 3 sections of his body: his ankle, his back, and his shoulder.
At one
Right.
damn time. Mhm.
Right.
So those guys are probably coming into the season limping. I'm talking about Cody Martin and Golden Hayward. We're not going to even mention Kelly Oubre because he's when it comes to defense, he's Casper to
Kelly
go.
not
So
gonna be there. I don't think Kelly gonna be there.
yeah,
I
we're not
don't
going to even mention him anyway for defense. Kelly's good for offense. For defense, he ain't trying to do much with Charlotte Hornets. I think he was a
Right.
better defender when he was with Washington and somewhat Golden State, but not the Charlotte Hornets. He didn't play a lick of defense. He was Matador man. He's
Oh,
worse
yeah.
than Lamelo. But
Oh, yeah.
nevertheless, in my conclusion is that PJ Washington had something to leverage his negotiation factor by saying, I was there and they wasn't.
Right. All right. Hey, Dex, I gotta say this because Gemini, I'm gonna call Gemini out again on another argument. Gemini was talking about Miles Bridges and and comparing him to PJ. And I told him, I said, Miles Bridges is nasty. Now, when he comes back, if he's ready to start, he's going to be starting over PJ Washington, whether he's making more money or not. PJ Washington is a beast. And you need to have LaMelo and Miles Bridges is a beast. You need to have Miles Bridges and LaMelo on the same court at the same time. They have proven they are a good tandem. So that's another thing me and
Okay.
Jim and I was arguing about.
Okay, he's not saying it fully, but that's fine.
Oh,
I said that because PJ just got paid, that he's gonna start. Then that's when L said, "No, I'm starting Miles over PJ." I said, "Now you got to justify that to the fans because you just paid PJ, and Miles is on a prove me contract at this point. He hasn't gotten paid yet, but he's on a prove me. But you're talking about starting Miles over PJ, and you just paid PJ. So you got to justify that to the fan base of why you're starting Miles over PJ, and PJ just got paid."
Well, I think Miles Bridges is definitely auditioning to see if he's going to be a mainstay on the Charlotte Hornet roster. I definitely believe that. And
That I can agree with.
And it's not far fetched to say that Miles Bridges will prove himself. Now, he got I hate to say it like you, Gemini, the domestic violence situation behind him, right? So we know Miles will be serving 10 games that's remaining from his league issued 30-game suspension following that DV charge from 2020 before turning to the parquet floor. We understand that.
right.
Now, he's going to be watching from behind the curtain. Gordon Hayward, PJ Washington, Brandon Miller, right? Because those are the entities that's basically in Miles Bridges' way upon his return. So Miles
Exactly.
Bridges definitely will be watching from an advantage spot. So when he gets back on that court, I just believe him and Lamelo will take off where they left off. And
That's the hope.
those others that he will be watching for those first 10 games will be playing behind the eight ball because LaMelo and Miles already have chemistry.
Mm-hmm.
They have a telepathy type chemistry. They don't need to communicate verbally. They can just look at each other, twitch their eyes left or right, up or down, and the other guy will respond cohesively. And this is why they received the moniker Airbnb. So the Melo can't wait till Miles Bridges get back. I guarantee you that. He cannot wait because Miles made LaMelo game much easier and be able to flow, and LaMelo made Miles game much easier and able to flow.
Right. And Gemini, I'll say this in defense of your argument. I'll fall back on mine a little bit, and I'll say this. Now, let's say when Miles gets back, Brandon ain't balling like he should. They'll probably start PJ and Miles, and then whoever else at two guards
I
because
don't.
Brandon is getting his sea legs and he's not ready yet to start. That's the
I
only reason I would see. Okay, go
me
ahead.
me personally, and I'm going off only off of what I have seen from Charlotte. I don't think Brandon Miller will be starting until possibly mid-season. Um, for two reasons. Once again, yes, they are gonna try to get away from that $30 million. They're gonna try, and they're gonna start
Oh yeah.
him, and
Boy
they're gonna
Hayward, you right.
and they're gonna start him for for the fan base.
Mm,
They're really gonna start him for their fan base,
I hate it. Hate
and
hate to
and
see it.
literally, but I will put Miller to not stun his growth, to have him to understand what he's specifically walking into. Me personally, I will put him at two.
I would love to see him at two if he could. In purple,
Then,
I would love to see Brandon Miller at two. And this is why I would love to see because he's a 6'9", a 6'9" two guard that can handle the rock, that can pass. That's deadly. That's a
but
deadly
who is his
combination.
idol though? But hold
Paul
on. See,
George, and he played two guard a
okay.
little bit.
Paul George is his idol, and the funny thing about it, Paul George out of necessity started playing shoot. Not and that was because he was trying to get more minutes because at the time it was Granger team and he was trying to get from behind him.
Who is Twin talking about? Spence. Who? Ri- Richardson.
When
You mean Richards? Howard.
yeah,
Who was Howard? Howard? There's no.
I don't know who I
I
don't
don't
think
know
there's a
Howard.
Howard. I don't think
I
there's a
don't know no
Howard on
Spence
there.
and no Richardson. Caleb. Who's Caleb then? Who the hell are they? Twin. You need to. You need to watch. Look at the roster, bro. Because whoever you talking about is not on that
I
team,
I I
other than
I,
Terry.
I don't know who is a Richardson dog.
Yeah,
Hayward.
Haywood. Yeah, Haywood.
Richardson
Not
is Nick
Howard.
Richardson. That's Nick Richardson.
They mean Richards, not Richardson. His name
Right.
is Richards, not
Yeah, he
Richard.
spelled it wrong. It's Richard. Yeah.
And Caleb is not Caleb. It's Cody. Cody Martin. And who is Spence? It's Cody. It's Cody. It's not Caleb. Caleb is on the Heat.
Charlotte wish they had Caleb right now.
Yeah, I know. But Cody's good though. I mean, we
He
ain't
ain't
talked about him
Caleb.
on the stream. I don't know. Cody balled out, bro. Let's
He
let's
ain't
be
Caleb. Now
honest.
you can see the difference between the two. He's definitely not
Oh
Caleb.
my God, you don't know that, bro. He was hurt all last year.
Trust me, I do know that.
Oh my God,
And let me tell you the difference between the two. Cody is more of a character within the organization type guy. Caleb is a wild. I ain't gonna say stallion, but he's a wild pony. And this is
wow.
why he
What?
was pony,
What'd you call him?
a pony.
Pony.
Yeah. And this is why he excelled over there in Miami is because he have that what you call he initiates, whereas Cody Martin is instructed to. You feel me?
Bro, Cody was
Cody
balling
Martin is
out,
not going to
bro.
play outside of the coach's scheme. Caleb
Cody.
Martin
Oh my
is
God,
one of
bro.
those players
Man,
who will play outside the coach's scheme based on what he feels he needs to do.
we
So
on the,
down there,
we've been on the same page all night. Now you done fucked that up.
so down there in Miami under Coach Spoelstra, that's what he enjoys because he is leader of men, and that's what he wants. He wants somebody who will take the initiative to get the job done and not sit back and wait on dictation. Caleb Martin is one of those guys who do not wait on dictation,
So Dex, I got a question.
and
Did
this is
you
why he's
watch?
not a Hornet.
Did you watch Cody playing when Lamelo? He was a part of that team that almost made it to the playoffs too. And Cody was ball. He was a big reason why they got there because Cody Barton was balling too. Did you see that?
Uh, I don't know if he was balling, but
Yeah, he was balling.
he might have had a few in
That's why he
season.
got signed because him getting hurt
They
this
was gonna
year.
sign one or the other, and they just chose to sign
That's why they
Cody because
kept
he was
Cody, man, because he's balling, man. I
no,
saw
not
him.
because he was balling. That's not true.
All
Cody
right.
is a system guy who follow rules. Caleb is a little different. He's more edgy. So when he got down there in Miami with a championship coach, they know how to shape the rough edges and make that player use that kind of energy to be explosive, not being a rebel, but being within a structured environment to winning a championship. And this is why he can get along with a Jimmy Butler. You follow me?
Hey Dex, I gotta
And
say
Jimmy
this.
Butler can
Let me
trust
say
him.
this to the let me say this to the chat. Twin, thank you for correcting that. Before you sound like you were dyslexic because you what the hell was you say? You said everybody name
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah, he said Spence instead of Smith, right?
Right? He sounds special. But go ahead.
Well, you don't know what he got in his cup right now. You follow what I'm saying?
Right. Who the hell is Spence? Spence? He said instead of Haywood, he said Howard. Instead of go ahead, man.
Yeah, he was off. But anyway, yeah. So that's what's the difference between those two twins. Caleb is more subdued. I mean, excuse me. Cody is more subdued within the organization, whereas Caleb is just explosive, and it takes a decent potter to be able to fashion that clay while it's rotating. And that's what Eric Spoelstra did to him. So Eric Spoelstra did so much to Caleb that they gave him an extension. Miami just don't give people
Big
extensions.
L Big L gonna disagree with you. Don't you do
I
that?
don't disagree. I mean,
Don't
Caleb
you
is
do that?
good too.
Don't
A
you
lot of
do
people
that, Dex?
complain about them getting the Hornets letting them go because apparently everybody say we kept the wrong twin, basically.
Well,
So,
you didn't really just keep the wrong twin. Remember, Michael Jordan now, he's puppet master. Cody
oh, I
can
swear.
fit under dictation. You can tell him what to do, and then he'll go out and do it. Caleb is a little different. Caleb initiates,
Now,
and that's
how do
something
you
that
know
you
this, Dex?
by watching and listening, and then there's other ways too, but basically by watching and listening. See, that's something that you have a problem with. You watch, but you just
I
don't listen.
watch. I listen and watch. I don't know what the hell you talking about. I never saw what you talking about. I'll be honest. But okay. Whatever you say, Dick. Go ahead. My bad. You got it. You're still talking, right?
No, go ahead. I was just explaining the difference in the personalities and the psychological makeup between the two, based on observation and some hearsay.
Well, I think Cody is pretty good. From what I saw, the year Lamelo, Miles balled out, Cody was along with that team, balling out as well. And he made a difference. He's a good defender. That's what I like about him. As a matter of fact, in my observation of this team, if Cody steps it up a little bit more, I would have a problem with him starting at two guard beside Lamelo because he can shoot the three. He's a great defender. I mean, he can do everything he needs to do to be a starting two guard in the league. If Caleb can do it, I know Cody can do it.
But you got to
So
remember, he's more explosive. See, Caleb is the type that'll try to dunk on you.
Cody does too. What you mean? He does that
Not to
too.
the point. Listen, not to the point as Caleb, because remember, in college, Cody was a better player, right? In college, Cody the one that got drafted.
Yeah, I
Caleb
didn't
didn't
keep
get
up with him
drafted.
like that. I didn't. Yeah, I know.
Oh,
Cody.
okay.
Cody
Yeah, they
got
played
drafted.
on the West Coast. They played on the West Coast.
Now, I
So
know they played for Nevada. I
right,
knew that much, but I
and
didn't
the
watch them like that. That's what I'm saying.
and the reason why, like I'm saying, well, I'm not saying the reason why, but according to what I've witnessed, Cody, like I say, he's a more structured player. He's a player that's more palatable. Whereas Caleb, it takes somebody with some technique of people skills to get him to buy in. You just can't just be James Borrego with Caleb. He ain't trying to hear that.
How do you know this person? You can't catch all
Stop
that
trying
from
to ask
watching
me how I
Melo
know
games.
everything. Do I ask you how you know the shit you don't know?
I
You
like how
didn't
you
catch
put.
that, did you?
I
Do I
like how
ask
you.
you about the
I
shit
like.
that you don't know?
I like how you put a spin on it, you son of a. You know, hey, listen. Cody is a baller. That's all I saw. I ain't know nothing about him. What his mama
I,
called him,
listen,
how aggressive he is at dinner time. I don't
let
know.
me share.
I
But
don't
see,
know.
that's what I do because I'm a little older, so I approach things a little different. You follow what I'm saying? I
How
don't
you
post stuff on too
my
much on the surface.
my
That's just the way
Negro,
I live. That's just the way I live. I don't
my
post too much thing on the surface
my
because I've seen a
Negro,
whole lot in life that you can't judge by the surface. You'll
my
be
Negro.
disappointed for a
How are
long
you
time.
saying that Caleb Martin is trying to be outside the rules just based on his gameplay? I'm sorry, I
You
don't
will
see
hear
it.
about it. I'm quite sure you'll hear about it. Coming up this season, they're
Have
going to
you?
talk a lot about
Okay,
Caleb
okay. So my question is,
because of what he did in the
have
playoffs.
you heard that?
Stop asking me that, man. Don't be the police, please. Stop asking
I
me how
asked
I
you.
know.
How you know my
Well,
Negro?
who shot Jerry last night? How was you around?
Oh my
Put your
God, bro.
detect. Put that 12. Put that back in your pocket. We just discussed it.
Gemini, what's going on right here, right now, man? Well, I can't
Hey,
answer my question.
I mean, y'all having your own debate. I went in the corner. I went in the corner. Wait,
He
Oh,
timed
kicked
out
my feet
himself.
up.
he
Gemini
put
Yeah,
timed
oh
out himself.
yeah.
yeah,
I
he
kicked my
timed.
feet up.
Oh,
I
okay.
was chilling.
Yeah, you sick of the stress, huh? I'm sick of it too.
No, hey, I was literally letting y'all have at it. Cause when I was having at it, he was saying I was wrong, and I didn't know all right, handle y'all
Cause
business.
you was saying some crazy shit, man.
No,
I'm just telling you, dog.
I said goes off of the metric,
Keep
and
your feet up, man. I ain't trying to stress you out. Keep your feet up.
yeah,
I'm just telling you, you was trying to saying some crazy shit. Okay, that's all I was saying. And I appreciate the enthusiasm, but yeah, I had to shut all that down.
But
I
I want to
appreciate
ask you this, Al. I got two things I want to ask you. First, I want to ask you this: how do you feel about the 48-3? How do you feel about that with PJ Washington?
it.
Per
So that's what
16
that's
per.
yeah, 16. Yeah. I'm fine with it. I mean, I feel like they paying for his services on the fact that he brings up like you said earlier, he brings something to the team that the team really needs. if you don't remember, I said they need PJ. Now I didn't know how much they would end up having to spend, but I mean, I guess 16 is bearable. I mean, because he had like you said, he was played pretty much all the whole season. He had what is it? What's the name year? Had his best year of his career, basically,
Yep.
stats wise.
Uh-huh.
But
On a bad team, although it's a bad team.
right. That's why I said stats wise.
But somebody had to step up, right?
Yeah, somebody had to step up. Well, it was, but every year there's I guess, contract guy that seems to get the unction to start really balling out. Not saying PJ did that, because PJ, in my opinion, has always been solid. I've never said, oh, well, he gives it some nights and it doesn't others. No, PJ is pretty consistent in my opinion, but he scored a little bit more than normal this year, which makes sense because he was the only guy from the starters that was really playing.
Good take.
So yeah. So I
And
feel
listen,
like
let me share this with you real quick. Big
Yeah,
Al.
the nurse him into that. You noticed that, right? Yeah, the nurse him into that.
He come around every now and then. But let me share this with you, Big Al. I'm gonna take you back. I won money betting on the Martin twins. So I just want you to share that. So you keep asking me how I know and this stuff, but I won money. I bet money on the
what
Martin
does that
twins,
have to
and I
do
won.
with his personality? His personality take you had. I'm
Because
confused.
I was able to watch and study, and when I came to the conclusion that I did, then it was worthy to put money on it to those who disagree.
My nigga, that has nothing to do with his person. That's all his game.
I'm just saying, you
plan.
asked me though. You asking me. That's
Well,
how
how you
that's
gonna
how
tell
I
me?
approached it.
How you gonna tell me I beat my I beat my wife?
I'm just telling you, some
'Cause
some
I
of us have skills in other areas that you might not be familiar with. But okay, let's go back. Let's get back on the right track. Okay, yeah, I love that observation of the PJ Washington, how you put it
oh
down.
my
Now,
god.
Big Al, once again, this is you. But Gemini can chime in whenever he wants to. I'm going to read you some names, and then you tell me how this relates to the Charlotte Hornets. Nick Claxton, Onyeka Okunwu, Alfred Segan, Walker Kessler, Jabari Smith Jr., Jaron Jackson Jr., Evan Mobley, Chet Holmgren, Zion Williamson, Victor Wembanyama. Those names, what is the connection to the Charlotte Hornets?
And none of them want to be play for Charlotte.
No.
Oh, Jim and I got.
We talked about it earlier.
And they was Jordan Brand.
Oh, no, you know they're not all Jordan Brand.
We talked about it earlier. I don't. Walker,
okay, they all big men.
That list.
They're
Yeah,
all
I know
big
they're
men,
all
right?
big man. Yeah.
So how did that relate to Charlotte?
I don't know. I mean, we got big men. We got Mark Williams, and
they are all under 25 years old.
Okay.
And they are listed as top 10 big men under 25 years old. Mark Williams is not even considered on that list.
Yeah, okay. They do shit like that to these players. But we okay. I told you about. Remember I mentioned Alperin. I told you they have a different view of Alperin than you guys. But Mark Williams dominated him. So I mean, what about that? Because Mark Williams was balling when he played the Houston. Unless he was just taking a break in that game. Alperin got dominated by Mark Williams.
So you think Mark Williams is being disrespected? Not being on the big men under 25 top 10 list?
I think he's better than Jaren Doolin. I mean Jalen Duran.
No,
Because
Jaron, he's not on here.
he's not on there. Okay.
Nick Claxton,
Now,
Onyeka Okongwu,
okay.
Alfred Sengun, Walker Kessler,
Right.
Jabari Smith Jr.,
Right.
Jaron Jackson Jr.,
Hmm.
Evan Mobley, Chet Holmgren, Zion Williamson, Victor Wembanyama.
Okay. Well, damn. Wembanyama's on
Thank
that
you.
list already.
Thank you. Really? Like, really?
But
Wow.
they even got Zion on that list.
What
Baby
about
mama
Chet?
problems and all.
But what
And
about Chet? But Zion has shown, even though it was incremental, he has shown that he can dominate. You know what I'm saying? In
yeah, he
grand
has.
fashion.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they hating on Mark to answer your question. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I
Hmm.
think it comes down to the fact that he didn't play as long as he needed to really
But
be
look at Chet
saying
Holmgren hasn't played one game, hasn't dribbled one ball, nor
right.
has Victor Wembanyama attempted to block one shot. At least Mark
Exactly.
Williams have stats as an NBA player. These guys aren't even not there yet because they hadn't got 1 second on the court.
And I don't know why Alperen Sengun is listed above Mark right now, but hey, that's what they think. That's fine.
That's bad, Chris. I see, Chris. That's bad, man. So basically, Chet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama is there based on their projection.
And now that one guy I will mention that might be solid because I didn't think he would be as good as he was. Walker Kessler, he actually was pretty good.
Oh, he was force fed in Utah. Cut it out.
Yeah, you might have a point there, Gemini. But I mean, I guess he did okay. And Mark, if he wasn't playing behind freaking, and I was always complaining about that, I just knew he was better than Mason Plumlee. But they refused to play him over Mason. Basically, on what you were talking about, Gemini, they was trying to trade him, so they was showcasing him. So so to be honest, back to my argument about Gordon Hayward and whether they're gonna play him or not over I guess Brandon Miller. They want to showcase these guys, and that's bullshit. That's why this organization is always in the tank because they don't really take serious real
Thank
ball.
you. Thank you.
And if
Now he stopped being delusional. Now all of a sudden it
I'm
says
not
no.
delusional, I'm just telling you what should happen.
You got to
Cliff,
dig it out of him like a miner going for
man, get the hell out of here.
going for diamonds.
Listen. So
I see that.
Gordon Hayward is a is okay, but he does not need to be starting above Brandon Miller if Brandon Miller balls out. But now, because of the money and because how Clifford manages the team, and I didn't think about that early. Clifford, I actually hated him as a coach when Kibble was on the team because of that bullshit. I feel like they didn't play young guys like that. I don't know if that's coming from Michael or who, but they do that crap. That's how Dean Smith was at UNC. But he played
I
Michael
think it's coming
Jordan.
from Michael.
I think you're right. That's why I mentioned that because James Borrego did that. But I don't see why that's necessary if the guy that's young is proving themselves to be able to ball out. You play
And,
this other guy in heavy minutes off the bench, that's fine. But start the young guy because they need to be on the line like they need to be given the confidence and the respect they deserve so they can maturate into that star you want them to be. You
and when you
notice,
mentioned James Borrego, that was with the burning carry, and you see what happened there. So when we talked about burning carry earlier, right now you just bore witness how they stunt the growth of young players coming through that organization.
well, listen, I'm not okay. So Vernon Carey, in my opinion, I was wondering why he wasn't playing, but I'm not gonna say he was justified to
Hmm.
be starting above PJ Washington.
I didn't say that. So
That's the point I had argument about.
But now I feel like he is. But now when I started watching him on the G League, though, I started noticing how he plays. And he doesn't play at the right speed to be in the NBA. Period, because he's a big guy. He posts up and just stays in the post, and that's okay. And he has a questionable shot, and so that's to me that's a center. That's a big center. He's playing like, but he's not a big center. He's a small guy. He actually is power forward size, but he's not. He doesn't play like a power forward. He plays like a center. So I mean, he don't rebound good enough for me to be center. No. No, I don't think he's worth being on the Charlotte Hornets like that. Yeah, I mean, you might feel like he got his growth stunted, but because he went to the Wizards and he wasn't doing that neither. So
The
what about
Wizards.
that then?
Wait. The Wizards didn't even use Roy right. So what are we talking about? They're another
The point
organization that's
is,
horrible at
okay,
developing players. They both
so
Charlotte is
okay, so
sucks at it, and the Wizards do too.
but Gemini, he
Yes,
played
sir.
he played in Charlotte, he played at the Wizards. Now you said he was a Lakers. I didn't know he was with the Lakers, right? You said Lakers, right?
No. I say Jazz.
Oh, Jazz. He didn't play with the Jazz.
He didn't play with the Jazz because the Jazz was trying to
Stop
draft
giving
him
them
a white
excuses,
center.
dog.
No. I'm saying what they literally did.
Well, Walker
Do,
Kessler
do,
blocked shots. Brandon ain't never fucking blocked no shots, dog.
wait. Okay. Do you
I'm
know?
just being honest, man.
Hold up. Who? What do? And I'm asking. Do you know who they announced at first before the draft?
What
With
draft?
Kessler.
This year? Oh, okay.
No, with Kessler.
Uh-huh.
Do you know who they said their next starting center would be? Because they announced it at the end of the season.
Oh, did they? Who?
Yes.
Was it Vernon Carey?
Nope.
Who was it?
Idoka. So now
Okay, I'm fine with Udoka. Udoka a beast. He's a strong player.
No. Okay, all right, but look at what's being said. Idoka was supposed to be their next starting center, right?
Mm-hmm.
They draft Kessler. As soon as
Okay.
they draft Kessler,
Oh, I see where you're going.
they changed everything for the complexion at that point.
Well, I
At
don't
the
know. I
center
don't know.
position.
I don't know.
Wait.
Okay,
That was at the
okay, I'm
center
listening.
position. That was at the center position. Then they did was able to get Rudy Gobert out of there. On top of that, and that came with a lot of draft picks.
Okay, okay.
And
So
then they also was able to get Spider-Man out of there. That
Mhm.
came with draft picks. So
Right.
then they changed everything for the complexion because at the time nobody wanted marketing at the time. If you really want to be honest, nobody wanted him. Nobody even wanted him before the World League happened. The World League happened. It went down. That man said, "I'm putting up and shutting up and betting on myself," and he was quiet all summer. He didn't say nothing. He went into that World game and dominated. Now that I will give him.
Right. Now,
He showed how Cleveland should have been playing him. He showed how Chicago should have been playing him, but they was only playing him for the defensive mind, not the offensive side. So then everything complexion wise started changing in Utah.
well,
They
yeah.
got Porter. They got rid of the boy from y'all. They got rid of Idoka. They got rid of another center too. I was really trying to research that dude's name. And then they got Potter. So you got Kessler, Potter, because now they talking about moving Potter up. So they going away from what they originally claimed in the beginning. So I'm only saying that they changed the complexion of their team as far as the center position. But they have always in Utah loved white centers. They have always. I will honestly say that.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I see where you're going, and I would agree if I hadn't watched them play. I mean, because I was always all last year. I was watching the Jazz, and I was just like baffled by their production and how good they were. So unless you saying the leagues was cheating for the Jazz, Kessler might have been, and Laurie Marketing might have been justifiably good. So I mean, I
Mm-mm.
don't know. I don't know what to say.
Joker's better than Kessler. They showed them even in practice.
Really.
Joker's better than that boy.
So you saying you saw practice of them, and Udoka was dominating Kessler? Is that what you're saying?
Joker was giving them the business, rebounding over him, putting
Please
back.
send that. Please send me this. What did you type
I'll
in
have to go.
YouTube?
Footage. You want footage?
I want footage.
Practice
I gotta
footage
see
of
it.
Utah. Practice footage of Utah.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
Idoka outplayed him, and that's when they was talking about the
Shout
coaches
out
that's
to
on the side
Kafani.
talking about he just need to add on some weight or muscle mass and he'll be okay. That was the coach's exact words, and I was like, okay, if I get punked like that on the court, and that's all you're gonna say, all right.
Mm, well, okay. You might watch this. I don't see anything on it yet, but I keep looking for it. But that, go
I
ahead.
mean,
But
Gemini. What are you eating, Gemini?
gumbo.
Ooh, you got gumbo. I got curry chicken. I
You
went to
got
the Jamaican
gumbo.
spot.
Yeah, I got gumbo.
Big Alfred, you got gumbo.
You got
Yeah, I got
gumbo,
gumbo.
He in
nigga.
New Orleans. What else he gonna be eating? Crawfish?
Oh man, boy.
I actually have gumbo. Gumbo.
Oh man, would you get it from DoorDash or something?
Homemade.
Woo!
Did you
Oh,
make it?
seafood. No, mom's made it.
Oh, okay.
Seafood gumbo, not the one with the trike in it, not like Northern Louisiana do it with the beef stomach. No, straight seafood
New
gumbo
Orleans got some of the best food ever, bro. Oh my
with
god.
D&D sausage in it too.
And
Woo!
now you see why Zion be acting the fool down there.
Yes. They got one spot in but I got one thing about yes, New Orleans though, Gemini. I went to the chicken spot place where the lady mom it's not Dookie Chase's,
Oh
but
man, I don't know why. You talking about the one right across from the project?
what's the
Right
other one?
across from the
It's not Dookie
churches.
Chase, it's the other one. It's the other one. She started it too. The lady that's over Dookie Chase started it too, but I can't remember the name. It's Louis something. Miss, but
Not
the chicken.
Louisiana fried chicken.
No.
No. I know the place you're talking about. I
You
can't
know what I'm
call the
talking
name
about?
because I
I
don't go
forgot the
there.
name
Yeah,
too.
I
It's
don't go
white.
there. But
It's
yeah,
the building is white.
yeah.
But her chicken or the chicken is not as good as they say it was. I was so disappointed, man. But and I went to another spot. I think the people were Greek or something. I don't know. I think Greek owned the place. Oh, hella good food. Oh my god, that food was banging.
Was Mediterranean or was it?
Nah,
No, it
but
was Louisiana. They
I,
just
I
Greek
no,
owners.
our chicken spots here. There's one by the old MEP station, and there's another one that's uptown. The one you talking about, she seasoned that for, and I hate to bring race in this, but I gotta be serious. She don't season it for us.
Oh,
And the uppity people, that's for the uppity people right there. We don't go there, pal. That's for the uppity
but the line
people.
be outside though, man. The line be
Yeah,
big.
yeah, but that's for the uppity people. No,
Yeah, we be there too, though, man. Come on now.
no, not like what you talking
We
about.
talking about like the homegrown, not tourists.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got you. I
Yeah.
get
We,
it.
we
I
we
got
we
you.
we be in two different places. Like we give as tourists, we give y'all that spot. As far as us, we be other places.
Where we gotta?
Like
Where I gotta go, Gemini? Tell me
like,
where I
like
gotta go to get some real
I
good
I
food if
I
I'm going
I
there.
I'll tell you prime example. Our sandwich spot, St. Charles and shoot, trying to think.
But what's the you know the
St.
name
Charles,
of it?
St. Charles and Washington. That gas station have the best po' boys amongst the city. If you're staying on the West Bank, you in Algiers, there's another sandwich spot, but those are our two sandwich spots. Now, I don't know that much about the East. I only dated women out there. I never really bought food out there. I only gas and women. Um, I know about the East, but as far as food, nah, we where the tourists be, we don't be.
Yeah, Chris right. That's usually how it is. Cause this is a gas station out here that what's the guy name? Mr. Chime Time. He goes all over but he's a blogger. And he was talking about this spot out here in Charlotte where it's good chicken at a gas station. I hadn't gone, but I might have to check it out.
Oh no, I no. Now I'm saying po' boys. As far as
Right, I got you. I know.
like they're cheap, but you can wind up getting like a 32-inch sandwich, bro, where you could feed like two big L's,
Mm,
and and literally for a reasonable price, dog. Like literally,
that
like like,
sounds
like
that sounds like how much is it? Is it? Oh, I guess you said it's reasonable.
I wanna say my last sandwich I bought from there was $24, but it was
Mm.
half and half. It was half shrimp, half oysters.
Oh wow, that sounds really good. I love some oysters and some shrimp. But yeah, I can last time I went down there, because I was watching this New Orleans based foodie
Two
guy.
sisters is another one too.
Two
Two two
sisters.
two sisters is another one to eat from. Like it, like I'm trying to tell you where I know you can be safe as an outsider, not from here. So that's why I'm not coming up with 50 million places. I only tell people that's not from here certain places to go where I know it's safer for them.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you because I know New Orleans got the hood out there, so you can't be fucking around messing with.
Yeah,
I
In
don't
yeah.
talk
Cali,
about.
we got some really good New Orleans food. It's called Popeyes.
That boy's stupid.
Oh
Actually,
the
no, no.
hey
Hold on.
Jimmy, let me say
How,
this. Let me say this. Jimmy, Popeyes ain't even Popeyes in New Orleans because I think it's what y'all call it out there. It's different. Y'all call it something else, don't y'all?
we call it Copeland's because Copeland's used to hold
Oh,
that whole thing, and the guy that owns it now is the Houston Rockets owner. That's a Canadian. He bought it
oh,
out.
okay. Okay, because yeah, the girl that invited me
We
out there, I
called
went
that
out there.
Copeland's.
She
We
told
called
me,
that Copeland's.
yeah, we thought it was
Yeah,
like
Copeland's
Popeye.
in Atlanta too, big time. I used to go when I go to Atlanta. I go to Copeland's.
Right,
Oh,
but that
I don't
but
know no
but
about
that
Copeland.
but that but that whole company, because they have Taste of Louisiana. I mean, they used to have Fire and Ice here too, on top of Popeyes, on top of churches, and I think they also branched off into Kentucky Fried Chicken. So they like caught it the market is as far as chicken spots, but he's actually from Canada. But right before he bought it, they overextended themselves by reaching out and buying parts of Kentucky Fried Chicken, and that's why he was able to buy them.
Okay.
And then right after that, because of the money he made off of that deal and was able to come into, then he bought the Houston Rockets.
Is that true, Chris? I thought Popeyes was based in or started in New Orleans.
Yeah, it did start here.
Chris,
No, it did
Chris,
not start
Chris
in
said,
Florida.
yeah, he said it
Hell
started in
no.
Florida. Yeah, he
No, it
tripping.
started here. It started here.
I thought so,
Because the whole Copeland family started here, bro.
yeah,
Because at
because
first
yeah,
they used to use Zataran seasoning on their seasoning, and then they stopped and came up with their own special blend.
Mm.
I don't know why Chris thought Popeyes was from Florida. I don't know where he got that from.
Yeah, I don't either.
That's Saint Bernard Parish right there, boy.
Right.
Yes,
And then the Popeyes red beans. Oh, that's what I wanted when I got to New Orleans. That red beans and rice, boy.
it
Oh my
depends
God,
on
it's
your
so
taste.
good.
To recommend that, it just depends on who,
You
your
said
taste
Google
buds.
it.
Like
You s-
I would have to know your taste buds honestly
You
to
ain't
know
gotta
who
Google it, Chris. We know
I know,
Popeye started in New
no,
Orleans.
no, no. It started in New Orleans, Chris.
Chris.
It's
I'm sorry.
We got a
It's
native New
Cajun.
Orleans on the
Right.
damn stream, bro. What are
I
you
mean, it's
talking
Cajun.
about?
The food is Cajun. I mean, where else you gonna
No,
get it from?
wait,
Right.
but hold on, hold on, Big L. I'm gonna put this down right now.
It started in Saint Bernard
What?
Parish.
Where do they even say it's the taste of? Do it say the taste of
You're right.
Florida or the
Florida, right.
taste of
That's New
Louisiana?
Orleans. Yeah, what is he talking about? Chris?
Come on, Chris. You
I'm
Chris,
high now,
telling you,
dog.
are you high or drunk? What
Chris
is
and Twin got something in their cup that probably
mm,
shouldn't be in it.
yeah,
Chris, I
they
just
drinking
told you. I told you
that
earlier,
purple drink.
even when me and L get into it, I still love him like a play cousin, and me and him gonna laugh tomorrow. I told you that bullshit earlier. I don't know what you talking about this Florida situation though.
Right. You tripping, dog. You high, dog.
Like
Tell
like
us
like like you'll have me kick you out the clubhouse for that one, dog.
you're right. You might kick you off the chat. What the block you in the chat? No, but yeah, New Orleans, oh my God, the best food in the country. Might be in the world, be honest. I don't know, man. Y'all be having some good food,
No,
man.
it depends.
No, Jamaica got that.
No, no,
Jamaica got that.
no. And here's why I say it depends, because we have some Jamaican restaurants here that are fire. You got one right off of Tulane and shoot, God dang it, right Jeff Davis, right off of Tulane and Jeff Davis. It's a Jamaican restaurant, off the chain, off the chain. And they have a buffet. They used to have a buffet for lunch. I haven't
Oh
been there
my
in a while.
God, a Jamaican
So
buffet?
yeah,
Oh
yeah. So
wow. That does sound good.
I don't know if
Whew.
they still have it, and that's close to downtown. So you won't be going that far as a tourist. You could even take the 2 lane bus and go there. But I mean, if you drove in town, you might as well drive there. But but it is hard to get parking around right there.
Shout out to
But
Devastating.
I'm telling
but
you,
literally, it's like
devastating.
like uh and
Yeah.
AD, no, he said it started in Florida. So I'm trying to see, did it start in Jacksonville? Did it start out in Miami?
You know
Because
they start out in Miami. That's Cuban food.
I'm trying to figure this out now.
That's plantains down in Miami.
Right. That's Cuban, plant. Yeah, exactly.
That's
Spanish.
curry
Yeah,
and plantain.
yeah,
Right.
but Haitian too. Shit, I love the
Oh,
Haitian
that's
food.
right. Yep, Haitian.
I got in
You right.
Florida.
Haitian food out there in Florida. Right. No damn Cajun food. I don't know what the hell you talking about.
No, if you say anything Cajun,
That's New
it
Orleans.
yeah,
That's New Orleans, right?
you could only extend that to maybe mid to Jackson at the most, dog. Jackson at the most.
Because anytime I hear
Jacksonville.
about red beans and rice,
No,
that's
no,
all I think
Jackson,
about is
Mississippi.
New
No,
Oh,
Orleans.
Jackson, Mississippi. Okay.
yeah,
Po'
that's
boys,
the furthest
New
you'll be able
Orleans.
to
That's all
extend
I
that
say
to.
about.
But if you say anything Cajun, it'll be from Jackson, Mississippi on in.
Okay, gotcha.
Right, got you.
I
I
remember I
just
used to bet
figured out
money. I remember I used
Willie
to bet money
Mays.
on who was it?
Willie Mays.
Is that who's the Cajun raisin? Is that Louisiana State?
Yeah, Lafayette. That's
Oh, Lafayette.
Lafayette.
Yeah, Lafayette.
Gemini.
Yeah,
Gemini, I got the
Louisiana
restaurant
State. The
name.
Cajun raisin.
Gemini, I
Yeah,
got the restaurant.
Raging Cajun.
Raisin
Gemini,
Cajun. Yeah.
Gemini, I got the restaurant name. Willie Mays.
Maze is okay, but
That's the one
that's
I was
not
talking
for.
about. That's the one
Yeah,
I was
but
talking
that's
about. I was
not
disappointed.
for. Yeah, but that's not for us.
Okay.
You would have did better at Doogie.
Oh, okay, Dookie Chase. Yeah, I didn't hear about Dookie Chase until like later that trip, so it was too
Yeah,
late.
yeah, you would have did better with Doogie.
Okay.
I'll tell you how good Doogie is,
Mm-hmm.
and some people gonna laugh. I don't care if you laugh. I don't care if you don't. They are across the street from the project and only got robbed 3 times.
they said they said we not messing this up. This is
They
our
have been
spot.
across the. They have been from day one. They have been across the street from the project, and over all these damn years, I'm talking about over 30 years, they only got robbed 3 times, and 2 of them did not succeed.
Wow. They
That's
said,
all I'm
bro,
telling you.
we are not messing up a good thing. Oh, that's good. That's what's up. Oh,
Eh, eh,
Chris just corrected himself. He must be
Nah, nah,
drunk.
he good. Nah,
He
nah,
must
he
be
good.
drunk. He
Look,
must
look.
be drunk.
He
Hey,
good.
Chris. Sometimes the best get beat. Don't worry about it.
Right. Like Gemini and Dex on arguments about basketball all the time.
Hey, dog.
See, figure out I was gonna spare you for all the lumps that you took.
Hey,
Bro, you be saying crazy. Well, no, that's Gemini, not you. Last today. But sometimes, Dex, you be coming from left field too. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about, man?
nah. I mean,
But no.
that,
Let's keep on arguing about the food. I don't
Dex
want to
got me
start no
on the
bullshit.
wordplay. Dex got me on the wordplay. I'm up here like Nelly. I see better than I hear.
Well, yeah, I know about Dookie Chase now. I mean, like I said, because we ended up getting in the Uber, me and the girl I was with, and then it was like,
Dang, big
oh,
Al, you taking them out of town like that? You balling like that?
the
Hey,
funny thing is, she paid for everything because she was on a work trip, and she invited me to come down and see her on a
That's
work
dope.
trip.
That's dope right there.
Yeah, that was
what
dope.
what Dex? I'll also tell you this. Big L talking about that spot, right? There's a spot that still to this day is still open that used to be right across the street from the MEP station, right? Because the MEPS was there for years until they finally closed it. The Navy base closed their ports, which that MEP station was there also as a port for them, right? But here's the funny thing: this one restaurant he talked about the line for them. He should have seen the line for that restaurant when that MEP station used to be hopping. It used to be about 2.5 blocks easy. You had
Mm,
to call in your order.
wow. What's the name of
And
this place? You
um
remember the name?
that it is hood. That is hood. I just know the spot. A
Oh
lot of
man,
them, a lot of them, I just know where they're at. I don't know their names. I'm gonna be honest to you. And I'd
right.
have
I
been here
got
for
you.
years. Just like I just found out about one truck that's out there by Dex that's called Fridays, and they and the way they do fries.
It used to be
Like
called TGIF, but they shortened it to Friday.
no, a food truck, man, a food truck.
Oh, a
A
food
f-
truck.
yeah, a food truck called Fridays. They
I thought
they
you talking
do
about the
loaded
restaurant
fries.
thing.
No, they do loaded fries.
Actually, it's a black guy that own all the Fridays now.
Oh really?
All over America, he
Yeah,
bought them all.
Oh wow. Okay.
yeah, but this one I'm talking about is it's a dude. It's a food truck out there called Fridays, and they do loaded fries. And
Hmm.
I just
Not
found out
not
about them on YouTube.
oh man. I know
It's
who you're
called
talking about. Yeah. I think I followed him on Instagram.
Now
They
you
do
talking
local
yeah
about
fries
L.A.
there.
This is a dumb question.
I
It's
know who you're
L.A.
talking about.
right? It's
yeah
L.A. right?
yeah
Okay.
yeah.
Making
Talking
sure.
about LA, but the way the dude talked about them damn loaded fries made
It
me
wasn't Mr.
wanna.
Fries.
No, I could have sworn it said fries.
Okay.
Fridays, like Fridays.
Right. Okay. Because I know they have a Mr. Fries, but I don't know if they connected or not. I'm not sure.
No,
So I
no,
got I got a question
no,
about
that's a
LA.
restaurant. No,
I
that's
got
a
a question.
restaurant. This
I
is
got
a
a question
food
about
truck.
LA.
I know Mr. Fries.
I got a question about LA. So is because a lot of people say this, like y'all heard of Five Guys, but is
Yep,
one of
Five
the
Guys. I think they out of Minnesota, right?
I don't know, but I'm saying no. That's not the point. What's the other famous uh, burger spot in LA?
You got
That's
Fat Burgers,
no, that Fat Burgers. It's oh my god, I can't remember the name.
In and Out.
In and Out, In and Out. Is it better than Five Guys? In your opinion?
Man,
Yeah,
that's rallies.
yeah.
That's rallies. In and
Who
out is rallies. In and out is
is that right,
rallies.
Dex?
No, In and Out is In and Out.
No, in and out is rallies.
Bro,
It's
you can't
rallies.
tell an LA guy
Yeah,
about
yeah.
an
In and
LA
Out is
restaurant,
original.
dog.
In and Out is original. That's an
It's
original restaurant. It's like
rallies.
Tommy's.
I don't even agree with that, Gemini, because In and Out don't got seasoned fries. They just regular fries.
No, they had seasoned fries. They had to take it off of the menu.
Is that the case with
That
that?
that I don't know. That I don't know because
They
all I know is that In and Out is original. I mean, it's original from there. It's historic. It's one of those historic places like McDonald's. You know what I'm saying? Um,
yeah.
Tommy's, Sonics. You know, they got a lot of places that's like really original because go way back to the '50s and all that type of stuff. And In and Out is one of them. So I don't know where the rallies came in at, but I know In and Out's original.
Yeah,
Oh,
they all three of them are under the same umbrella. What I mean by all three, In and Out, Rallies, and Checkers, they're all under the same umbrella.
yeah, I've never had In and Out. I've had rallies now, and I love some. Yeah, I've had rallies. I love their fries. Them seasoned fries is banging. But I've never had In and Out, and I don't know how that stuff tastes. But I hear
Oh,
about it
yeah,
though.
In and Out is it tastes good. I mean, I go to In and Out, but I'm not a junkie for it. But the only reason why I don't go as much is because the lines are long. I'm talking about standing lines in car in drive-throughs. It's just too long for me, and it ain't worth it.
Mm, okay. Yeah, I don't know much about. Yeah, I hadn't been to like LA
It's
before. So.
very rare that you would catch an In and Out with a short line. It's like trying to go to Chick-fil-A.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes
Yeah,
sense. But yeah,
yeah, but
man.
they all are under the same umbrella. And the only reason how I found that out, that they used to have it on the bag.
See,
Who
I'm not
all are
familiar
under
with
the
this.
same umbrella?
Yeah,
I'm
we the
not
fact
familiar with that part
we need
because
to
I
start
mean they could have been joined together as a conglomerate. I'm not sure our federation. I'm not sure of that, but all I know is In and Out is an original. That's
Yeah,
definitely an
yeah,
original restaurant. It's
yep.
not like Hardee's and what's that other one that's mixed with Hardee's? In one state you have Hardee's, another state you have Carl's Jr.
yeah,
And it's
yeah,
Yeah,
basically the same thing.
right.
It's not like that.
Okay. Well,
so they started making them separate their menu.
No, see that's what I'm saying. In and Out is original. It
No, no,
started
no.
as In
I
and Out.
no.
You know
I'm
what I'm saying?
saying all the ones that's under the same umbrella. They started making them like change certain stuff on their menu, and
Oh,
that,
you talking about like
and
Hardee's and Carl's Jr.
yeah, like
and
they started
what's the other
making
one?
them
Big
change certain
Bob
things.
Big Boy. I think Bob Big Boy is who they with. Like one place is Bob Big Boy and another place is something else.
but so Gemini, you trying to say Checkers, Raleigh, and In and Out is the same thing?
No,
That, that,
I disagree. In and Out is separate.
they're under the same umbrella.
That could be possible because it could be a big company bought them all. You follow what I'm saying? I don't know, but In and Out is separate. In and Out is In and Out, no matter where you go. You follow what I'm saying? Just like
Right.
McDonald's, wherever you go, McDonald's is McDonald's. It
Yeah,
ain't like McDonald's in Ohio, and then you go to South Carolina or something else, but it's the exact same thing. No, McDonald's stands alone, and In and Out stands alone. No matter what state you go, In and Out is In and Out.
right.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, why In and Out ain't in East Coast, Dix? What's up with
Shoney's
that?
down there in Florida. Shoney's is
Shoney,
overrated though. I used to go to Shoney.
yeah,
Yeah,
Shoney's
it's
is over.
overrated. Yeah, it's overrated. It's like
Why is In
what's
and
that
Out
other
on
barbecue
the East
spot?
Coast?
What's that other barbecue spot?
We still got a
That that's
Shoney
that's a
too.
that's a franchise. Dick's Barbecue. Yeah, Dick's Barbecue. See, all that shit is overrated.
Why is In and Out not on the East Coast, Dix?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, sometimes you have those restrictions, those zone restrictions where other restaurants have strongholds and they lobby the politicians not to allow certain business to expand in those areas.
No, I think no, 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 no. That was on Vice. That was on Vice. They're choosing not to extend.
Oh, okay.
They're choosing not to extend to keep up their sales. They're choosing that.
Okay. Got
Hold
you.
up, hold
Okay.
up. Wouldn't they
Making a
expand?
scarcity, huh?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
they're
Wouldn't it extend
choosing
their
not to.
sales though if they came
Yeah,
to the East Coast?
the way they
That
feel
sounds kind of
like like
productive.
like, like they are to the Midwest, like the mid,
Like
and
Whataburger?
then yeah, and then they stop. But that's to keep up their sales. They was on Vice,
They on
but
what?
Vice did a story
Oh,
on
okay.
them.
Vice. I got you.
Oh, okay.
Vice
I know
Vice did a
Whataburgers like that,
story
right?
on them.
Whataburgers, they don't want to expand to certain geographical locations.
Right.
Have you ever
But
been
that
to Whataburger?
oh
Who me?
yeah. I used to drive trucks, dog. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay, okay.
yeah, yeah.
That's what's up.
The main reason with me talking to y'all, why my mic is always so clear, I'm still talking on a blue parrot that's over 8 years old, and I still got both of them.
I said a blue parrot.
That's
Yeah,
what's up.
that's the name of the headset.
That's
Oh,
what's up.
okay.
Yeah, I don't know
I
nothing
It
got
about what
you.
you're talking about.
is blue parrot
It's a, it's a,
and
it's a Bluetooth, a microphone, like
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
like a headphone. I know blue parrot.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like and literally like I don't have the old I don't have the new I didn't like that 450 model, the headphone model. I didn't like how people were complaining about the microphone.
Okay.
I didn't like the model after this
He
one
said 10
because
4, good buddy.
yeah, man, but both of my blue players still right here, and in fact, I still gotta charge them with the old charger. The
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I gotta get.
the thinner
So,
charger. It used to have like a circular charger to it.
uh-huh.
Um,
Yeah,
they,
I gotta
they,
get a
they,
mic like one of y'all, man. Y'all be booming.
Bruh, get a blue parrot, dog. Get a blue parrot. And if you
What's
catch
that
it
other
doing
brand? There's another brand out there that's pretty big in those Bluetooth headsets. Rand
Son,
McNally, right? Rand McNally.
no, no, Ram McNally is for maps.
I know they make headsets too.
Yeah, no, but we don't shout them out for that.
Okay. What's the something said phonics, right? Some phonics, huh?
Yeah, something phonics. Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
that
I
one.
think I know you're talking about. Yeah,
Cause
yeah.
they used to have the one that a lot of lawyers used to wear, and that one that we made them put it back in the truck stop. They had discontinued it. We made them
Is
put
that
it
right?
back in the truck stop.
Oh,
It was a model that kind of like doctors and lawyers like you would think that they would wear mostly. Man, they had discontinued that joint.
oh, wow.
And 2 years later, we made them put that right back in the truck stop because it was
Oh,
the only thing that could compete with Blue Parrot. Blue Parrot was it.
yeah. Blue Pair was they was a top dog.
What
They,
brand you got, Gemini? Blue Parrot.
Blue Parrot. I got
My
yeah.
two
fault.
of them.
What version? What version? I guess a Blue Parrot.
My mine are the 350s.
350. Okay.
What are
Yeah.
they now? What are they up to now? Since you said 8 years old.
Shit, probably five something.
Oh,
Probably 5 or 6 something. Cause they didn't even made the headphone with the mic. Um, that comes by your mouth now. Cause the regular headphone with them and just having that little mic hole on the side of it, that
Right.
wasn't.
Those
like
used to be for like telephone operators, right?
like the one I have, it is like for telephone operators. The one that I'm describing was no like DJ headphones, and then they just had a little extra little hole in them for the for the mic. So it was like you hearing everything that's going around. Where they customers started complaining, then they scrapped that one. That one was like I think the 450. Then then they went back and put the microphone back on the
Platonics, that's what
headphone.
it is, right? Platonics.
Yeah, yeah, that's it.
I knew it. I
Yeah.
knew it had come to mind, Platonics. But do you remember? Let's take it back. Do you remember when Bluetooth first came out? When I first saw people with Bluetooth before I got hip to, I thought this shit was crazy.
I
When
mean,
they had, remember they had the little Bluetooth coming out your ear,
right.
Yeah, I remember
That,
that.
but
and
that's the
it's
one I'm
always be the
talking
big
about.
people that wore it. I never see little people wear it. It's always like big motherfuckers wearing that little piece in their ear, looking like they're the Secret Service.
And then talking, and then you think they talking to themselves until they
Right,
Oh
turn
yeah,
right,
around.
right. Then they
they,
turn around and say, "Oh, you got a Bluetooth," until you
oh
had to get
yeah,
used to that.
you talking? It seemed like they talking to you or something. Yeah, I remember
No,
that.
no, I just used to think they was crazy as a mud.
Right.
And then I was like, wait a minute. Then I went and priced those things, and it was really expensive back then. And I was like, shit, I'm gonna get me a Bluetooth because
I'll
I
be
wasn't
honest.
really up on it like that.
I'll be honest. What honestly made me get a Bluetooth, I was I was with Boost. No, I was with Cricket before Cricket got big, because
Well, yeah,
Cricket used to be like $30,
Gemini.
and
Hey, yo, let me just say this. I'm getting off. I'm gonna get one headset like one of y'all so I can overtalk y'all later. Okay. All right, y'all have a good night.
But
man,
you can
look into that
overtalk
blue
anybody,
parrot,
but it's
dog.
still BS.
Hey, at least I'm gonna overtalk. That's the point. All right, fellas,
Yeah,
have a good night.
but but look into that blue parrot, dog.
I will.
They reasonable. You don't have to get the updated model.
Yeah, I'm looking. I'm looking at the blue parrot now on Amazon. I'm about to get one for real. I'm serious.
All right,
All right, fellas, have a good
All
night.
right, salute, Big Al.
All right,
salute.
salute.
Hey, now since Big Al was gone, fuck
Uh
them
huh.
Hornets, man. Let's talk bad about them Hornets. He gone, man. He finna lay down, go
Let's
to sleep. Soon as he
see.
put his head on that pillow, he's snoring. Now
Let's
listen,
see.
these punk ass Hornets, man. Nah, I'm just playing.
Yeah, I, I want them to do better. That's the only reason why I'm talking about 'em. I want them
Slight,
to
drop
do
the link. I
better.
think Calfani won up. But yeah, we was talking about PJ Washington, right?
Right.
And in talking about PJ Washington, I posed a question to Big Al. Do he believe that 48-3, 16 per is a good deal? How do you feel about that number in the production relating to PJ Washington?
Now I'll say this with all honesty. That man said he wanted 20. I was actually shocked that he took 16, because he said he wanted 20. Now I'm gonna keep it 100 and keep it gutter. When he took 16, I was like, he gave them a hometown discount, and I didn't expect that. Cause the way the how greasy he was talking in the beginning, I did not think that he was gonna give them a hometown discount.
But do we have the leverage to push it? Because
On
it's been reported by ESPN Adrian Wojnarowski that he's been signed 3 years, 48 million, and you know that average up to 16 pro. He's from Lift Sports Management, and the agent is Kevin Bradbury from the Washington Sports Group, Paul Washington Sr. So he had two sports agents working on this, and the best that they can come up with within the consensus among the three was 48 3 16 per.
Yeah,
You don't
because
you think that's a discount for PJ?
a discount as far as Charlotte, nobody else was gonna give him that.
So
No,
Calpani said maybe his agent told him to do it to just get on a team. Do you think that's what it was based on? That's probably was the highest number available for PJ Washington. Not that PJ Washington feels he fits best with the Charlotte Hornets according to his skill set.
I think that's more of it. Okay, with PJ,
Shout out to
nobody
Uncle Vern.
when he did what he did, right? He really did that after the draft. So by then, nobody's gonna give up their treasure chest as far as next year after the draft. Nobody's gonna do that. So when he really made the noise about he wanted the 20 mil, well, why would you in turn have to bid for his rights? Because remember, he was a restricted free agent, not unrestricted. And that was the thing that really held him up. If he was unrestricted, he probably would have went somewhere else. But because he was still restricted and they had the bird rights on him,
Got you.
that's what held him up.
Got you. I got you. And you know what? I can agree with that. But now, what was going on in Washington's favor is that Washington was the only standard unsigned restricted free agent this summer and one of the most prominent available names in all of free agency. Now, some people had him ranked 11th on the top 50 list of all restricted free agents and unrestricted free agents. So being right outside of the top 10, he still wasn't appreciated enough where Charlotte had to get into a bidding war. Why is that?
Because he's an undersized power forward. And the only reason why I brought up what I brought up about him as far as being a small forward is because that is the consensus around the NBA. A lot of people do feel that he need to be playing small forward, not power forward. And that's what even made me bring that up about if he work on his cardio, get a little faster. I mean, because he was already beating some small forwards off of the dribble when they would guard him. It's on his highlight tape,
Now he's 25 years old, right?
right?
During the off season, there was some concerns earlier, and most people felt, I'm talking about basketball pundits, felt
Hmm.
that the Charlotte Hornets and Washington camp wouldn't come to terms on an agreement. Then you had the insertion, or not, I won't say insertion. Let me take that back. The reinsertion of Miles Bridges being available, and most likely will come back to Charlotte. And once that start hitting the airwaves, a lot of the PJ Washington drama started to dissipate, and the Miles Bridges drama took the forefront. With
Well,
all of the Miles Bridges offseason and negotiation with the Charlotte Hornets, they still couldn't come up with a long-term agreement. So he ended up signing his qualifying offer, basically putting himself on track for unrestricted free agency next year. Now, when that is all over with, said and done, Miles Bridges has been etched in stone as a member of the Charlotte Hornets. Here come Washington again. And Washington was believed to have been considered, being to believe to be have been considering a similar route, right? Then all of a sudden, we don't hear much from PJ Washington. Miles Bridges already signed his qualifying offer. They couldn't come to a long-term agreement because Miles feels he's worth more. So now Miles is betting on himself. And it looked like PJ was headed into that same direction. Then other teams, such as the Cavaliers and to some degree Boston, jumped into the PJ Washington sweepstakes.
I honestly don't think so, and here's why. Here's honestly why.
First of
PJ
all, you
still
don't
would.
think so what? You don't think so what?
I I I don't think PJ was kind of betting on himself,
Okay.
or really trying to get a longer deal, like overall. Because and but here's why I feel that way. Because if he honestly felt that way, he was going to get paid this upcoming season. All he had to do was stand there and take it.
Take what? Take what?
Like take
The
what his
qualifying offer?
no, take what his salary was. Like he was still going to get paid.
But remember, Miles Bridges and Charlotte didn't agree on a long term deal, so that's why he ended up signing the qualifying offer. If you could remember, for a little bit, just a little bit, it seeped out of the Clutch Sports camp and client Miles Bridges. It seeped out that Miles Bridges wanted to be released from the Charlotte Hornets qualifying offer. Remember?
He did. He did.
And
He
then it
did.
went away.
What?
So
What?
how do PJ Washington
Uh huh.
mix up into this? Because it seemed like the focus was on Miles, not PJ.
Actually, the focus was actually on both at the same time. When listening to their stations and everything, and I did tune in for a couple of segments. They was talking about both of them. They didn't eliminate neither one of them. They was hoping both of them actually re-sign, and they could have their team back together. Honestly,
Okay, stop right there. Stop right there. Now
okay.
I want to ask you, since both of them was part of the pot of gumbo, who did the Charlotte Hornets prioritize more?
It was Miles because Bridges they wasn't gonna bid against themselves. So the whole thing was actually bringing back Miles and concentrating on Miles. That part I definitely can't go against. They was concentrating on Miles. But as far as the fan base, from what I heard on their little segments, they was actually talking about both of them and the same conundrum that we have been talking about on here. They was talking about like how who's gonna play where, how many minutes they're gonna get, this, that, and the third. This was all concerns that everybody else was bringing up too, man. The same concerns that we have are the same concerns they've been bringing up on their local stations.
So
They really
Gemini, you
have been talking about this.
okay? So Gemini, based on everything that you heard, saw, and done, did Charlotte Hornets put themselves in another problematic situation by
Yes,
clustering up and clogging the wing position when they had two reliable wings waiting in the wing with PJ Washington and Miles Bridges by drafting Brandon Miller?
I can't say that because I really view Miller as a two. I don't view him as a three.
Got you.
Like me personally, and I'm speaking on me because I watched a Tracy McGrady. I watched a Miller. I mean, I watched the game. I watched the Paul George when he committed to playing the two guard with the leg injury. Like me personally, I think he can, if they run the offense for him of a hint of that Indiana offense they ran for Miller, for Reggie. I think this dude will be phenomenal. I
Now,
really think he'll be phenomenal.
now Washington signed now Some of the Hive, if not all, believe that Washington signing is a mark of the integral part of the Hornets' promising young core that includes Lamelo Ball, Brandon Miller, and Mark Williams. And Washington, we know, is a Kentucky product, and we know that a lot of players from Kentucky are very proven and are very skilled. And Washington had career highs last season, and he was a lottery pick for the Charlotte. I think he was drafted number 12 or top 15 for sure in 2019. And we talked about his sustainability and availability for 73 games for Charlotte last season. And with all of the in and out ups and downs ravaged by injury, do Washington presence with the Charlotte Hornets give them a stern stability at the power forward mark, or he just a backup just in case if Miles Bridges don't work out due to his layoff and mental state possibly falling from the incident with his family?
Me personally, and I think they're gonna come to qualms this season about Haywood. I I I, I think they're gonna show Mike how mad they are about that judgment call. I think they're gonna eat that 30 mil. Bridges is gonna be back at the small forward position. PJ is gonna be the undersized power forward that we know him to be, and the next man up is actually gonna be the I think it's gonna have to be JT. And I think they're gonna have to give him more playing time because even though Big L did not want to admit to it, man, that dude got beat a lot last season. Even though yes, he was available, I'll give you that, but he got beat a lot, bro. He did get beat a lot, and regardless on it, if we want to be non-delusional and admit to it, he got beat a lot. He got overpowered. He did outquick some people, like on Harlem Nights. He outquicked some people, but as far as those trenches, nah, man, he got beat, and he easily got beat. He didn't barely get beat. He easily got beat, overpowered and overshadowed.
But you got to look at it like this also, right? I mean, it is the NBA. These are the most elitist basketball athletes in the world. And they all convene within a 30-team scope.
Right.
Charlotte Hornets defensively was probably 28, 29, or 30th in the league. So is that a really a bad mark on PJ Washington when the whole team stunk it up defensively? And the reason why I'm saying this, so let's get the premises down first. Let's lay down the foundation. One thing about basketball, as you know, and especially as a guard,
Hmm.
you represent the first line of defense.
Right.
Guard. That's why they call them guards, because they the first line of defense. And it's guards like you and myself that have to be diligent enough to be able to slow, not stop. Because, like I said, NBA is the ubris of athletes. Slow down just a millisecond enough for your your front court to rotate into better positioning. So if your guard play defensively is shabby, then that puts a lot of undue pressure and undeserved pressure on the front court to be able to get in positions marked on the court by the coach's schematics in order for them to make a play. And we know the front court is the slowest speed of the position, right? The
Right.
front court. The back court is your speed. That's why they're the first line of defense. You feel what I'm saying? So if your if your back court with your guards are shabby on defense and can't hold water, it's like a freaking Niagara Falls, then all that pressure is coming down on your front court. And what can they do? Because now the guards have been penetrated. Your fortress have been penetrated due to the lack of defense from your guards. So the soiree, listen to what I'm saying, the soiree of the totality of that defensive stance for that possession has been compromised, has been weakened, has been violated. And those intruders now have options. Whereas if you have a decent guard play, you slow them down just a little bit. If you don't stop them, but slow them down just a little bit and become disruptive enough in order for them to readjust their offensive set. But if you got people running downhill on your lack of defensive guard play, you're putting people like PJ Washington in harm's way, play by play, possession by possession. And sooner or later, they're going to falter. They're going to crumble. They're going to break. You know what I'm saying?
But
And
that,
it looks bad on PJ in those positions due to the bad play of the guards. So who can you really contribute it to? Me, I'm contributing to more guards than the backcourt because those guys are slower. Their reaction time is slower, and if they have to move and adjust on speed, a lot of them will fail. There's only a few that can adjust and play accordingly, but not a lot in on your front court, DJ.
but that's the main reason why, like, I don't put it all on PJ as far as the overall problem. Remember, we have sat here. We watched those summer league games. We went over play by play, and I'm not trying to be funny because just like I'm hard on the Hornets, I'm hard on my Lakers. I throw everything. I throw Palinka ass under the bus, like real tough. So don't. So for the Charlotte fans, please don't think I'm just pointing out the problems and not getting to a solution. The main reason why I bring it up is because I want us to get to a solution, but we can't get to a solution if we're still being delusional about the overall problems of the team.
But what I'm saying is that PJ Washington is not the brightest player or the sharpest tool in this shed. We understand that. We know that PJ Washington plays with a par level of IQ, and that's
Okay.
good enough. But I feel that the Charlotte Hornets guard play defensively is too erratic. They take too many chances. It's almost like, since you from New Orleans, so you can relate to this jargon. It seems like they're riverboat gamblers,
Uh huh.
and they take too many chances, and they're not good enough to make up, unlike the Lakers, to make up for too many defensive miss assignments by taking too many chances. We see Terry Rozier always trying to take chances to compensate for his lack of size. So he tries to jump passing lanes. He tries to reach and steal for balls, and then people go right around him. We see Lamelo Ball out there. He's a little slow on defense, but he's lengthy, and He can use his length to try to be disruptive, but his footwork, as far as defending, is a little clumsy. And people go around him. He start reaching. His tallness with some smaller guards could be kind of awkward. And instead of him standing straight up to use his height to make him shoot over him, he leans down, which is a no-no, especially for tall people, to try to reach and steal the ball from smaller guards, or try to reach around them and try to steal the ball from the backside, which is a bad defensive posture. And
Right.
so if these guards, and I'm only using them two because they're starters. Now the guards that come off the bench, the Cody Martins of the world and things of that nature, they're not too much better, but Cody Martin is more
Season.
physical. No, not seasoned, more physical, that he can get beat, but he will recover by using a lot of his body strength. And he's
Okay.
not afraid to do that. You follow what I'm saying? So I'm only highlighting the guards. I'm talking about the starters because they're starters. Not much behind the starters because Charlotte's already bereft of talent. So you can't try to go deep and try to find a jewel when the starters are so-so, and their record reflects that. So that put
Right.
a lot of onus on the backcourt, and this is why it's going to be very important for the Mark Williams of the world, to be able to stay on ground, on court, by being a smart player. And so far, he have shown that he can be a smart player. Where early on he get into a lot of foul trouble, and that costs him minutes, valuable minutes on the court. So Charlotte's going to have to really up the level of defense on their guard play in order to save the Mark Williams and the PJ Washingtons and the Miles Bridges of the world, so they can be on the court longer and be more productive. And that what
Okay, but
happens.
okay, but Dex, I'm gonna be honest to you. This is why I think they drafted nothing but replacements. Like remember when we went over the draft, I was the one saying, and I really want you to remember this. Why did they draft another guard? Man, they need front court. Well, why did they draft blah blah blah? And I'm like, man, they need such and such. Now, the reason why I bring that up now is because, especially with Summer League, we know why they did it now. They drafting replacements. I wasn't looking at it like that at first, but then even when I honestly look at it, I'm like, okay, Morton. Now where's Morton going? Like I was looking at who they was drafting. Wasn't even thinking about the roster. Now, if I'm wrong, help me out because y'all brought up the young man from UCLA who came off a knee injury, if I remember correctly. I think he was from UCLA. What wasn't he? The guy that they drafted.
Talking about
Talking about
Miami?
Charlotte. No,
Yeah,
Charlotte.
Amari Bailey.
Okay, Marbella. I was like, why would they draft him when they got like how many people are they replacing? And remember they got like three guards this past draft. So now they guard heavy right now. They're honestly guard heavy. And yeah, I'm putting Book Knight within that equation because he's still there. But I'm like, damn, like, are they replacing players or are they really like going to really put some in development and let them blossom?
Yeah, it's interesting. It seemed like the way Charlotte operated in the past, because I only can go by the past because I don't know what they're going to do in the future. I'm not
A
what
mind
you call
reader,
it?
I got you. I
No,
got you.
not necessarily a mind reader, but those who forecast the future. A seer or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, and the only thing I would do is be speculating anyway, and I try my best not to speculate too often, too much. But when you look at it, besides Lamelo Ball, And listen, Lamelo Ball did a really good thing for the body snatcher, aka one of the best guards to ever wear a Charlotte Hornet uniform, Baron Davis. LaMelo signed autographs for his son Kingman, and they had a nice interaction with each other in the Spectrum Center. So Baron Davis came down, hooked up with LaMelo, and they showed off the new throwback uniforms that they're going to use this season and things of that nature. And he had a nice interaction with the kids. So LaMelo loved the kids. So shout out to BD, aka the Body Snatcher, and his son Kingman and LaMelo Ball sharing a great Charlotte moment. And I'm quite sure that this will leave a beautiful memory for his son Kingman moving forward. But nevertheless, outside of LaMelo Ball, the guards of the Charlotte Hornets has been suspect. Terry Rozier is herky-jerky and streaky at best. He's not a player that you can depend on like a Joe Dumars. He's not part of that ilk when it comes to being an offshoot of a great point guard. So that right there should have been addressed. And Terry Rozier doesn't even fit the LaMelo Ball, Mark Williams, Charlotte Hornet young core, including Brandon Ingram timeline. Miles, PJ, to some degree, yes. But Terry Rozier does not. And we already know Gordon Hayward doesn't, so we don't even need to mention him. Terry Rozier does not. And Charlotte Hornet failed to flip Terry for front court powers. Charlotte Hornet failed to flip Terry for even a productive, steady guard to play alongside LaMelo, who's more defensive-minded than what Terry Rozier have shown thus far. So those are major errors in Charlotte Hornets' organizational and roster structure that will help compel them to be a better team moving forward, instead of keeping them on the roster, paying that substantially amount of money for being out of the playoff type team year in and year out, right? Just basically teasing the Hive, teasing Buzz City. And Michael Jordan just had a gallop and proceeding with that type of atmosphere year in and year out, where they just tease. So the money can still flow in, the advertising can still flow in, and Mike can go and solicit and say, we right there on the cusp. All we have to do is get that little bit more money coming in so I can secure a little bit better talent and get us rolling into the postseason, because that's where the big money comes in at for your organization. So when you have a LaMelo Ball, you can kind of balance missing the playoffs and still be superbly profitable. And that's the game that he played for 4 seasons, and I think the NBA just had enough of it. But nevertheless, a good GM will fight tooth and nail to make a name for himself by flipping rosters, constructing rosters that is formidable to opponents. When they come into your arena, the roster that the GM have constructed, when these players come into your arena, you have some form of intrepidation. But unlike the Charlotte Hornets, when they come into your arena, most teams, if not all, feel it's a bye. And that should be a shameful act from General Manager Mitchie Kupchak, because I believe Mitchie Kupchak is a Hall of Fame general manager prior to coming to the Charlotte Hornets. And at the same time, if he had any galls about his impression on the NBA, he would fight tooth and nail to get a Charlotte Hornet roster. You follow what I'm saying? Because what he did with the Lakers, that's the Lakers. To show
Wait,
that,
wait, 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 Dex. Hold on. I'm sorry. This dude just said Terry is a high fly dunker.
yeah, it's devastating. Yeah, I mean Terry have some poster dunks, especially the one against Kevin Durant. But that's not enough. That's not going to get Charlotte over the hump. Having
That's
a
what I'm
couple of poster
getting at.
dunks.
So for him to say that, oh, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this right here. So Mitch Kupchak, right, should have the balls, being a championship GM, coming from a championship organization, being a champion player in the NBA as Kareem backup, should have the galls and the guts to fight tooth and nail to bring a roster forward to compete in the NBA as he did with the Los Angeles Lakers. But we understand why he was successful with the Lakers, because there was a unknown entity that helped spark the Mitch Kupchak regime in the name of Jerry West. So
Exactly.
we so we understand how Mitchie really got to be this multi-champion GM, and also coveting over the coaching of Phil Jackson as a Laker. So we understand all of this, because now that he's over in Charlotte, it seems like he's on vacation, like he's taking a break from the headaches. Because being with the Lakers probably was a headache, and I don't blame him, because you got to win, baby, and win now.
Oh, I Lakers fans are more look. I know how we are, so I ain't even going there.
Yeah, we spoiled, no doubt. We spoiled. We basically become elitists. We feel we deserve the championship every year. If something we ain't getting the championship, something ain't right. Now we got to investigate. Heads got to roll. We understand that, but at the same time, if that was really Mitch's character and not his caricature, because I believe it's more of a caricature than his character. Because if it was his character and not a role that he was playing, then he would have that same zeal, same desire for the Charlotte Hornets. And once Mitch Kupchak picked up a player like Lamelo Ball, he would immediately start changing the face of this roster. Now, I understand Gordon Hayward. This one, I got to take Gordon Hayward out of the equation, based on the fact that Gordon Hayward came in the same year LaMelo Ball came in. So they didn't know how this chemistry will amalgamate. They didn't know this yet. So Gordon Hayward gets a break for this. But the rest of the roster, outside Miles Bridges and PJ Washington, because they were young, and Jalen McDaniels, the rest of that roster should have been start getting flipped immediately, because they wasn't going to win. They wasn't going to do much. And so they should have been flipping that roster during LaMelo first 2 years, and they still probably would have made a playing game, because the East was kind of
I
shabby.
don't disagree with you though. I don't disagree with you, and but that's part of why I'm on. I
You got to
didn't
turn
know they
your
had.
background down. I hear background TV
I
playing.
I I said I didn't know they was having so much of a front court problem, like until I really started dissecting it. Cause at first when I used to listen with y'all, I ain't gonna lie, I used to just be in the back laughing, looking at the chat, laughing, that da 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 da, and everything else. Until that one day when me and Rap God was talking about rap albums and everything, I really didn't say that much in the chat. You dig what I'm saying? But
Hmm.
then when I started dissecting and seeing who they drafting, like watching who they going after, even I'm like, hold on, bro, y'all killing me. Like, why go after this one if that's not what y'all need? Y'all need this. Y'all need this right here.
Yeah, Mike
So
was playing that 50-50 game, right?
I mean, I agree with what you're saying, but like me personally, as far as Terry, I would have had him as my second floor general. Then that would make less headaches right there. And I'm just going off of the roster that they have right now. Like Terry needs to be the second floor general. But and then if you're gonna let the rest of the guys develop, let them develop. Don't keep bringing them up, shifting them back down, bringing them up, shifting them back down. Like I watched that with a couple of on their roster that when it was coach's decision when they didn't play, they was playing with the G League, and I'm like, why would you do that? That's stupid.
See, the thing of it is this, to be honest with you, and I'm not trying to crash down on Michael Jordan, because like I said before, he's my GOAT. Even though he's not my player, Magic is my guy. But Michael Jordan is the GOAT. I mean, he just did so much for basketball. And I can remember watching Michael Jordan, right, come into the league, because I watched him in college. I watched Michael Jordan from what's it, 82 to 84 or something. I mean, excuse me, from 82 to 85 or somewhere around there. I remember him in college. I remember when it was James Worthy's team. I remember the Sam Perkins of the world. You follow what I'm saying? I remember Doherty, all those guys, Black, all those guys back then. But listen, when Michael Jordan came into the league, I was cheering. Just when I'm in high school, I was cheering against Michael Jordan because I know he wasn't going to beat no Los Angeles Lakers. I knew he wasn't going to beat no Boston Celtics. I knew they weren't going to beat no Houston Rockets because Houston Rockets was a good team back then. I knew they weren't going to beat no Dallas Mavericks. Dallas Mavericks was a superb team back then, if y'all can remember. The Rolando Blackman era and Derek Harper. And what's that other boy they had on? Harper?
Boy, Derek was a real bruiser by everybody playing.
Right. You follow what I'm saying? So Sam Donaldson, the center, another bruiser. So I remember those teams back then. But I knew Michael Jordan wasn't going to be able to get through those teams. That's how I'm looking at it, because Lakers my team. So he had to go through a whole lot of teams below the Lakers even to be able to play the Lakers. But what I also recognized was the ascendancy of Michael Jordan. He coming. And we need to hurry and draft something that can fight against that. You understand what I'm saying? And the Lakers was doing pretty good to stay there. Boston Celtics was doing pretty good to stay there. That's why they try to get the Lynn Biases of the world. They got Reggie Lewis. You know, they was trying to the D Brown. They was trying to get players that can hold off Mike, because he's coming. And not only did he come, he came. He saw. He conquered. You got to give the man that on that rectangle, 94 feet of parquet floor to play on, shiny parquet floor. We give him that. But once his ass got into the executive box, you know, that's when things start to kind of go awry. And Mitch Kupchak coming over to assist Michael Jordan because he felt Troy wasn't, he didn't have the connections. He didn't have it. Even though he was an Asian guy, he was very smart, probably one of the first analytical guys in the league, and he's very good with numbers, but he didn't have that connection, that pizzazz, that when Mitch Kupchak pick up the phone call, other GM's going to answer, because he's a championship player and a championship coach. Championship GM. So we have this pizzazz with him. He has this juice about him. He brings it over to Charlotte and nothing. What the hell happened? Did he really have it? Was it a facade? Or did he just come to retire, to lay in the sun and get some great R&R? And I mean rest and relaxation. That's what
Well,
it seemed like.
I'm well, me personally, I think it's actually shocking that they let him get it um before Magic. Like that's one thing I was shocked at, but that's neither here nor there.
Well,
Um,
but Magic, but see, you got to understand, Magic did bring some disgrace, right, with the league,
right,
and
right, right,
and he had to force retire. Magic didn't retire on his own, ladies and gentlemen. Magic was forced to retire based on complaints from other players and other star players.
right. But I, like me personally, I just think that he was treating them like a tax write-off, and now he gets to sit with the team and not have to pay for tickets. Like that's the way I view Mike with this organization, because it is funny now. I did let you go through your whole little spiel, your whole monologue, and I wanted it for a reason, because it's funny that you're the goat, and I'm not just saying this to you. I'm actually saying it to the chat too. It's mighty funny that you're the goat, but you can't get nobody to play for your
Oh,
ass.
we've been talked about this. We talked this over nauseum. I mean, and I believe it's 50. I believe, the league have something to do with it, and I believe Mike has something to do with it. And I believe this is a residual effects of the league basically telling Mike, don't use his player card. You know how some people say don't use a race card? They
Right.
telling Mike, don't use your player card. When I mean player, I ain't talking about suave. I ain't talking about debonair. I'm talking about player as a person bouncing that ball for a team in uniform and being the best to do it. Not to use that as leverage to lure players away from other organizations that don't have that kind of leverage in the league. Also, by him being black, could he use that? Hey man, come play for the brother, man. Y'all been playing for these people a lot, man. Come play for the brother, man. Get me something over here. You follow what I'm saying? Maybe those are some unwritten rules that Mike couldn't play by.
Yes, it was. Isaiah, Karl Malone, um, just to name a few that was against Magic still being in the league. Well, it's funny because Karl Malone was actually supposed to be in jail, and he was lucky he got out of the state of Louisiana. Because I'm actually shocked they let that happen.
I don't think he's been back since.
Nope. He waited until that girl left Louisiana to start spending time with her.
But see, the reason why Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Williams, and we talked about this also, the reason why a lot of people didn't consider him the GOAT is because Kareem had what they consider an aloof behavior, right? He was very mercurical, right? And his beliefs and his position and his mindset when it came to basketball. Basketball has never been Kareem's number one objective. Kareem's number one objective was social justice. It always have been, even since he was at UCLA when he
Oh,
was
okay.
when he was Lou Alcindor.
Okay, but Dex, I'm and I'm gonna keep it all the way funky. I'm with Chris. Like if we're gonna say goats, like goats, because I'm actually shocked at how nobody bring up how Dr. J was. I mean, if like in I don't know if Chris does this. I don't know if you do this. I actually do goat by position, not just say overall GOAT, because to me MJ is not the overall GOAT, and that's just me. LeBron even isn't, and I'm a LeBron fan to my core. I still don't view him as the overall GOAT.
But this is why I said that this is why Kareem has been extricated from the conversation based on his posture as a human being, as a humanitarian, as a Muslim, and as somebody seeking critical civil rights and race justice, playing basketball and being a part of civil rights movements and being a part of Black Power movements. You know what I'm saying? Also, Kareem has been an actor. Also, Kareem has been diligent in discipline training, meaning the karate and the judo and jutsu and all that other stuff.
Right.
See, the NBA always wanted, Larry O'Brien was commissioner. The NBA always wanted you to focus on them first because it's a business. They don't want you pursuing it half-heartedly. Kareem was such a super talent that he was able to do this. This is how his mind works. He was able to be this kind of player in the NBA. We're not even talking his high school and college career. We're talking NBA here. He was able to do this in the NBA with ease, right? He
Yeah.
developed an unstoppable shot. So by Kareem being able to do this with ease, his mind, the way it works, it went into other avenues of complicated matters.
Yep.
And a lot of that dealt with racial justice and things of that nature. He didn't like what he saw because he was living in that era where it was hard as hell. You know what I'm saying? For black people to exceed and excel in that kind of society where at once it was segregated because Kareem grew up in a segregated society, and
Yep.
then it became integrated. So a lot of adjustment was made there, and a lot of jockeying. A lot of jockeying was being inserted in that integrated society because the question was, where do we fit? How do we fit? So it was a lot of figuring out because it was a readjustment. So Kareem mind and mindset and activities went away from basketball also. Michael Jordan never had that issue. Just think about it. Even Will Chamberlain to some degree. Bill Russell, same with Bill Russell, same in the category of,
No,
of
no,
Kareem.
Jordan had that, but Jordan chose to go with the mob at that point
But
and
that's my
deal with
point. He didn't, what I mean, he didn't have it. Maybe I should have been more clear. He didn't have
yeah,
it because he chose to look the other way and focus on
right.
basketball and making the NBA where it is now. Because what Michael Jordan did, he made the game super global. It's nowhere on the planet. Michael Jordan and Snoop Dogg is nowhere on the planet that nobody knows these two people. Michael Jordan, Snoop Dogg, Michael Jackson. You understand what I'm saying? No, no.
Yeah, but here's where I kind of disagree. And here's the main reason why I disagree. Because that same argument could be made about Magic and Bird. That same argument, I'm just saying, that same argument. Because you had from the North Pole to the South Pole,
Bird is
either
different though.
trying to either trying to dribble like Magic and pass like Magic, or shoot like Bird. I'm just being totally honest. From the
No,
North
Michael
Pole to the
Jordan made
South
it
Pole,
super global. Didn't you hear the word super?
but I don't think so because
Magic and
the only
Bird
thing
made the game global, but they didn't make it
I
super global.
no, I disagree. The only thing they did was take the marketing dollars and move it from like move it from Bird and Magic, and rather than have it behind two players, they put it behind one. Then the other thing which had nothing to do with basketball, but technically it did, there was a cartoon that was made. If it wasn't for that cartoon, the these certain players would have never been known as all-time greats. Remember, it had Gretzky, it had Bo Jackson, it had Michael Jordan, and it had who else did it have? God dang it, it had one other person. It was four of them. But it was
Was it
Bo
Pele?
Jackson. No, it was Bo Jackson, Gretzky,
It wasn't Pele.
Jordan. No, wasn't
I could
Pele.
have sworn Pele had a cartoon.
No. All these four was in the same cartoon. These four was in the same cartoon, like the actual same cartoon. And then that's when the NBA actually went global. It was because of that cartoon, though.
But that cartoon had players from cross sports. You had hockey,
Yeah,
you had football, you had
yeah,
basketball,
but
and it
it
had to be baseball.
highlighted.
Who was a baseball player?
No, they had
Barry
they had
Bonds?
no, they had Jordan down as dual. They had him down as basketball and baseball, but it was
What
a
was this
baseball
cartoon?
player. It,
Oh,
it man,
Uncle Vern said
man,
Carl Lewis.
Carlo. Okay, what's it called? Could have been. I,
I don't remember
I
because
think
I
I
don't
think it
remember this
was a track
cartoon
star.
because yeah, I don't remember this cartoon because I don't know what year it was, and
No,
I
no,
ain't I ain't watched
that's for
cartoons
real.
since
It, it,
elementary.
it but it was Bo Jackson, Michael Jordan, Wayne Gretzky, and it was somebody else. And but what I'm literally getting at is
But Michael Jordan is still in that cartoon though.
that that's when the NBA kind of shifted and started putting
I think
the
we're talking
money
apples to apples and
primarily.
oranges to oranges. I believe we're talking apples because it's still Michael Jordan's part of the equation. And what I'm saying
But
is he made the game super global.
I, I
Because see, the thing about it is, remember Michael played in an Olympic team. Magic and Bird didn't play in the Olympics. They got in the Olympics later on in '92 Dream Team. Michael Jordan played in '84,
yeah,
so he was already.
but nobody was even but like nobody was checking for that team like that during that time.
But my
Nobody
point,
was check.
okay, but listen,
I'm talking about the first team before the Dream Team. When the
yeah,
Dream
but
Team
hold
happened,
on,
everybody was
hold on,
checking
Gemini, hold
because
on,
prior to the
Gemini,
loss.
Gemini, hold on. What I'm saying is that Michael Jordan was already playing international style basketball. Magic and Bird did not until '92. That's what I'm saying. So Michael Jordan was already a precursor of the global anticipation coming
Mhm.
into the league. That's what I'm trying to say.
I,
So when
I
Michael
I
Jordan,
I think
so
that's only because of the marketing dollars also that happened with McDonald's.
no, but that's part of it. That's part of it. Magic had his commercials. Bird has commercials. That's part of it. People gravitated to Michael Jordan in a way based on his athleticism. Magic and Bird didn't have that athleticism. Yes, they had an IQ for basketball, and they was team oriented players. But Michael Jordan brought that selfishness into the game, and it just took it to a whole new level, man.
Pro Stars. That was the Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Chris, because I remember watching it with my little cousin. Watching them, it
Yeah,
was
I never
Pro
even heard of that
Stars.
cartoon. I'm gonna be honest with you. Never heard of it.
Yeah, Pro Stars. Thank you, Chris. I used to watch
But
my
in order
little
for you
cousin.
to have a cartoon, let's keep it 100. In order for you to have a cartoon, you have to be popular. You have to be a standout, just like Temptations and the Jacksons, right? At one point, the
Mm.
Temptations was a better group, but Temptations never had a cartoon. The Jacksons did because the
Temptations did
Jackson was
have a
more
cartoon.
popular, huh?
Temptations had a cartoon too.
When
They had a cartoon
not a
before the
feature,
Jacksons.
not a
No,
feature.
no, no. They had a cartoon before the Jacksons.
Okay, okay, that's cool then, because I didn't know that.
Yeah, they did.
I remember the Jacksons cartoon. I don't remember Temptations.
Yeah, the only reason why the Jacksons kind of got more play, your boy backed them with the money, Gordon, and he was literally
Gordon had the Temptations too, though,
yeah, but he literally
and it wasn't Gordon with the Jacksons though. That's I think
no
that was
no
CBS Radio. I
no
mean
no
CBS Records to back them with that money, or
no
Epic
no
Records. I wanted them to. It wasn't
no
Motown.
no that was still Motown put the money behind the cartoon.
Oh, okay.
Motown put the money behind the cartoon, and with them putting the money behind the cartoon, which helped all of us gravitate to it even quicker. And they kept the storyline relevant. So yeah, that like that. So that's like what happened. That's just like okay, even if you look back and say, oh, Sesame Street is global, but Sesame Street was actually global before that, but it was actually made for us. And then
But
it was
Sesame Street
so
was broadcast in various languages though, so you could say it. You could say they was global. They had different languages for Sesame Street.
right, but the languages came later. At first, it was made for our community. Then it was branched out, which I'm kind of alluding on when it came to the Jackson cartoon. He didn't let it go down like it did with the Temptations and not back it. He was like, no, this one I want to succeed because a lot of his draw artists and everything on it was primarily black, so he didn't want it to go away, and that's why he backed it.
Mm.
And I'm just saying that because you didn't know about those cartoons, and I know it from watching my little cousin and everything. I
And
used
I
to have
just
to
did never
sit there
know the
and watch it with
Temptations had
them.
a cartoon.
Oh
Not
yeah,
like
yeah.
a morning TV show. Now they could
No,
have probably had a little what you call it a cameo in something, but an actual cartoon named The Temptations. I never heard of it, and I'm older than you.
yeah. The Temptations had one season. The Jacksons had three seasons, and Pro Stars I think had three seasons. They almost made 4 or 5 seasons of Pro Stars. But
Yeah, I
Pro
never even
Stars
heard of that, so I
episodes
don't.
were
I'm
low.
not denying that. I never even heard of it because I
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
watching cartoons at that time.
Well, no, but you got to consider what they called a season. 12 episodes, 12 to 18 episodes was considered to be a season. Just like the Jacksons was doing at least about 15 to 16 episodes a season. So they was really trying to cheat people out the residual money once like um if it wasn't really black by white dollars, they was trying to box us out of the residual part.
Mm. Well, I just can remember based on growing up and being a part of the atmosphere, how Michael Jordan just took it to such a astronomical financial endeavor for basketball, and that's what I just remember. Now I know Magic and Bird did take it from being a replay as well as the Iceman George Gervin. Got to put him in there too, taking it out of replaying the game and making it live, being able to watch it live. I understand they did it in that era and brought money and revenue to the NBA, but Mike just took it to a whole new level. So maybe that's why they consider him the GOAT because of the financial implications of his tenure in the NBA. I don't know, but that's the only thing I can say because statistically, it could pass to other players when it comes to the GOAT. Because in most other sports, the GOAT is the statistical player. You follow what I'm saying? He don't have to be the most popular player, but he is the best statistical player. Michael is not that. He's definitely the most popular player, but
Right.
not the most statistical player. And that's the only thing I can think of because the people that runs the NBA is bottom line people. You know, they only want to control the purse strings. They don't care about too many things else. And the money that they do put to back the player is to
Mm,
further their purse strings. If that person is popular enough and have the charisma to keep the people interested and eyes on them while they play, so the advertising dollars could mount up. But nevertheless, that's always a debatable conversation. But personally, I just think he's that. LeBron James is the first player ever in any sport to become a billionaire while still touching that basketball in front of a live audience in packed and sold out arenas. That has never been done. That's remarkable. That's black history. That's something that needs to be touted more and it needs to be paraded in front of the sports media information campaign that LeBron James
man.
has became
See,
a billionaire by still patent, touching,
see,
manipulating that
Phil Jackson
basketball.
gonna be at your neck. Phil Jackson gonna be at your neck. Yeah, because Phil said that's a posse.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm not mad at Phil for saying that, to be honest with you. I don't think it was so much
I am.
racial. Listen, let me tell you this. I know a lot of time we like to say anything white people say against us is racial. And I'm definitely got my fist balled up and raised to the sky wholeheartedly. And my history demonstrates that. But nevertheless, we use that word posse. That's part of hip hop term, and
Yeah, but we
maybe
haven't used it
hold
in
on, hold
years
on, bro.
for
Hold
when
on.
he
I know you're
came
a
with it.
LeBron guy. Just hold on a sec. Just hold your water. I know you're a LeBron guy. I'm not trying to gaslight you, but I just believe that when we use that term in the way we use it, and we know posse is a cowboy term. We know that. We know that posse is somewhat of a demeaning term based on the cowboys and Indians and being a rebel, being rogue, being a renegade, and things of that nature. That everything that's attached to a cowboy. So we understand the word posse, but in hip hop, we use it as being a part of a pack, being a part of a crew that's loyal and that beats to. I mean that dance to one beat of the drum. And LeBron has that at his core, but he might not call it a posse, he called it a team. But a lot of times,
Team Entourage.
or entourage, but sometimes entourage is looked upon as a negative connotation to some degree. But a team, that's always looked at as positive. And plus, it's a sport that got him these group of people to coalesce and become a solid core. So
Mm.
So posse is really not bad. That's what I'm saying. Because we use it and we use it both ways. My posse on Broadway, you follow what I'm saying? And then we could use it as posse like Kanye West, my clique. You ain't messing with my clique, click, click. We use that term. So the way Phil Jackson probably expressed it, it could have been negative because look at this dude thinking he all that. You know what I'm saying? Mike is my guy, and this guy want to come in with a posse and change the landscape of basketball and how it's presented and things of that nature. That's possible too. But at the same time, I just believe that sometimes we get a little sidetracked when people outside of our people say things that we say, and then we flip it on them saying, "Oh man, you can't say it like that." You follow what I'm saying? So I'm just gonna let that go there because, like I said, there's other sides of the coin that could interpret it a different way, and they have the right to do that. I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying that Phil Jackson's using the word posse when LeBron James comes storming into Madison Square Garden and putting up big numbers. You know what I'm saying? Phil ain't feeling that. I understand Phil. You know what I'm saying? But hey, it is what it is. But to get back on topic, with this Michael Jordan and Mitch Kupchak thing, is that
Mm.
is that Nitty, that's what I call him. I call him Nitty. Know damn well, being a product of the state of North Carolina, know damn well he should come into his state and being a GM and signing his John Doe on stupendous contracts as a general manager should put his stateside team above all else. And I don't think that's the case. Unless Michael Jordan, which I was told personally by someone that's in the know, that he is a puppet master. And maybe Mitch just, hey man, I'm not finna fight this dude over his team. This is his shit. He black anyway. I ain't tripping up. You know what I'm saying? Even though
Yeah, I mean, they did shut up and take the money. I'll give you that. But I mean, overall, like it was still coming. It just like with Purple and Big L, because they're purity fans of Charlotte. Even though Purple don't want to admit to it, she is a fan of Charlotte.
yeah, she won't admit it though. She'll fight
Yeah,
you on that
but
one.
right, but I mean, like they, they did just shut up and take the money, and but that's the overall problem when it comes to us, like trying to break it down and then like look it over. Like when I took I took 3 days, and I hate to say, I wasted my freaking time. I went back. I looked at
Well,
draft
you
picks.
educated.
I went back. I looked at the scouts. I went back. I looked at the front office, and the only common denominator that I kept getting was Mike is effing up this team on purpose. I don't care
Anybody
what
with common
nobody.
sense could see that. To be honest with you,
Well,
anybody with common sense, and they let Mike get away with a whole lot because of what he did to the for the NBA. I mean, this guy turned $1 million business into $1 billion business, and everybody's eating basically off of the residuals of Michael Jordan's play as the Chicago Bulls. Not the
right.
Washington Wizard, Michael. I'm talking about the Chicago Bull, Michael. Even though the Michael Jordan Wizard, Michael, did do well for the first year he was a Wizard. I mean, people had eyes on Mike. Can he do it again? Can he do it again? And then they came to the realization that, nah, it's over for Mike. But Mike was just playing so he can be an executive. He was doing the NBA a favor because the NBA was kind of taking a hit because there's only really one good team, right? And you had the San Antonio Spurs, who was a good team as well. But we know that Los Angeles Lakers was a way better team than San Antonio Spurs. The only difference is Kobe and Shaq could not see eye to eye, and that gave San Antonio Spurs a competitive advantage. If Shaq and Kobe could have seen eye to eye, Shaq coming to the season fit and ready to rumble, San Antonio didn't have nothing for the Lakers. It was only because of that division created a chasm for competition for other teams to give the Lakers a run for their money, and Sacramento is a part of that as well.
I
And
dig it.
that and that had a lot of effect on the Lakers. A lot of anti-Laker fans will not agree because they don't know the atmosphere in the divide and the gap it caused in that Laker locker room and that Laker fan base by Kobe and Shaq being their own entity within that team and dividing that team and dividing the fan base. A lot of anti-Laker fans don't know this because they weren't a part of that atmosphere where you arguing in the barbershop, two Laker fans arguing who should stay and who should go.
I mean, um, uh, I don't even. I can't even call it, bro. I can't. I can't.
So just imagine Gemini. I know 2020 I mean hindsight is 2020. I know this, and we're reminiscing, and maybe it's a little trauma being exposed here. But just imagine if Shaq came in shape every season, and Kobe would have sincerely acquiesced, not forcefully, but sincerely acquiesced to Shaq being the number one option year in and year out, and he be the Robin. Just imagine how many championships they would have won, and the cohesiveness of the team being together and not separating.
I mean, I dig it, but that's not even why they fell out. But I mean, they like to me, honestly, and I guess this is the only reason why I don't talk about Lakers history because Kobe actually did what Jay Z was doing with Dame Dash. Kobe will have dinner with the GMs, the owner, where Shaq was making his money at other places, and that's even why to this day Shaq still have way more money than Kobe, mainly because all the other business ventures that he have going on. But that's neither here nor there. The main reason why I don't talk Lakers history is because Kobe did like really not only did the most backstabbingest thing from him first getting to the team to the reason why they fell out was over the OG trying to educate you to not get caught, and you got mad at him for pointing out just have a separate bank account for all that, and that's why they had the real fallout in the locker room.
Yeah, that
The
was a
only
that was a straw to break the camel's back. But they had some feuding before the allegation stuff.
right, but it was mainly because of that. Then once the situation went down, like everybody talk about D'Lo.
Yeah, we know that Kobe ratted him out. We know that.
Yeah, he ratted out. He started ratting out so many names, boy. The boy started getting death threats from players, talking about, boy, don't you mention my name no more, or boy, don't you mention my name. Like players was coming out, like literally threatening this dude, like telling him, like the David even had to step in. Like David literally had to step in during those days, cause they was going at that boy at night. That boy was mentioning so many people. You thought he was your boy who used to be with 50 Cent, who ratted on everybody in New York. And that's why they had to get rid of that boy, the producer. Well, I can't think of that boy name.
Shaw Money.
Shy Money. Like they literally had to literally get rid of that boy. Like because they was about to put hits out on that boy. Silver and David had to pull his coattail and say, "Hey man, don't be saying other people name in these interviews."
Yeah, when they like you, they hide your flaws. That's definitely true. Yeah, you're right about that. And so, but I just use that. I didn't go into that much of a detail, but I just use that as a means that there was a separation, and because of that separation, San Antonio did get a competitive edge and took advantage of it. So what I'm saying is that Mitch Kupchak, being a Laker,
Mm,
knowing what a championship atmosphere is like, knowing what a championship coach look like, knowing what a championship organization is like, not only as a player, but as an executive.
mm,
But yet he goes over to Charlotte and, like you say, just take the man money and run. Take the money and run. What's that song by Dire Straits? Take
mm.
the money and run. You know what I'm saying? And Mike had no problem with it because he got to pay somebody. Might as well pay somebody that's going to listen to me.
I mean that's my whole thing about it. Like if like with looking at this at first, I didn't want to blame him until the story started coming out from the recruiters and the scouts. Well, I really mean scouts, not recruiters. The scouts saying, "Oh man, I wouldn't draft this dude because of X, Y, and Z." And then next, you got the boss come up right behind you. Nah, that's my guy. It's like, come on, mother. I
We're going to be
told you
great
don't
one day. We're
draft
going to
him,
be great. Draft him. How could you not
man.
see it?
Like I'm telling you not to draft this dude because of this, and this, and you still say what? So I get it, bro. Is this what I don't like get is like now, and I don't just say this about Charlotte because I'm from a city where the owner was actually getting paid to lose in the NFL. For y'all who don't know, the New Orleans Saints, and I'm just gonna say this
That's when
so
there
they
was the
don't.
Aints, not the
Right,
Saints, the Aints.
but I'm only gonna say this part because I don't want nobody channel to get shut down. Allegedly, that when all this was going on, Tom Benson was the owner, and Tom Benson was just doing this thing and collecting money. For people who think that Tom Benson wasn't making money with the Saints, he made way more money than he paid for the Saints.
He
So
made
I mean,
more money than some of the winning teams. Because
yes,
remember, even though the Saints were the Aints and they had the paper sacks, they were sold out.
yep.
They would sell out their stadium.
And then what he would do on the slick, if we had a good offense, we had below average defense. If we had a solid defense, we had a
Yep.
below average offense.
I remember that
How
black,
could you
all
couldn't
black
make this up?
defense with Patrick Swelling and all them guys. And then he
Yeah.
had
Oh,
the
Dawn Patrol.
yep, yep. Oh my God, that was so beautiful in that uniform. All that man, all that blackness and that gold. Oh man, that was tough. Damn, that was tough, man. They don't even talk much about that defense. They only talk about the Ravens. But that was one of the unhurled defense ever in the NFL. And like you said, on the other side of the ball, they were below average. Oh my God.
In
Um,
fact, our linebacker was
Jim Everett,
was a undersized linebacker, Sam Mills.
Sam Mills. Yep, Sam Mills.
Nobody actually thought that he was going to turn into the All Pro that he wound up being at 5'8".
Yep,
Ain't
Sam Mills.
nobody thought that he was going to be that tough.
That's where you get the Zacks of the worlds, and what was the other small linebacker? God, I can't think of his name. But anyway, he was an Asian guy, come out of Texas A&M. But anyway,
Asian guy.
yeah, he came out of
No,
Texas A&M. I forgot his last name. But
no,
anyway,
no. Pat Williams was an Asian. Was an Asian, Chris.
no, he's talking about
Pat
Pastor Weather
Williams.
for the defense. No, he's talking
Oh
about
yeah,
Pastor Weather
yeah.
for the defense. But the Asian guy came out of Texas A&M. He was an undersized linebacker, but he still got drafted. And I think he went to a All Pro. And then you had Zach from Texas Tech, who was an undersized linebacker. Went to the Cowboys and was an All Pro. Oh no, he went to the Miami Dolphins. Then I think he became a Cowboy or
Yeah,
something,
that
or something like that.
that's how it went. But the Cowboys didn't use him right.
Yeah. I can't think of his name though, man. I know his first name was Zach. I can't think of his last name.
Thomas.
Yeah, Zach Thomas. There you go, Zach Thomas. Yeah, from Texas Tech. So yeah,
But I
Pat,
was trying to remember the Asian
Sam.
dude name.
Yeah, Sam Mills. Like you said, he ushered in that small
Linebacker.
linebacker who was very versatile. The line couldn't block him. He'd get up under the big lineman and then make sacks for minuses. And yeah, Dak Newton. There you go. That's the name, Dak Newton.
Dak Newton. Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
it spells a little different. You forgot the Y, but yeah, Dak Newton. You remember him, right, from Texas A&M?
Yeah, yeah. I remember him now. I remember him now.
Yeah, yeah, we're going retro, bro. See, that's what I be telling you about Flight Sports TV, man. People be trying to claim like we don't know sports because we do a lot of, sometimes fussing and having some hard discourse. And so they be like, oh, they don't know sports. Dude, you'd be surprised. People on Flight Sports TV, especially some of these content creators that grace the panel and in that chat, they almanacs when it comes to sports. So don't sleep on us. We go back and we bring up names and listen, man. We turn back the hands of
Hands of
time on
time,
y'all.
quick. Set the sign. What? Brady has set to sign a $375 million deal with Fox. What, he gonna have a show?
He
You
probably gonna
see
do
that,
football,
Dex?
commentating football. Yes, but that information is not new. The
No, no,
dollar
no.
amount,
But
the dollar
yeah,
amount
the
might be
dollar
somewhat
amount.
new. Yeah, but they said over 300 million. I know that much, but they didn't give a specific dollar amount. That happened about like 7 months ago. They were saying Brady was to sign an over $300 million deal with Fox. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you
but
for that breaking news,
oh, oh,
Devastating, with that
oh.
dollar amount.
Bi- bi- um, but I think he's signing a lifetime deal with them. I think that's what it is. He's signing a lifetime deal with them. He's not just signing like for I want to say like a 4 or 5 year deal. I think he's signing a lifetime deal with Fox.
Probably so. But
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, we
but
just
for
need to
him
share
to
that with people
never go
sometimes.
nowhere else, yeah, but for him to go nowhere else, I don't know if it's worth
Why would you want to go
365.
anywhere else when you got 375 million? Where to go? Where are you going to go?
Yeah,
Plus, he
but
got his own. I don't know about his name and likeness if that's part of the contract where he can't go and be part of sponsoring other items. I don't know. Maybe Fox got the rights, the exclusive rights to all that too, to his name and likeness with that type of a money.
I know girl don't need the money, but if that's the
He's not
price
with her no more
tag,
though. He's not with her no more. He's
yeah,
been divorced.
no, I know they divorced, but she got the kids. She got the kids. So if that's the dollar amount, even though she have her own money, I know she coming back for a slice of that pie.
I don't think you come. You can't come back for nothing once you divorce. That's it.
She got the kids.
Yo, as far as that, okay, I see what you're saying.
She
Okay,
got the kids. As long as she got the kids, he didn't fight for them. As
I
long
got
as
it.
she
I got
got
it.
the kids, she could always come on back. But knowing her, cause she do make her own money, and she did give that MF a deadline, and he went past the deadline.
He
So
probably
I
knew what he was
mean,
doing. You know what I'm saying? A lot of
yeah.
that is calculated.
Well, well, that I mean, she could always come back like Scottie Pippen wife, cause and that's the main reason why I'm so mad at that judge in L.A. where she shouldn't have been able to file that case. She should have filed it in Illinois for Scottie Pippen retirement.
But she never carried Brady's last name, whereas Pippen, she carried Pippen's last name, and then she was a nobody until Pippen married her. When it comes to that, she was a socialite. That's what they call socialites.
But she came back years after the divorce was already
She still
settled.
carried that
Now
name though. She never dropped his name.
I don't
And
give,
and
but we already
as
divorced.
a conscious, hold on, as a conscious person, a grassroots leader in your community, an activist, name denotes attachment. And so if she still got Pippin as her last name, she's still part of attachment to Scottie Pippen.
And I got a problem with that. I'm sorry.
That's a
After
law. She dropped
after
the
the
name.
divorce, you come back and get half of my
Well, Scottie
uh,
Pippen should have sued her for that name to make her drop that name because they're no longer attached. Even though the kids are there, that's different. But her and Scotty's is no longer attached. And this is why she probably never got married until she got that damn retirement check from Scottie Pippen. Now she wants to get married.
oh, but see, here's the kill. You ready?
Yes, go
Here's
for
the
it.
kill. She gets married to young Mike's son or anybody. She can get married to Dex. Scottie Pippen can then go back and file paperwork on her to get her name taken off.
But
All
she
she has
already
to
got
do is
the
get married.
pension.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Is if she marry anybody else, she marry anybody. It doesn't matter who the flick she marry. She could marry she could honestly marry a groundskeeper. It doesn't matter. All she need to do is sign her name on any type of marriage certificate.
Mm. Yeah, because my mom and my dad never divorced, but they separated, and she got his pension.
Yeah, but they was only separated. There's a
Yeah, and
difference.
she still carried his last name as well.
right. Separated, but as long as they separated and never divorced, that's different. But 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 yes, say this, and I'm gonna flip it. Yes, say your mom made the most, but your dad like definitely had a good career, right? And yes, say they divorced. All right, but they was married for 10 years, so he do qualify for the benefits, right? But as soon as he marries somebody else, that's where the buck stop. Because all the lawyer have to do is go in the courtroom and say they remarried. That's on the next man tab now. Well, I don't think
Right.
she's gonna.
Exactly.
I don't think
But
she's
I
gonna
think
live
the
for 10
pension,
years.
maybe the pension law might be different. I don't know because I've never been in that situation. But maybe the pension law may be different. Once you get it, you don't never lose it.
No, I mean, but it soon is it. But the way that the judge ruled on it, from my understanding, is that he ruled on it and she will not get married again. With the way she talking about marrying Michael's son, as soon as that ink touched that paper, I know he waiting for that to get uploaded. Cause soon as it's uploaded, that's her butt. That's her butt.
Yeah, that's if Michael, I mean Marcus and her ever get married because Michael could have told Marcus, "Look, man, you marry that right there, you out of my will. You can have fun right now, but when I'm gone, everything is going to MJ Jr. and the rest of them kids."
Hey, I mean, I dig that. As soon I know he waiting. And if I was him, I wouldn't even be tripping right now. I'll be celebrating. Yeah, y'all go ahead and get married. Yeah, yeah, y'all go ahead and get married. Cause soon as y'all married, that's what I need. And like Dave Chappelle, gotcha, bitch. You did
That'd be
exactly
a
what
trip.
I needed.
If they have kids, Laura and Marcus have kids, Michael and Pippin would be grandddads for the same kid.
I don't. I don't think I, I don't think she that fertile. Cause I think she would have been pregnant for Future before anything.
Yeah,
Future
future
pop him out
potent.
like
Yeah, he potent. Yeah, he potent.
he he pop him out like Sean Kemp, boy. And Sean Kemp wasn't even trying. He was that's what made the turkey baster famous.
Yeah, Sean Kemp pullout game was weak as fuck. So was
No, no, no,
Future.
no. They was going to the garbage can and using a turkey baster. They all said it. All but three of them. All but three of them. He was aiming to be his baby mom. The other seven, they all said it. Like he need an endorsement from Turkey Baster because he made the money.
Mm.
Like they was like he would take it, throw it in the garbage can, right? And he said to this day, after all those court hearings, all of them said the same thing. All they did was walk in there, go to the garbage can, take what he did, and tie it up, leave, and then they impregnated themselves with a turkey baster. All of them said that.
Well, that's his fault still though, because you know why? That's his fault
Because he should have
because
flushed it up
there
down the
you
toilet.
go, there you go. That's how we do it. We take that thing off, tie it, flush it. I don't even tie it. I leave that shit open so I know them motherfuckers dead.
Yeah, like
I don't tie
like when
nothing.
like when his story really came out, and the only reason why a lot of people who don't even follow basketball know about his story, it made one of those like not 48 hour type shows, but like 60 minutes, and they literally talked about for some reason he cleared the story. Yeah, but that's what he was
But he's
trying to get
still
them
at
all to
fault.
sign up
Listen,
well.
listen, he's still at fault because he didn't flush it himself. Go down there and flush it. Well, you know, when we done, we go to the restroom, we pull that thing off, We make sure we squeeze every drop out, and then we put it in the toilet as is, and then flush what's ever left in that propylat.
Yeah, son of Will. The reason why it wasn't theft and in those cases was because they had consensual sex. So that's why they could never be found. Even for the call girls, because six of them was
It's his
call
word
girls.
against hers, right?
No, no, no. It was consensual. They did say
No,
up on
no,
the stand
no,
it
I'm
was
saying that
consensual.
for him. No, I'm saying that from him to murky up the story is his word against hers
No, no, they
because
admitted to it. No, they admitted to it.
oh, the women
No,
admitted to doing that.
yeah, they admitted to it. They admitted to it. Seven of them admitted to it.
That's strange, right there. Because if I
They
take something and throw it away, and she admitted going into the garbage can and retrieving it and
mhm,
smearing it on herself, that that shouldn't be Sean Kemp's fault,
say, bruh,
and
the
he shouldn't
jury,
have to pay child support for that.
the juries, every last jury went with the woman. Every last jury.
But that's why I said it's his story against hers. She had to have say something contradicting that.
No, they all admitted to it. They all admit to that. That because the main question that that the lawyer asked, did he wear rubber? And every girl said yes.
But they could say the condom broke because they're not 100 proof, right? Because that's what they always say. It never is
That
a
was what
hundred
they
proof.
said.
It's only 99.99.99999999. You feel what I'm
That
saying?
that wasn't what they admitted to. And I gotta
Going
give
into
it
the
to them.
garbage can.
They was bold. They was
Listen,
bold. They all
that's
said they
bogus
went
because
into the they
listen,
went
Gemini.
into.
That's
Mhm.
bogus because going into the garbage can, taking out something that another person regarded as trash, and retrieving it and reintroducing it to yourself somehow, some way, whatever method that you use, and you bore child without the other person even knowing. You know what I'm saying?
Like
Because according to him, he put it in a secure place and he discarded it as waste.
right, but he didn't. But with them doing what they did, with the
Monica Lewinsky was on the dress. That's where they got him at because
yeah,
he shot his load on the dress.
right,
He
but what they literally did was they literally stated that within his case, because what he was trying to be not held responsible for, and this part I do agree with him, for the liability and financial penalties of that child. Like,
That's what I'm saying.
but they went with what the women said,
Mm.
and because they had consensual sex, every judge ruled on it the same. Every last judge
Okay,
ruled
I'm
on
gonna
it
ask
the
you
same.
this. I don't know if you know this much of the detail. Was it done in a hotel or was it done in her premises, in her residence?
Five of them I know was done at hotels. The the other the other three, I think two was at his house, and I think one was at her house.
Now, the one at his house, that should be theft. I agree with Son of Will. That's theft. Because if I'm at my house and I throw something in my trash, that still belongs to me, not to you. And you have no right to take it out of the trash and remove it from my residence. That's like going in and taking out bank receipts and credit card carbon copies of the number that you use out of somebody's trash can and taking it and using it to identity theft purposes. See, that's
All
stealing.
right.
That's a crime.
So
Now, at her house, if it was
uh-huh.
at her house, whatever's in her trash can, belongs to her because that's her house. And if it's at a hotel, it's mutual. It's neither one. But his
Yeah,
house should be theft.
yeah, and it was funny because the way that the juries, it was a couple of juries, but then it just turned out to be the judges for a couple of them. It was mainly ruled that because they had consensual sex, and you can, it's always a potential to become pregnant, and even with the
That's what
women
I said.
even with the women admitted to what they did, and a couple of them admitted to it before the actual cases actually went to court, so the lawyer didn't even have to ask them the question. All they did was play the tape.
And listen, because when you look at it, she can say this. I don't know if I was pregnant while he had the condom on, or I got pregnant once I got it out of the trash can. See, that's probably where the twist came in at. Because if you really look at it, the condom doesn't represent 100% protection rate against pregnancy. You understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
she can win there. And that's what I think where Sean Kemp lost the case. Not so much of them going in the garbage can, because that right there was tacky. But they can
yeah.
always say that it could have happened when we actually was engaged. Because can they prove that the condom wasn't ruptured? I doubt it
I
because
mean,
it was in her possession.
7 out of 10 said the same thing, bro. I mean, that's why I feel for his retirement, boy. I know his retirement gone.
Yeah, but it all boils down to him being reckless where he's placing his trash, his debris.
Yeah, but here's the funny thing. Do you know when all these cases was filed? And I'm being facetious with the question. It was always after the child was born.
Right. I mean, that's how you have to do it. Can you do it before? Because you don't know if it's his or not. You got to wait till the child is born. You take the DNA, and if it's his, then he's responsible no matter what. Because he didn't do his due diligence to make sure that his seed was buried or flushed and could never be retrieved.
No, Sean Kemp is not the only player to actually go through this. What a lot of the other players want, like, but believe it or not, once they will wind up having 2 to 3 kids on the side, they stop. Sean Kemp was hit with all this within I want to say the span of about 2 to 3 years. He was hit with all these numbers, dog. Like he was hit with numbers at his heyday. So by the time like it didn't trickle down like a lot of the rest of
And see, I can blame him, son of Will, is because he is a guy that was of affluence. Sean Kemp was considered
superstar status.
an affluent athlete. You know what I'm saying? And he knows that by him being tall, dark, and athletic, it's a chance that someone would try to dupe him somehow, some way about a felonious pregnancy. And he had to take all precaution to guard himself against being a victim of circumstance. And he didn't do that. Now I'm gonna tell you something about myself. I wasn't affluent as Sean Kemp was, but I had a little money in my pocket. And even when I was operating in the streets, I had to ward myself from such dastardly act. And when I did have some of these strawberries, as we call them, when I did have some of
Y'all
these,
call them that out there? I
hell
thought we
yeah,
was the only ones here calling them
I
that.
think we
Okay.
originated that term strawberry. We've been doing that since the early '80s.
I don't know. We've been doing this since the '70s, so
Okay, well,
but
I
keep
only
going.
can go by the early '80s when I was doing it. Now I can't go by the '70s because I wasn't out there like that in the '70s. When I was out there in the '80s, '83, '84, '85, that term was popular. Now before that, I don't know. I can't vouch for that. So that's why
Yeah,
I said that. But nevertheless, we called them strawberries, and we you couldn't allow yourself to get caught up like that. You follow what I'm saying? And so you had to take precautions. And those precautions was to make sure you see it go down the toilet. Don't let her take it off. Because they try to get slick. Say, "No, let me take care of that," and they take it off and they put it in a paper towel or something and act like they go flush it. No, nah, I got this. That's the precaution we took because we have heard stories, horror stories of that. Women wanting to get impregnated so bad that they would do a dastardly act like that. Sometime it worked, sometime it wouldn't. But you can't allow yourself to get trapped. And we have to see it flush down the toilet. So he got so lazy and got so comfortable that he laid there and probably allowed her to do it, slip it off and put it in a napkin or paper towel and act like she flushed it. Instead of him getting his big ass up and go taking a leak and throwing it down there. So that's why I'm saying I blame him. Not that I blame him because he's being stupid. I just blame him because he got too comfortable. That's the difference.
yeah. I mean, I do agree with you, but it's mainly how they did it. Like when you hit a side of it, bro. Like, and I'm telling you, they didn't hold back nothing when they said what they said, bro. Like they put it out there. Like, yeah, I went to garbage can and took it. Like they speaking bold with it. I'm like, ooh,
Now, like I said, I never known it to be like that, but I've known it to be they take it off, put it in a paper towel or napkin, and then save it. But I never know them to go into the garbage can. Now you can hear stories like that, right? But like I said, to take the precaution to know that this could happen when you got a little money in your pocket. I was BMW type money. That's what I'm saying. But I was a teenager riding a BMW, the best looking BMW in my town, and I got a lot of people in my town that got good money in Pasadena, California. But I had my BMW so hooked up as a teenager, what I'm saying, it was eye candy. But I know some of the girls and some of the older women that I engage with, they could do stuff like that and put you on the hook because they wanted some of that money, even if it was dirty money, even if it was
but
blood money. They wanted some of that money and they wanted to be guaranteed. You
I
feel
know,
me?
but with him, man, I still say that's what really killed his career. Because I mean, he was trying to figure out how to feed all them mouths.
But that's what I'm
He
saying. So that's why you
he
can't.
would have had a longer career. He really would have had a longer career.
Well,
He was
sometimes you
stressed.
see what happened was, I'm gonna tell you what happened. Sometimes you think more of yourself than you should. And when you start thinking more of yourself than you should, you thinking other people think that way of you as well. But other people think to get you, not to secure you, not to just console you. You know what I'm saying? They think to get you and then crap on you at the same time. And now you shocked because you saw the world through rose colored glasses. And ain't how the world is. The world is hard, it's cruel. And I happened to learn that at an early age because being out there in them streets doing what I was doing at an early age, everybody wasn't friendly. And
Right.
and I'm just looking to survive the encounter to be able to talk about it. You
You
know
ain't
what
the
I'm
only
saying?
one. You are not the only one, bro.
Right. So Kemp probably wasn't in, even though he was 19, as devastating, so boldly claimed and beautifully put. Even though he was 19, and a lot of 19-year-olds wasn't on that type of level, knowing that type of level legally. But it was some 19-year-olds on top of that level illegally. Maybe not millionaires like that, but can damn near get everything they want as a teenager. You follow what I'm
But
saying? And so you have to watch out for those dastardly women, right? I'm not even talking about the guys. I'm just talking about the women because that's where you let your guard down, right? Most of us let our guard down when we're in the company of women. We get a little more secure because we have the mantroism and we represent that testosterone in that moment. And so when we get relaxed and that testosterone has been released in a meaningful manner and we get relaxed, that's when we let our guard down because we thinking that in that moment of our what I would say, how would I call that? That moment of our serenity, we feel that our counterpart guarded, so we can relax and things of that nature. But there are dastardly women out there that looks to take advantage of you and to get you in that Samson Delilah dynamic. And next thing
yeah,
you know, you want to pull down pillars.
yeah, because I still say, boy, he got played. He got played like a mud. But the only thing that helped them, because they did try to go in different jurisdictions and try to get the max. Oh, when the numbers hurt them. That's the only thing that helped them. Or else he would have been running from pillar to post.
Yep, and I agree with you. Sad story. Hate to see it. Yep. Yep. But see, another thing I'm gonna say this also, because I don't want to come off as a brainiac. You know what I'm saying? Like I had it all figured out at a young age. I'm the youngest boy of six. So just imagine that. And all of my brothers were in the street except two. So just imagine that, right? I had two nerds as brothers. My oldest brother was the president of Pierce College. I don't know if y'all ever heard of Pierce College, but that's a nice college in the valley, one of the prestigious college in the valley. You can just look that up. He was the president of that as a student president, excuse me, not president, student president. The first black student president of Pierce College. That's my oldest brother. Then I had another brother. He was kind of quirky, but square, but aggressive. He was a aggressive square. You follow what I'm saying? And then the rest of us was in the streets. So you can imagine type of information I was able to carouse
Acquire.
from my older brothers. And then I had older sisters. I have four older sisters, and I have one sister younger than me. So all that information is coming down on me. So by the time I was able to move around with a little change in my pocket, I kind of was skeptical on a lot of situations. So that's why I feel the way I felt, and that's the why I was able to survive the way I survived, based on what my older siblings was successful at and was unsuccessful at, and I heard the stories from both sides.
I mean, I dig it. But Dex, I'm gonna call it a day because I got some running to do in a couple of hours. Actually, in about 2.5 hours, so
Oh
I'm
my
gonna take a
God.
2 hour nap.
Yeah, make sure you put your alarm on.
Oh yeah, I got three of them because I need three of them to wake me up anyway. I sleep hard because of my medication from the VA.
Okay, I might can jockey this horse for a little bit longer because I see we got some night riders still out there. And look, and shout out to you, Devastated, for riding with us, Big Al, Purple Baby, and etc. So yeah, I still have some stuff to say about what the recent news that has been released from the Charlotte Hornets based on PJ Washington and his newly secured contract. I think is a good thing for Charlotte. So this is my official stance on the situation. I think it's a good thing. I think PJ Washington could be an integral part and play a pivotal role for Charlotte to change the outcome of a disastrous season last year, or coming off of disastrous season, I should say it that way, from coming off of a disastrous season more into a dream plot for the new regime of the Charlotte Hornets. When you have a healthy Lamelo Ball coming in, because Lamelo didn't play for the select team, so he's not playing that competitiveness over the summer. He'd probably just be bouncing the ball inside the Big Baller Estate Gym or in Charlotte in their practice facilities, going back and forth because he loves it out there, putting up shots and things of that nature, and coming in not only healthy, but fresh and renewed. This is something the new ownership with Plockton and Snall is looking very forward to. Now, mind you, these two new owners are East Coast guys. So, and they're young enough that they still play basketball to some degree. I think Snow don't really play anymore because I think he got a busted knee or a restructured knee. But I think Plockton still put up shots from time to time. So that's good that they still at the age of competitive spirit, and they can go inside the gym and put up shots among some of their players if they happen to be there. And a lot of times that is a good scenery to see ownership more directly involved and understand the sport that you're playing and getting paid for, instead of being some corporate conglomerate with a board that's making the decisions and not individual ownership like the two that they have now. One is from the Atlanta Hawks ownership branch, and the other is in-house from the minority ownership branch, and now part of the majority as a dual going forward. The Mark Williams acquisition and the Nick Smith Jr. acquisition. I think they're excited about that source of talent being a part of the Charlotte Hornet organization moving forward, with Mark Williams completing the young core. And then you have some semi-veterans with Miles Bridges making his resurgence and PJ Washington being re-signed to join the group as well. Terry Rozier and Gordon Hayward, the actual vets on the team, looking to go in different directions eventually. They see the writing on the wall, but now they are planted in the Charlotte Hornets uniform once again, coming into their fourth season. Well, Gordon Hayward's fourth season. I think Terry Rozier's sixth. And we're going to see what that's going to be all about. What is the development of Nick Richards coming in this season? Is he more improved? Is he more of the same? Or did he regress? So Nick Richards have question marks over him as well. Is he really a potentiality to gain more playing minutes, either taking them from Mark Williams or taking them from PJ Washington? That's the question for Nick Richards coming in to this season as well. Is Nick Richards a valuable commodity to be used as an asset to trade off, package off, or package with Rozier or Hayward into getting new and improved talent to assist and help Lamelo get into that playoff contention and be able to rise above play-in tournament kind of team. Have to win one or two in a row to get into the playoffs instead of just already being there preparing themselves. Yes, sir. Salute.
Shout out Dax, Gemini, everybody. Peace and love.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.